Okay, so your goal was to question beliefs of religion? Is that what you were trying to do? Because that's not what you like advertised.
Fascinating. So the top of the screen where
Fascinating.
it says what
Fascinating. I can do the freight.
so the top of the screen where it says what the fuck is God? Or right above my head where it says can you question your beliefs? None of that indicated to you that I was questioning religious beliefs. Sometimes it's nice to just take that moment when they don't know that there's a mute button or how to work it before letting them know they're muted. So you're saying nothing indicated to you that the uh, that the topic of the live was questioning beliefs. Okay. Well, Julie, I'm going to go ahead and set you down since you're not here. Kind of, you know, good faith. Uh, Hello, Anthony. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 46. Jesus saved me from homosexuality.
Fascinating. So are you saying that you believe in Jesus then?
Yeah, he saved me from homosexuality.
Interesting. Is there a reason why you keep saying it specifically like that?
I mean, it's pretty a big deal, don't you think?
I don't know. I don't
Do
know
you
why
do
that
you
would
want
be
to be saved
something
from
that
homosexuality?
fascinating. Why would you assume that I am homosexual?
How long do you have?
No time for you. Yeah, no, I figured that was what it was, Z. I'm not interested in allowing a bigot any more airtime. He gave enough to let us know who he is, and he's not here anymore. So if you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. But I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not here to prove you wrong. I'm really just here to see if questioning your beliefs is even something you can do. But hey, we're already up to 23,000 likes. That's really amazing. And 23 of us in the room. Somebody had a thing about numbers. They might notice that we're at 42 shares. You guys are amazing. Appreciate all of you. No reason to stop at those numbers, though, so let's keep tapping and sharing. And maybe somebody with a belief in a god or gods or something like that might find their way in here. And who knows, they might even have the courage or the curiosity to request up. Hell yeah. You guys are amazing. That's our first skull down. Appreciate you, Catch Up, Cassie the CZ Witch, and Always Mustard. You guys are really amazing. Appreciate you. I wonder how many people scroll past this live thinking that I'm just looking to argue, thinking that I'm here to tear them down or to laugh at them. I wonder how many of them don't realize this is an opportunity. Not for me. I'm not trying to prove anything or make any particular point other than, the benefits of questioning beliefs. But even then, I'm not here to argue for it, just to demonstrate it. And if you're open to demonstrating, questioning your beliefs, then, there are all of these boxes here. Z says your hair is luscious. Maybe they're intimidated. Should I mess it up a bit? Shake it up. Maybe that'll. Maybe he's born with it. Maybe it's necromancy. I don't know. But if you do believe in necromancy or something like that, and you're capable of questioning that, hey, look at all those boxes there. I was worried I was going to shake my headphones right off. But hey, if you're just joining us, we are here questioning beliefs. If you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief, well, go ahead and request up. If we go too long without a guest, I may be forced to play some, incredibly thoughtfully composed AI music created by our community, or even some of the, old-fashioned human-performed kind. But I'd really much rather get into a good questioning right off the bat. That'd be amazing. You got it, Mustard, right off the Batcolyte. Yeah, I've got a few songs lined up, I think, already. And more can be added. I just really want to get to questions. And maybe you do too. Maybe you have a belief. You. Maybe you have a belief in a god or gods higher power, or something like that. And maybe you can question that belief. And maybe you can even hit the request button.
Yeah, I'm back.
Welcome back. You'll have to remind me your age for TikTok TOS.
I'm 30 now.
Well, happy
My birthday was on April 24th. Thank you.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
And which god do you believe in?
Yahweh.
Which version?
Historically biblical. Or biblically historical.
A biblically historical Yahweh.
I guess maybe in the future we can pull up some archives in ruins possibly, and I'd be greatly, concerned with that kind of stuff.
I'm not sure how that related to the question, but you believe in Yahweh from the Bible to actually exist?
I believe every single word or illustration that Jesus used to talk about God.
Do you believe everything he said was true and literal?
True, literal, theoretical, and metaphysical.
Fascinating. Even the parables. If he told a story, it was necessarily true.
Yeah, I think that would be the best point of discussion. His parables, because the wisest old men speak in parables, and they write books,
How was that answering my
and
question?
we read books to understand God.
Strange. Have you understood any of my questions and avoided them on purpose, or do you just not understand them?
You understood my answers well enough to ask me a question.
To know that you're not responding to my questions.
And this is the second time I'm responding to your second question.
Fascinating. So you're not really...
You can be frustrated with your fascination, or you could be fascinated with your frustration.
Why do you think there's frustration involved?
Because there's so much to be fascinated about.
Why did you request on my panel?
Because I enjoy questions in a conversational way.
What would you say is the strongest critique of your own worldview?
That my body doesn't influence my words. Or my words influence my body. Or my tongue. My tongue and my feet and my hands should just be one thing.
How inebriated are you?
Very.
I find these conversations go better with a clear mind. How many is that for inebriated tonight? I think 2 is too many. 1 might be. Oh well, no matter. We press on. And maybe you don't mind pressing your beliefs with questions. If you can question your beliefs in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request up. I don't have arguments for you. I don't have proofs against your deity, your gods, or your beliefs. What I do have are just questions. And maybe, well, maybe you have some questions about your beliefs too. I wonder what it is that you actually question. I feel like the numbers that result from that tally would make me sad, Blake. Maybe. Shadow goddess, that might be if you don't question your own beliefs. Aren't you just leaving yourself open to self-delusion? And that's true, Medusa. That might be some people come up here and, while not inebriated at all, have difficulty because they're nervous, because the anxiety of being on a stage, I guess, virtually. Hello, Blake.
Hello. Yeah,
How are
my childhood was filled with people's garages being filled with moonshine. So my perception of how intoxicated people can be and my desensitization to that is probably pretty high.
I can tolerate some pretty high levels of intoxication generally, but in these conversations it tends to be, well, pretty obvious and pretty detrimental.
Well, how has the questioning been going? Mostly intoxicated people so far?
Yeah, what you saw. Pretty much just that. And yeah, one non-questioner just here to probably try to get the live flagged, but he's long gone.
My dog keeps stepping on my spirograph because I'm paying attention to it instead of the dog. Do you hear her? She's such a diva.
I can. That's twice in a week that spirographs have come up on this lot.
I was feeling nostalgic, so I had to 3D print one, and then I started 3D printing one for everybody in my life because they're all like, "Oh, I forgot about those."
of a segue. Spyro segue. No. I was trying to think of one. It just didn't. I couldn't get it to come full circle. Spiral. Didn't circle.
Yeah, no, it was good. Sorry, I just stabbed myself on agave.
That's okay. My geometry joke fell flat. I understand. But, within a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not here to prove you wrong or burgle your gods. I really am just here to see if questioning is something you can even do. And if it is, well then, I might have some questions for you.
Yeah, I don't recommend storing your giant agave that has giant needles on the end of it in your kitchen. It's not a good idea.
Yeah, that sounds like inviting pain.
Well, I used to put wine corks on the end of them, but I don't drink anymore, so now it's just dangerous.
Hell yeah. Another goal knocked out. You guys are amazing. Before we even get a serious guest, we're 2 goals down. So, thank you so much to Z, also Cassie the Sea, and Shadow Goddess. You guys are amazing. Appreciate you. And if there is anybody watching with a belief, you should know that we're not here to mock you. Nobody's here to rip you apart or cook you. You know what they do. And we're not here to cook you. And I'm not even sure why that would be an option. But we are here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power or anything like that, well, we've got all these boxes here and nothing but questions. There you go, Blake. Little bats and skulls to put on the agave needles.
Yeah, I already have like a Calavera themed kitchen a little bit. And so that would That would go well. Well, I have Calavera and bat themed kitchen, completely separate from having met you and then being on this panel. Just also into both of those things.
I mean, good taste is good taste.
I know, right? Well, when you grow up in a bat infested house that you think was haunted, then get into those things. Well, and being part Latino.
Well, if you've got a thing for skulls or bats or anything like that, that's awesome. But we are here questioning beliefs, and if you can question your beliefs in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, well, that's pretty cool too. And we'd really like to talk to you and see if you can question. Because if you can, we've got questions for you. I like the questions at the top, but I don't think everybody can see them. I know there have been some people that can't. But if you can, well then, and you've got an answer, I wouldn't mind knowing, what
You're
the
also a
fuck is
little
God?
quiet.
Oh, am I? Oh, am I?
That already sounds much better, whatever you did.
I just pulled the microphone closer. Grumps likes the phrasing. Yeah. What the fuck is God? I think it's a good question. It's solid. It's Socratic. It's definitely open.
What is God? Baby, don't pray for me. Don't pray for me no more.
Everybody gets one, Blake. I think that was your one.
But Spider-Man still saves me, right? Like this doesn't like take place of the Spider-Man save, right?
I don't know. It's a good question.
I did not game out my resources for this.
Superman or Spider-Man saves you, or you can sing on the Batcolyte. Hammy also chose to sing up here once.
Well, me and Harry will just save each other, okay? We don't need Spider-Man.
Jim sang up here too once, I think. Pretty sure he still gets one, but he might have already had his one. I don't know.
Wait, does me submitting a song that I sang in it, that you played, already take away my Spider-Man save?
Oh shit!
Oh my God.
He didn't even.
We know not what we've done.
Spider-Man, forgive us.
I don't know. He can be kind of a cruel, cruel God.
I don't think I'd. If superheroes existed and would only respond to those who prayed for them or prayed to them like gods, would you pray to a superhero? So
No,
they would
this
save you.
also sounds like a great turn for the boys to make.
Like, only those who prayed to the superhero get on the list of potentially being saved in crisis.
Yeah, like that is so Homelander coded. It is crazy.
Your prayer is your subscription to the saving network, the savior network.
Oh, and you know, if your subscription ran out while they were en route to save you, they would turn back around.
Hmm. Is there a popular superhero in comics or media that you would choose as your champion if there were some system like that?
There are a couple Cajun superheroes, so I'd probably have to go with them just for the
Remy
culture.
LeBeau.
And then what's the? I don't know
Yeah,
superheroes that well,
I
so
don't know. Gambit's the only one that comes to mind. So it's
yeah. And then who's the one with isn't Cyclops Cajun too? Or no, who is it? I don't know. Yeah, see, I do not know superheroes, so everybody roast me in the comments. Go for it.
so you would just vaguely choose whichever ones are Cajun.
Yeah,
Your
because I
hometown,
know that
at
they
least.
would like protect the swamp.
Um, so your
Yeah, the
primary hero.
alligators deserve more protection than me, so
Your primary hero, I think, their weapon of choice is exploding playing cards. They can make
That makes
just about
sense.
anything explode, though.
Yeah, this makes sense. There's a lot of throwing playing cards like darts going on down there. I'm terrible at it. Oh yeah, Avatar: The Last Airbender counts as superheroes. Then maybe I would pick the somebody from the Swamp Tribe. Because with their plant bending ability, and my knowledge of plants, I could tell them the exact situation. And there's just some plants that are so incredibly dangerous that it just like we just don't go around them. So if there's a plant bender that could like control that, we yeah, we could mess some stuff up together. If you had to choose one superhero to be your champion or deity, which one would it be?
Hmm. I don't know. I mean, Gambit's pretty cool. Good choice. And Grump's also added in Rogue. Also not a bad choice, but well, maybe Rogue. Because then whatever's happening, she could just absorb that power and use it back against them. But there are far more impressive. But is that what I'd be looking for? Is just the one with the most power, or would it be the one who morally aligns?
Well, that's what I was like. I would totally worship Poison Ivy if she was using her powers for good. But I'm sure there are a lot of versions in the comics where she's like an eco vigilante, and then I would be like, okay, yeah, no, you do whatever you want.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I rarely have an answer for the questions that I ask. And I don't expect anyone else to either. It's always interesting how ready people are. What about Captain Planet? Wouldn't, wouldn't that fit your... You fill all the gaps, right? The need for a nature appreciating superhero and
Yeah, but he's always hanging out with kids, and that's weird.
That is weird. That's a good point. That's actually a really good point. Hmm.
Yeah, as an adult, I have a very different perspective on all of the shows where there was like an adult secretly gathering children to do something. I'm like, oh, that's like not a good message to send to children that that's like a thing that happens and they should like do that.
Really quickly, I'm gonna go ahead and thank Tide of Silence, Shadow Goddess, and Cassie the Sea. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for helping with the goal. And yeah, if anybody's got a belief, request up. We're not here to burgle your gods. We really do just want to know if you can question it. I wonder if this is the background. All weekend I was. Well, we had better luck getting guests. Maybe I should just run question the questioner. Is it the devil and Jesus dancing? Is that why? That might bother someone. I don't know why. That shouldn't.
There's a
Trying to
lot
get
of
along.
people on tonight too.
Because I
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, that's all right. Maybe there's somebody here with a belief who. Oh, or it's Grumps. Spoken to Grumps a few times. How's it going, Grumps? How are you doing?
I didn't mean to come up.
That
I
was my
set my
next
phone
question.
down.
Well, I appreciate you.
Sorry, I'm flipping my laundry around when I set the phone down on the dryer. It must have did something weird.
Yeah, no worries. I'll set you back down. Appreciate you.
Hey, I'll stop by again sometime, and I will talk with you someday. But
Yeah, no worries.
you're awesome.
You too. Appreciate you, Grumps. Big W's for Grumps. And if you're not following him, yeah, give him a follow. He does lives too. It's always entertaining.
Keep tap tapping. Well, I'm already messing up. Tap tap tapping that screen, everybody, and repost the live. Share it out. And if you like all this music that you hear, then you can follow the link to Thrill's. I'm trying to say Discord. This is going so well. The Discord link in either Thrayle or Batcolyte's bio, and go to the Discord and submit your own music.
Hell yeah. Hello, Emily. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Hello, Emily. Did you mean to join us? Emily going once, going twice, and what? Rest well, I guess. If you're you're sleeping. But if you did mean to join us, we just couldn't hear you. So you'll have to request again, and we'll see if that'll work. Wow, we're barely an hour in, and I think I might need a refill on my blueberry coffee. So I think we're definitely going to hear a song or two, unless there's somebody who's ready to request up. If you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, and you can question your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. Hit one of those boxes or the pink and blue people down next to your chat, and we'll bring you right up. See if you really can question. I can't believe it. We're already up to 70K. You guys are amazing. Hell yeah. I swear I was just looking at it and it was 56 or something like that. And I thought, I'm going to say something at 60. Wow. Appreciate all of those taps. You guys are really amazing. Wow. And another gift go down. Appreciate you so much. Thank you, Cassie the Sea and Tricera Bear, for knocking that one out. Oh. I hear the end of this one impending, and definitely the beginning of another one about to happen. So let's make sure we keep tapping that screen and share the live out. And hopefully somebody with a belief in a god or something like that requests up.
Bottom after heaven from a mouth-eating soup. Said just follow these arrows and ignore that hole in the roof.
I asked him for directions to the nearest honest word. He laughed so hard his halo slipped and spooked the passing birds.
Oh my. Welcome to the carnival of doubt. Step right up, let your questions out. Win a prize if your faith falls through. Cotton candy, if it might be true. Round and round on the carousel of why we poke at the truth till it rolls its eyes. If you're certain, you're probably lost, my friend, at the carnival of doubt. We doubt again. Mama said, boy, don't worry, everything's part of a plan. I said, who? She said, don't ask that, and stirred the pot with her hand.
Preacher on the corner selling thunder in little glass jars. I asked for a refund when it rained inside. He said, take it up with the stars.
Welcome to the carnival of doubt. Step right up, let your questions out. Win a prize if your faith falls through. Cotton candy might be true. Spin the wheel, mark maybe never then. Trade your halo for a leaky pen. If you're certain, you're probably lost, my friend, at the carnival of doubt.
We doubt again. Do you bet your little lies before you go to sleep? Do you bargain with the dark like it's yours to keep?
If the devil showed receipts, would you still be sure?
If the devil showed receipts, would you still be sure? If the saints forgot your name, would you knock on one more door? One more door.
Welcome to the carnival of doubt. Step right up, let your questions out. Win a prize if your faith falls through. Cotton candy, it might be true. Take a let your certainties bend. Hold my hand till the questions end.
When they don't, well, we'll laugh here anyway. At the carnival of doubt, we'll doubt our doubts away.
I was feeling uninspired, so I started to play my favorite game, mashing things together just to see what I'd create. I thought it might be fun to create something aware, so I whipped up something sentient and just kinda left it there. Got distracted by a distant galaxy, so much to do, overstimulation. Lost track of time, space, and gravity. Forgot all about my simulation. A deep ambiguity, kind and fair when I want to, thought to care, but then forgot to. Existence disagrees with me. I'm the ADHD. Your existence is a distraction from the bigger picture. When I was sweeping stardust, you thought I was inspiring scripture. I like to come and play when there's chores that I'm avoiding, but I like to walk away when your needs get too annoying. Can you repeat that gibberish? I've got processing disorder. If I am the almighty, why do I feel like I'm taking orders? ADHD, stacked up in chaos piles. I'll clean it up eventually. My infinitely expanding checklist is sure to be the death of me. My consciousness is scattered. You don't matter. You don't matter. DHD deity, carefully crafting scenery, amazed by my ingenuity and my moral ambiguity. Kind and fair when I want to, thought to care, but then forgot to. Existence disagrees with me. I'm the ADHD deity. Who created paralysis demons? Oh wait, that's right, it me. So much on my plate, I procrastinate, cause I'm the ADHD independent guide, and I don't need no man to interpret my intentions when I put a pause on plans. All the power in the universe, just lacking motivation, and I'd prove it if it mattered, but I can't stand observation. Omni-powerful, omni-knowing, consciousness is omni-flowing, omnipresent, omni-good. Got stuff to do, I only should, with a checklist that spans infinity, and a plan that is purely divinity. It's not that I'm cruel, it's just that I can't. I want to, but I only shan't. I thrive on hitting deadlines, but there's no one to report to. Y'all think I have some grand design, but here's the thing I don't purport to. All my doubters finding plot holes, try to reason it conceptually. Heads up haters, actually, it only has to make sense to me. All the power in the universe, but no accountability. Believers' brains all doing cartwheels, so they won't doubt my ability. Omni-powerful, omni-knowing, consciousness is omni-flowing, omnipresent, omni-good. Got stuff to do, I only should, with a checklist that spans infinity, and a plan that is purely divinity. It's not that I'm cruel, it's just that I can't. I want to, but I only shan't. Started 12 new universes, didn't finish any verses. Open tabs in every sky, close none out, just minimize. If urgency's my only grant, then fine. Last minute, I only can. Omni-powerful, omni-knowing, consciousness is omni-flowing, omnipresent, omni-good. Got stuff to do, I only should, with a checklist that spans infinity, and a plan that is purely divinity. It's not that I'm cruel, it's just that I can't. I want to, but I only shan't.
Hell yeah. Thank you to Always Mustard for the ADHD saga that seems to continue with Omni Shant. Great songs. Really appreciate you. And, well, also thank you to all of you for tapping the screen. We're nearly to 80,000, which is really amazing. I did notice there was one little thing that probably is going to need correcting, and it happened while I was, playing the music. So I do hate to do this, but sorry, Blake.
I guess Thrayle sang on the panel too, so Spider-Man didn't save them.
I I think I exist again, kind of.
Did I get a flag? Do I need a timeout?
No, no, no. I just had a bad lag during a couple of those songs, and I noticed it. I was like, damn, if I drop now, it'll ruin the music more. So I had to wait to the end.
I was just saying, I was like, I don't think I've ever gotten one, so I'm kind of
No, no.
feel like I'm part of the club now. But no, I'm still too much of a goody two shoes.
Yeah. Oh, you'll know it when you get it. It comes across your screen too. They let you know. Just ask Kat. Good morning, Insomnia. And good morning to everybody else who's just joining us. Welcome in to anybody who's new. We're doing what we do pretty much every night. You know, trying to trying to see if you can question your beliefs. That's what we do every night. Not to tear them apart, not to burgle them, not to make you look foolish, but to really see if you can question whatever it is that you believe in. It might be that there's just a lot of other sources of entertainment tonight. There might be a lot of other places where instead of questioning, there's assertions and things to argue about. But here, all we're doing is seeing if you can question your beliefs. And if that's something that you think that you can engage in, if that's something that you are really interested in, then go ahead and request out. Chris says no lives have guests. Oh, it's that, what do they call it? The, rapture. That's what it is. Yeah, rapture. They must have all been raptured. If you have a belief in a God that was supposed to rapture you, and you didn't get raptured, why not? Do you think that you can question that? I agree, Cassie. Appreciate all of you who are here. Hmm. I don't know if it would be awesome, Tris, the rapture. I mean, I think I get what you mean. It'd be an, the words do not come together there. It would be a lot quieter. I was going to say an awful lot quieter. My brain was not okay with that phrase. But yeah, it would be a lot quieter. Maybe that's what happened. I wonder if things would improve, or if knowing that. I mean, does that mean everything they believed was right? And then in that case, what does that imply for what follows? Would it really be that much quieter?
Isn't it only taking like 144,000 people? It's basically like a rounding error in the current population.
Yeah, that's a rather small number of those who would be saved. Or Orlando says, who do you pledge your allegiance to? Who do you pledge to?
Um, Sylvania pestis, probably. That's probably not the right. I don't remember how to say the actual medical term for the bubonic plague.
Oh, did they mean to say plague? Who do you plague your allegiance?
Oh, I just heard plague. I didn't actually read what they wrote.
PLEG. I'm not sure what that word is.
Do you have to pledge your allegiance to anybody?
Pledge. I gotcha. Why would anybody, like, why are you pledging allegiances to people? Seems strange. I mean, you do you.
I mean, if they deserve it, but I don't know who does.
Orlando says you can pledge allegiance to a god. Why would you, though? What purpose does pledging allegiance to a god serve you? Is that what your god requires? A pledge of allegiance? Wow, we're already nearly 90K. That's awesome. 90,000 taps, 92 shares. And with every one of those helping us get out to the FYP, there should be, I mean, if there were any, plenty of believers who believe, and maybe even believe they can question their beliefs. If you can question your belief in a god or gods or really anything like that. Well, plenty of boxes and plenty of questions. All we're missing. Hell yeah, Cassie. It does look like we'll hit 100K in really no time. That's all due to you guys. The best audience on TikTok, without a doubt. Well, I guess I can't say without a doubt. Maybe it's all of your doubt, or curiosity, or something like that helps make you the best audience. Either way, you guys are amazing. Orion says, what would you do without this app? Do you believe you can do without it? Do I believe I can do what? I guess without this app, I'd be trying to find some other way to accomplish this. Who knows? I might actually have guests. But, if anybody's got a belief in a god or gods or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, there are boxes up here for you, and all you've got to do is, well, hit that request button. Oh, interesting. Well, I guess if I just let us sit here in silence for too long, we'll probably lose, interest from even the best audience on TikTok. So I think, as we're nearing 100K up there and still waiting for a believer with the courage or curiosity to question their beliefs, well, I think we might need a song or two from the community, and I can think of a couple appropriate ones. And they don't even require me to tell you what to do.
Let's gather round. It's time to think. Tap that screen on the edge of the brink. Ask those questions you hold inside. Let your quiet wonder be your guide. Tap, 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 tap. Let the questions rise. What is truth behind the skies? Tap, 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 tap. Let's tap that screen, chasing the meaning of what we've seen. Is there a God or something more, knocking gently on heaven's door? Do you believe or do you doubt? Tap it out loud, let's sort it out. Higher powers, fate or chance? Is this world a grand design or random dance? Tap, 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 tap. Let the thoughts run free. What is truth? And what could be? Tap, tap, tap. Let's tap that screen, searching the spaces in between. Is there a God or silent air or something listening everywhere? Tap, 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 tap it soft. Don't rush the sky. Questions live where answers lie. Keep on tapping, seek and see. Truth is found in curiosity. Tap it soft, don't rush the sky. Questions live where answers lie. Keep on tapping, seek and see. Truth is found in curiosity. Let's get ready to question the Let's get ready to question the Let's get ready to question the
Hello, Carrie. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Did you mean to join us, Carrie? Okay. And if you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. We're not looking for a debate or an argument. Yeah, that. We are here to see if you can question, and if you can, then what is it you believe, and why do you believe it? But yeah, I do gotta thank Looney Bats and Branch for those last two songs. Really like both of them. It's there's a lot of energy there. Whatever energy is. Oh wait.
Yeah, Thrayle, what is energy?
Unknown force. Define energy. What the fuck is energy? The switch, now I'm alive. Voltage hit, now I survive. Circuits burn, data flows. Where it starts, nobody knows. Pulse in the dark, flash of light. Turn it on, ignite the night. Every system overload. Still don't know what drives the code. Is it force? Is it flame? Is it something with no name? Is it real or just a game? Thing. What the fuck is energy? Let it off of reality. What the fuck is energy? Feels like God in a plate of rain. You feel it, don't you? In your chest. In the wires. In the restlessness. It never stops.
We have a new guest. Hello, Kyan. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Kyan Salami, did you mean to join us? I mean, I see you in the chat, but if you're not on voice, then...
Yeah, I like these drum and bass ones, but the compressor's like mangling them. Or whatever TikTok's doing to them. I don't know if it's compressor, but
Some of it's me. I turned it down at one point for the guest, and then tried to get it back to the right volume, and oh well. But we do have, the same guest trying again, so maybe they'll speak on the mic this time. Or, there they are. Hey, Kyan Salami, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Kyan, if you meant to join up here, I do need you to say your age out loud on the mic. You don't speak English. Well, it makes it really hard to have a verbal conversation. And while I appreciate that you speak Arabic, I don't, and that's going to definitely make our conversation difficult.
yeah, sorry, we're too ignorant to be able to have a conversation with you.
But if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. I'm not looking for a debate or an argument, just to see if you can question. And I don't think this guest is loading in. If you meant to be here, you can try again. But we do have Happy joining us. Hello, Happy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello.
Hello. Can I get your age?
Yeah, I'm 27.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I mean, I guess I'd like to. It's a nice, comforting feeling. So this is quite a nice topic. Like, oh, hey, dancing.
Are you saying that you would like to believe in a god, but you don't?
No, I'm saying I would like to, but I do because what is there to the ironic? What is there to lose? Like, I don't know, people just seem happier and you fit in more, like socially, you know. I don't know if that makes sense.
So
I
you're
know that
saying,
sounds dumb.
well, it sounds like you're saying that people seem happier if they are socially accepted, and that means like, professing that you believe a thing. But I'm asking if you believe that there is a God, whether it makes you happy or not.
Sometimes it depends how sad I am. Like if I'm sad, then, you know, then you kind of cry for help to God. Do you know what I mean? And then when things are going good, then that relationship kind of disintegrates.
So you're saying that when you're sadder, you believe more?
Yeah. Or today, no, not really. I didn't really wake up and go, thanks, and get on my knees and pray. But if I was having a bad time, I would definitely be having a lot more conversations with God.
Doesn't that seem a little bit contrary to what you had said earlier about people being happier when they believe?
Well, I
If
suppose it
you're
makes me happier then, like in that moment. So it's maybe a good thing. A little bit optimistic, but
well, if you're reaching out to God when you're sad, is that really a belief in God, or is that a way that you find to make yourself happy?
no, because I think in those moments I kind of do believe, like it's like he's there. He has to be, and if he isn't, then like it feels a little bit more like lonely. So I'm still aware of it, like I'm still rational, but the idea, it just seems like at least it's something. At least like it's not all for nothing. Like
I might ask about that in a moment, but when you say
sorry.
he's there, which God is it that you believe is there?
Well, I've read the Bible. I've read like both the Christian and the Catholic. Well, the Catholic just has more books in it, pretty much. And the Book of Wisdom is my favorite book. So maybe Catholic. I don't know. The Christians tell me that, like, I'm Catholic because of that. Because I like the Book of Wisdom. They say that it's one of the apostles. Yeah.
You mean Apocrypha?
Isn't it? Oh, okay. I get that.
Were the apostles?
No, didn't one of the
followers
apostles
Jesus?
write it?
What is an apostle?
I don't know, like somebody who writes poems, almost like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, but they wrote their own interpretation of it, essentially. I think of what God is. Like,
Of what God is? Do you believe God is Jesus?
or that whole Trinity thing, like Jesus, God, the Holy Spirit. Well, not really. I mean, if God, gods are meant to be perfect, right? And Jesus wasn't
Are
perfect.
they?
So yeah.
What makes you believe a God would be perfect?
Well, isn't that what makes a god a god?
I don't know. Is that what makes a God to you?
Well, that's why I don't really believe in like the book God. It's more like I want to believe in a loving God, and I think that's why the Book of Wisdom made it easier for me to understand that maybe that God in the book isn't as bad as what we think, because in the first like bit of the Book of Wisdom,
So
like
in
God
one
didn't
book,
want.
in one book it makes the God seem okay. So in the rest of the book, when he does things
No,
that you don't like, it's okay.
no, I don't advocate or say that anything in the Bible that's wrong is right. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's not. But I was responding to your Holy Trinity question of is
Well, I was
Jesus
asking if
God?
you believed, if you believed God was
No,
Jesus.
but that my response to that was, well, God's meant to be perfect, and Jesus sinned. He
So
swore
you're
the
saying
fig
God.
tree, and he
You're
lied.
saying,
That's
you're saying
Matthew.
Jesus isn't God then?
No, I don't see how he would be God, because he sent his son. It's more like a sperm donor.
So do you believe Jesus existed and died for your sins, rose 3 days later?
Well, Yeah, I think he existed, but so did Julius Caesar, and there's more evidence that he was alive than. I think during that time, it was actually Julius Caesar's son that was ruling that empire. I think.
I
Yeah.
didn't ask about Caesar, though. My question was if you believe Jesus existed. You said yes. But also that, did you believe he died for your sins? And did he resurrect?
Doubtfully. Very doubtfully, so.
So you
That
doubt
doesn't make sense to me.
you doubt the resurrection.
Yeah, because like, what kind of fucked up person would do that to their kid? I don't know. That's not a God I want to believe in.
So you do believe there is a God, but it's not the God described in the Bible then? Except maybe in the Book of Wisdom.
No, that it's just the way that that one guy that wrote it described it. You know, God didn't. I don't know the verse right now. I'll have to get my book out. God didn't, create life for to see other people suffer. He doesn't rejoice in it or something. Is it okay if I read it? If I get it out? It's just a little to just bring in some context. Or...
But are you saying that God is something you believe exists?
Well, that's the God I'd like to believe existed. Yeah. Because like I said, it really just depends. Like if I'm okay, then I don't know, maybe I'm talking to you to try and make sense of it as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Sorry.
It's all right. Blake's got a question. Go ahead, Blake.
Yeah, so you're saying that like you don't want to believe in a God that is does some of the things in the Old Testament, but in the Book of Wisdom, it's like saying those things to kind of like expunge some of those things. So like if you don't take the Older Testament aspect of it, then like why do you need the Book of Wisdom to like expunge those things? If that makes sense. Let me know if that doesn't make sense.
Not like the New Testament's better. I think it's because I wasn't feeling great, and I've just opened the Bible just to hope, and it like I landed on that, and it was almost comforting, so that like he's not all bad, because I know about all the daft things that was done, and like the whole flood thing. That's a bit bizarre, but it happened apparently. But I think a lot of the things in the Bible are also metaphors, and if we look at things like.
But did it? Do you believe that the biblical flood happened?
No, I think no. It's so wild and far-fetched that it would be. I can't see that happening. That just sounds like a bit of that there was a flood, and probably maybe if there was, maybe one of their only crops probably had a little flood in it, and they starved to death or something along those lines. I don't think it was maybe the guy was in spiritual psychosis that lived on to tell a tale. I don't know. I don't know if I'm making sense. I'm sorry if I'm just rambling.
Are you trying to make sense of stories in the book so that they can still somehow be true?
Well, if like an example, I don't know if you know Sylvia Plath.
Mm-hmm.
Like she wrote a book about her life and what it was like to be her, but she did it in third person, so she gave it a whole new name, and I think, and it was all analogies. Well, I'm specifically talking about the bell jar, but so I think in the same concept, that's the Bible. Like it didn't, it has truth to it and a story behind it, but it's more lessons like folk tales and what you can learn from it. Not everything has to be taken so seriously. Like, to be so critical and harsh and want other people to hurt and think, oh, it's discipline, is bizarre to me. Like, I don't. Pardon?
To want other people to hurt.
Yeah, why would you want somebody else to suffer? Like,
what situation are you describing?
in the Bible? Oh. I think I'm just a radical empath.
We all start trying to talk at the same time.
Go ahead, Blake.
Oh no, you're good. We all went for it at like the exact same moment, at least on my end. But yeah, I guess I'm just a little confused, like which aspects of the Bible, like you are subscribing to, and which aspects of it that you're not, or
I think, like in
yeah.
Deuteronomy, like when like if you, like you need to be sold to the person who basically assaulted you, and I don't see a loving God or a loving Father doing that. You know.
But what has led you to believe, like, if if you're believing in the God of the Bible, where are you getting information about like the God of the Bible outside of the Bible to like disconfirm what the Bible says about the God of the Bible?
I think just basic knowledge, right? Like,
But
you can have you can have
from
knowledge.
where?
It doesn't mean
Like I don't have a knowing that there is a God that is all good. I do not have that knowledge. Like, where did you come across that knowledge? Like, to say that you believe that the stories about the Old Testament and that God are like more allegory because they don't fit with the idea of like an all-loving God. Like, where does the idea of the all-loving God come from?
like maybe I'm just empathetic, and I just can't see a loving God doing the things that happened, and you know, even just the concept of hell is just so far-fetched to me. Like, why would...
What makes you believe there would be an all-loving God?
Well, imagine there wasn't. That would kind of feel pretty shit.
Right. Why would you believe there is one? Is it just because
I'm
it
doing
makes you
okay.
feel better
Like, I'm
than...
doing... Yeah, like I'm... Like...
Sorry, does
the
it make
guy
you feel
that I
better
talk
than
to in
if
my
there
head
isn't?
wouldn't be evil. He would...
Oh.
Like, yeah. Does that make...
Really quickly gotta say thank you, Philly, for the raid. Hell yeah, good to see you. Happy. You said the God you talk to in your head. do you feel that there is or must be some God responding to you?
Not in a
In your
voice,
head.
like I'm not, but
But in your
I
head.
think, yeah, like just the way that life happens. Like I have it good, like, and I wouldn't say that I'm like grateful to God, but I just feel like there's something watching over me, making sure that I'm gonna be okay. That the thing, I think I mostly put myself in my own.
But the God that you think is there is something that talks to you in your head, and you don't feel it would do the things described in the Old Testament.
Yeah. Well, there's so
Why
many
would
other Bibles out there as well, so it's not like there's only like one is right and one is wrong.
do you feel that there's any reason that any of them should be right?
I doubt any of the gods that were taught are the correct ones. I feel like a lot of it, like the Bible was written by man. You know?
Isn't the Is it possible that the God you hear speak to you is also created by man? Well, by woman, by you.
Probably, maybe, like 50-50. I don't know.
I can accept I don't know. I think it's a great answer. I do know, well, Cyber and Everlasting might have a couple questions for you.
Well, first, if I may, just because I brought it up in the live, but Philly Raid. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I don't got no questions right now. Oh, quick question. Did this guest ever disclose if this is like the Christian God, or is it just like their own deity?
We were trying to narrow that down. That's where most of our questions have been. Is this God a God you know of? We talked briefly about the possibility it was the Catholic God, but I think Happy really only identified with the book of wisdom, and where it basically reconciles why the God of the Old Testament is so against what Happy believes God would be.
Okay. Do you feel that this God answers your prayers?
So,
Oh, say
I
that
think
again.
I guess so. Like I feel like that makes me like believe a little bit more on top of like, you know, when I don't know how to describe it. It just feels like something after I've like prayed and those like I don't like it wouldn't be praying in a sense of, you know, thy father who art, like it's not that. It's more,
It could be like something personal, like just a thought
yeah.
that you're asking.
And it very seldomly, like very, very, very seldomly turns out not. Which is crazy. It just feels like something is listening.
Okay, do you believe that this deity is looking out for you and you alone, or is this deity the deity that created the world and thus it's looking out for the world?
Well, I hope it's doing its job with other people too. I wouldn't, like, if other people are happy, then that in turn makes the world a little bit happier, and that would make me happier. So everything plays off of each other.
Okay.
Right?
And how often would you say, just throwing the word prayer out there, we know it's not like a get on your knees and say a prayer, but how often would you say, like, what percentage would you say that this deity answers your prayers?
Like often, like probably like 95%. It's like I just feel lucky, and like something's definitely watching over when those moments happen.
All right. And this deity wants the world and wants people to be happy, correct?
Well, obviously. Well, why would it want people to not be happy?
Well, so where my next question, where this is going down is, so we know that this year alone, there are going to be hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of children that will pass away from cancer and from starvation. And the parents of these children themselves will be, in some form or another, will be praying that they'll be able to have dinner on their tables. But these prayers will ultimately go unanswered, and they will pass away as a result. How would you describe this phenomena happening, where your prayers get answered, but there are more serious prayers that will go completely unanswered?
Well, I think that's a different topic, whether it was more serious or not, but I think, like, things are not everything's up to our control. Like, there's, like, that's biology. That's not, like, nobody deserves to suffer, but it's obviously, like, it's life. Life happens. There's shit happens. Nobody wants bad things to happen, and you can't blame. You can. It's up to you. It's your own life. But I wouldn't say that. That's why I actually like the Book of Wisdom, is because. Sorry, I'm chuckling. It's just that really that's what made me believe again. Kind of like. A loving God doesn't want something bad to happen. Like, he doesn't make it happen, and he doesn't get excited when it does. So what answer do you want with such a radical question? Because now that's going to the most radical point of view.
Well, so the question was, though, is that you stated that God answers about 95% of your prayers, right? This deity answers about 95% of your prayers. And if this deity wants what's best for the world and through happiness, right? This deity wants happiness, but yet this deity, and I'm not saying this deity needs, make a belly suddenly full or stop children from unaliving from starvation. But this deity, when these children are praying and saying, I just want food on the table, this deity has the power and the ability to provide means for the family to receive food. And he just won't. He won't do this. And these children will, unfortunately, starve. And I guess what I'm getting at is, why would 95%, and this probably isn't a question that you can answer, but do you think there's an imbalance when 95% of your prayers are getting answered, but yet we're going to have millions of children unalive due to starvation, and their prayers are going unanswered.
How do you feel about that question? Do you want to answer that question? Because that's a bit diabolical, wouldn't you say? Like, such a radical to bring in starving kids is just a bit wild. Like,
Why is it wild?
because I'm not justifying it or saying that.
No, I'm
I
not
don't
saying
think
you are
he's implying
justifying it.
that. He's not doing that, Happy. Does it make
Yeah,
you
but that's
feel
such
like?
a radical thing
Let me
to
ask you:
say.
does it make you feel like he's implying that because it somehow makes you uncomfortable that your God favors you and ignores these children?
Have you heard about the butterfly effect? You sound like a very intelligent man, so I'm sure you have. When something happens
But
in life, it does have like an effect on something else, whether it be good or bad, right? So maybe
how
it's the
does that
butterfly
relate,
effect,
though?
because maybe one bad thing happening to somebody else, in turn, down the line, I reap the sorrow of somebody else's like misfortune.
So a bad thing happening to one person might make it better for another, and that's okay. That makes it okay.
Don't say it's okay.
I'm not quite sure what that had to do with the question.
I feel like I answered that question pretty well, actually.
Interesting.
Personally.
Thank you so much to Sarah Bear, Everlasting Godstopper, Cassie the Sea, and KD for helping with the previous goal. You guys are amazing. Really appreciate all of you. Everlasting, would you like to? Did you have any follow-ups on that line?
No, I don't. I think I'm just gonna let this one.
Cyber, did you?
No.
Blake, did you have any questions for Happy?
Yeah, I would just ask, do you understand why we are asking like the other end of the extreme of like receiving your prayer being answered or not?
Yeah, I understand. It's like trying to like trigger some thoughts in my brain about what I believe, whether it's realistic or not. That's what I understand from it.
And what are the implications of a God who takes care of some people but not others? Is that reflective of the God that you see in your head?
Well, no, that's why like I think were you here when I first joined? Like I explained how I felt and I like why I would turn to God when I wasn't feeling okay. And it's just almost in a sense it makes things less lonely. It makes me feel heard. Like it's just one way to feel like there's a problem solved. Like, you know, it doesn't mean that it's right or wrong, and some things work for some people, other things work for others. It doesn't mean I condone anything bad happening to somebody else. Like, and it's not nice that other people go through suffering. But I've just found something that works for me when I'm not okay. in a selfish way.
Does
Yeah.
it
Do
matter
you
to you? Oh, go ahead, Blake.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. Do you hear how it sounds when you say, "Well, God is good because like my life is good"? Like, is that not an
No,
appropriate
no, I
line of
didn't say that
questioning?
no, I didn't say that my life is God is good because my life is good. I'm saying
Well, you did say that
found
earlier. You
something
did say that earlier before we like got into all of
that
that, and
God is
that's
good
why.
because my life is good. I don't
Sorry,
recall
what was that?
saying you're saying that I said that God is good because my life is good. I don't recall saying that. I don't think that God is good to me because my life is good. I think it's just the luck of the draw. Like you're either born in a good household or you're not. You're either born in a like you either have education or you don't. Like it's
Does
the
God
luck of
have
the
any?
draw.
Does God have anything to do with that?
Mm, I wouldn't say so. Like they say I knew you before you were formed in the womb or something like that. But I don't think that's true. But I mean, even the guy who created the Big Bang, I can't remember his name right now. He was Catholic, so I feel like both can coexist, but it doesn't mean it has to be like it doesn't mean it's gonna be right. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm. I think Cyber might have a question. I saw you come off mute.
Yeah, and just to be clear, like I wasn't trying to like point fingers at you. That wasn't my goal. It's just, can you question motives of deity? But the question that I would have though is we oftentimes have a tendency, I used to do it when I was a believer, to where we can achieve and overcome amazing things on our own. But we put ourselves in situations where we have to give the credit to a deity and not, realize that we're able to do this ourselves. And you mentioned, that, and if I'm straw manning you here, I don't want to build a straw man and beat up a straw man, that this deity kind of helps you not feel lonely. Is it possible that you, whatever you felt like was being answered, that these were things that you were either able to overcome yourself or that if you're like lost something you were looking for it, you're able to find it? But are these things that you possibly just overcame yourself, but due to religious beliefs, whether they're, something that's cultural, something subconscious, that you feel like you need to give credit to deity instead of taking credit for yourself?
mm, I wouldn't say I directly give credit. So I feel pretty selfish when things are going okay, because then it's almost like that. I don't need that companionship as strongly as I did when I wasn't okay. So I don't feel like I give praise, but I do like recognize that when I'm not okay, it just helps and it works. So yeah, I don't know if that makes sense.
I don't know if I understood. So are you saying that you do give credit to deity or you don't?
Not really, no. I wouldn't say so. But I can still acknowledge that it helped. I don't know. I don't go thank you, but I can sit here and be like, you know what, like that helped. Like looking back at it or thinking of it. Yeah, I guess it could be like a placebo effect goes pain.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was getting at is maybe this deity. Is it possible that your deity is a placebo effect?
50-50. I don't know. I won't know until I die. Right?
Fair. I got no other questions.
I'll go ahead and try out a couple of questions, and they'll be gentle questions. And I'm gonna borrow Kat's question that she likes to ask. Could this be a placebo and still have some meaning for you?
Yeah. Well, that's why I can sit here and advocate for it, essentially, because it's not like I'm wishing harm on anybody or wishing ill for anybody. It's with good intent, and I think if you do anything, do your best at it, and people. It's not like I go, oh,
yeah.
please, can I have the job over the person who, has kids to feed. It's not like I'm trying to oppress somebody in the process of wanting my fortunes answered, if that makes sense.
I hear you. Yeah, and I think that's sincere. So now I'm going to borrow a question that Bats likes to ask. And would you rather have a belief in a lie that makes you feel comfortable, or would you rather have an uncomfortable truth?
Yeah. I'd rather. I feel like it's okay. I'm fine with it looking bizarre. I'm fine with it maybe not being true. If it's helping now, what is the worst that could happen? That I just feel a little bit more comforted, that I feel less alone, that I feel more guided in a sense, that it's not that bad.
Do you value whether or not the beliefs you hold are true?
Well, yeah, honesty is important, but that doesn't mean that I'm being dishonest or disingenuous with myself by saying, God help me. I need you right now. What do I do? How is that me not prioritizing honesty in your perspective?
It's interesting that you heard that as an attack and are now on the defense. I don't think it was.
Pardon? The defense?
It's interesting that you're responding as though that was an attack on your character.
Not really. I don't think it's an attack on my character. I think it's a reasonable question. I knew that this would be thought-provoking. The caption is, can you question your beliefs? So I think that's the least personal attack question I've gotten in the past few questions. Yeah, so no.
I'll just leave it at that. I don't have any more questions.
Well, thanks for having me up. It was pretty cool, and it did make me think of a few things.
I appreciate you coming up, and I hope that you do keep asking questions. If you come up with new answers and you want to question those, bring it back, and we'll definitely have more questions.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks for letting us put you through the ringer. It's a tough process, for sure.
Thanks for having me. Have a great night or day. Bye.
I guess we could throw some W's out there for happy. There was some questioning there. And if you've got a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. We're not here to Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I've come to a conclusion. We are brains in a vat. Our vats are just a body with cerebral fluid, but we are brains in vats. That is all.
Are you calling me a bat?
Well, you're a brain in a bat, yes, but I'm a brain in a vat.
It's just a cyber-shaped bat.
I meant
It's chrome and has wires that we have no idea what they go to.
chrome bat. Are skulls vats?
I mean, kind of technically, that's pretty anatomically accurate, to be fair.
They're containers. It's a container, right?
You have a membrane that's either blood-brain barrier. You have a separate fluid system for your central nervous system. Yeah, it's pretty vat-like, to be fair.
Whether you're a brain in a vat or a dry skull on bones, if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question it, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? And we had 2 phantoms in the queue. But now there are none.
How was Philly's live? I like she's doing doing art while she's talking with people.
Yeah, she let us do some mythicism, so it was fun.
Hell yeah. She talked to Ozzy.
Aussie, yeah.
I imagine that was fun. Was that fun?
It was lively. But it was good. It was where he's hopefully he and I will have more conversations in the near future. So I invited him to, join me on one of my panels or somewhere else, and we'll talk more. So he was I know where he's at. Like I got a good feel for his headspace. He was gracious enough to let me yap a bit. I mean, I did lay out a pretty thorough argument, and it got a little, he got a little, short circuited on me there for a second. Billy actually had to check him on it, but it was still handled well, and he was graceful. So we ended it on a good note.
Good to hear.
Hopefully, we'll continue the conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, he's been on this panel many times, and well, I'll just leave it at that because we have a guest. Hello, Anastasia. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 29 or 28. I lose track. I was wondering what you think of near-death experiences.
Well, I don't know what my thoughts would matter. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
And which god do you believe in?
I would say Jesus, but I mean, sometimes I feel like that kind of draws people away just saying that.
Interesting. Do you... Well, have you read the Bible?
Well, like I understand the Bible is like a collective of different people writing it, and it wasn't even during the time of Jesus' existence. But if you're to look at it from the Bible says that people see visions, and there are so many people that have spiritual experiences and also have died and come back and report very similar sounding stories. And I think
you have a
the collective
one-track mind,
experiences
don't
of all
you?
those cannot be
So you're not
dismissed.
capable of a conversation where you hear a question, answer a question. You just have an idea of what you want to say, and you're going to get there no matter what the question's asked.
Well, it's just most people aren't open to even learning about
Did you hear the
near-death
question that I
experiences.
asked?
Sorry, what was the question?
Fascinating. Does anybody else have a question that they would like to have ignored by Anastasia?
Yeah, do you think these near-death experiences are connected solely to Christianity?
Well, a lot of people do see Jesus, and people have also seen monks, and they've seen other people have seen other planets. They've seen deities that have bug faces. They've seen angel beings. They say that the near-death experience feels more real than reality itself.
So is it possible then that near-death experiences are just a brain function that have no connection to deity at all?
Well, I've tried DM letter T, and it is not like dying, that's for sure. Like the collective, so if you were to collect all the different similarities between that and, you know, you could say it's that dumping from your brain when you die, but the collective
Nobody asked you
details
anything
of
about
each
that.
are there,
Can you
and
repeat
they
back
cannot
the
be dismissed.
question? Are you capable of repeating back the question Cyber just asked? Yeah,
Never
didn't
mind.
think so. So you're not capable of an actual coherent conversation. You just have an agenda. Congratulations, you promoted whatever the hell that agenda was. But you're not here to question your beliefs. You're not here to actually hear a question, respond to it. You just have speeches prepared, and it's boring. Go make a video. I think there's a platform for that. It was strange.
Just think that if you're different religions, different people are having different things based on like cultural or background, a priori, raisings, then that would just show that these are just processes of the brain having nothing to do with deity itself.
But Cyber, she did letter name chemical that told her that...
That was funny. Oh my, that was so funny. I
Yeah.
laughed.
It was the most incoherent non-answer. Had nothing to do with anything you'd asked.
Right. What does that have to do with the near-death experience?
When we were studying experimental design in school, the two branches of studies that they showcase to tell you how not to design a study are near-death experience studies that were touted for a long time and reincarnation studies, because what they show is that uh, when they're actually assessed through like the true scientific method is that yeah, they're 100% culturally relative, and like if they're all giving completely different answers, then they're not confirming anything but your cultural bias and belief.
Hmm. Yeah, in
And
fact,
you're
there was a study that was done a number of years ago when I was working on my master's degree. We did a mock of it. And in our study, it was going to various ERs and placing things like on top of the doctor's heads, having them put a red dot on top of their head, putting little red X's on top of the shelves, places where you wouldn't be able to see if you were in the room, just walking in, but you'd only be able to see them if you're like floating above the body and stuff like that. Because most near-death experiences also include a leaving and returning to the body. And the doctors were required to where anytime they or their staff put themselves in a position where the person might have seen the dot, they had to note that down. Turns out that nobody saw these things. Even though they were claiming to, be floating above and stuff, they never actually saw these things that they should have saw.
now, Cyber,
Yeah.
when you talk about this study that you did in college, was it part of the AWARE study? Because that's the same thing that Sam Parnia describes in
Oh
his
yeah, that's
20
what I
year
was
one.
about to go into.
No, it was to kind of do our own reaffirming of that.
Oh, okay. So you were working off of the data that he'd already kind of published, I guess.
Correct.
Gotcha.
We were verifying.
And the question you asked her also, as we all know, it was, is it possible that this isn't attributed to a deity, but rather just the function of the brain? And immediately she jumped to that, the same chemical they always jump to. But that's not the only chemical that's going on at the time. I mean, there's adrenaline, which is a really powerful chemical, and the dying brain is going to be, it's going to be cranking out, I mean, everything to survive. It's going into survival mode. And I'm sure it's a real experience. I'm sure of that, but to attribute it to anything beyond something that's going on in the brain is just, that's just a leap that's, we're not there yet. Like they have no way of really locking that in. It's the more we study the brain and understand what's really going on,
Well, I think it would have been fine to explore further. I just found that they weren't even responding to questions. It was literally just one talking point to the next one, a purposeful statement, ignoring the question at hand. Could it have been a product of the brain? Well, I tried a chemical once, and no, it doesn't feel anything like that. That doesn't answer the question. That wasn't the question. So, why not
Yeah.
hear the
Also,
questions?
it's important to remember that the dissemination of dimethyltryptamine from your gland within your body internally is a very different experience than taking it intravenously or like orally or through inhalation.
Inhalant. Yeah.
Um,
We have a guest joining us. I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. I don't know how, but can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Did you mean to join us? Okay. Well, if you did, you're going to need to provide your age and interact. But maybe you just joining us, maybe you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or something like that. And maybe question that belief. If you think you can, well, there's plenty of boxes, and all you gotta do is request up. We're not gonna debate you. We're not here to argue, to tear you down, to make you feel small. We really just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and what is it you believe, and why do you believe it? And if you can't question, or you've questioned before, maybe you're all questioned out, but you want to hang out and listen, well, make sure you keep tapping that screen. We're up to 127,000 likes already, which is, I think, really amazing. Thank you guys so much. But of course, the more we do that, the more we get out to somebody's FYP who might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. I'm wondering if I should switch the questioner banner back on it. It does seem to invite just a little bit more engagement. It's not like the rules really change. They still have to have been able to question their beliefs to question me. Yeah. Just makes it look a little less crowded.
Oh, and I was going to say, just in remembrance of somebody who I'm fairly certain is probably blocked from this channel, but you've just committed the let's cyber on your panel fallacy. How's it feel to lose?
I'm not sure how that's a fallacy.
I don't know either. I don't know half the fallacies Deathless Light comes up with.
He makes a special, yeah, earlier, yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right near the end.
He made it about 30 seconds that time around.
Oh, on Unapologetic?
No, here.
Oh, up here? Yeah.
Oh, you don't have... I thought you had him blocked.
I have blocked him on multiple accounts, but the Deathless Light account still comes through sometimes, and
Do you still make him sing when he comes up here?
I didn't make him sing. That's the weird part. Like, he came up to give me a vocal lesson, to say that I was faking and I needed to talk more forcefully, more like him, and if I did this, well, then that would be, somehow more true, real. I don't know, but he insisted upon it, and then he started singing a Chris Cornell song.
Well, now that he's saying on panel, Spider-Man won't save him, so things will work out.
You only get one.
And I'm playing Skyrim, so if you hear clicking and it starts to bother you, let me know and I'll go on mute.
Yeah, no worries. At the moment, we have no one really to be bothered. No one up here questioning, anyways.
So everlasting. I'm kidding.
I have so many stories about that critter.
Interesting.
Yo.
There's somebody who hasn't been on my panel in months.
It's been a
Hello,
while,
sir.
How are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Good. Actually, I wanted to ask Cyber something because I thought he might be the guy to ask this.
Yeah.
Do you think Daniel, when it's talking about the resurrection of the dead, and it's talking about like a reward or whatever, it's talking about an afterlife?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think that there started to be a development from like Ezekiel, because you think Ezekiel's not talking about an actual resurrection, right? It's talking about like a political thing, right?
Possibly.
So you think there was a development there to like the idea of an afterlife among at least some groups of Jews?
Yeah, I think because like in Judaism today, like when we talk about like the life after, because you're familiar with like the Jewish view on it today, correct?
Well, it's my understanding that today there is no after. They don't believe in an afterlife, right?
No, not that there's not an afterlife. It's that everybody like there's no hell. The idea of hell isn't really there, not really. Depending on the sect of Judaism, so everybody's like going to eventually end up in the life hereafter. The scripture just doesn't describe it, so we don't have like a lot of information on it. Scripture just doesn't go into it. Now, depending on what sect of Judaism you go into, some sects are going to hold that I hate using the term purgatory, but it's probably the best way to describe it, is like depending on what your quote unquote sins are in life, you'll go and be like grounded to your bedroom for up to like a Jewish year. And during that time you get purified and then you're welcomed into the life hereafter. If you go into like Hasidic Judaism, and Kabbalah, there's an idea of a potential reincarnation in there, that you'll be reincarnated until you can enter the life hereafter, so on and so forth.
Do you think that there was an idea that started to develop about this idea that I don't know if this is like if this is how Jewish people would view it today. I assume not, but at the time when these texts are being developed and these ideas are kind of being figured out, do you think there was this idea that there would be some kind of divine intervention and like a cosmic change where there would be like this Son of Man figure that would be like an eternal judge, something like that would exist here on Earth and establish some kind of new cosmic kingdom? Do you think that kind of idea started to develop?
Like, what do you mean by new cosmic kingdom?
Like the Son of Man was going to be like someone that came down from heaven and it was going to like render judgment on the wicked and establish like a new kingdom here on Earth.
I don't know about that. It's because the idea of like the Messiah is the Mashiach is just like this this individual who's going to be a descendant of David, specifically through Solomon, and he's gonna reunite the kingdoms, the tribes. They're gonna get reunited, so there'll be no more Israel and Judah. There'll be one kingdom, and then through this reunification, there'll be world peace for the Jewish people, for Jerusalem, for the Israelites. And through all this will come the understanding for the world that Yahweh is like the one true God. And through this, it'll usher in like world peace. And then whether or not this Messiah is like an eternal being that's going to continue to live, or is it just going to be a person that ushers this in and then his dynasty is going to continue until the world hereafter comes in? That's kind of up in the air. There is some Jewish thought. I know probably right around Daniel is probably when we had this idea of an actual like end of a world.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. That's kind of what I'm trying to understand, because I don't know a lot about the Old Testament. I mean, I've read the Old Testament, but I don't think I've studied it nearly as deeply as you or a lot of other people on this app. So I'm trying to understand this, like, what the idea is of the end of the world and what the apocalypse means. I have a pretty good grasp, I think, of what it means at the time the New Testament's being written, but I'm trying to get an understanding of what it might mean in some of the Old Testament texts. So it sounds like you're saying there was like an idea of like, maybe not in the way we might think of it today, but a concept where there's going to be a change where there's going to be like the world as we know it now is just going to completely change.
Yeah. The idea is that so there's going to be like, because through the ushering in of like this all the world doing like Yahweh worship is going to usher in like a new covenant where the law will just be written on people's hearts, and then the earth itself goes through a transformation. So the earth itself will become like a perfected state on earth. But then we run into a situation like, so Daniel is looking at Jeremiah. Daniel, if you're to believe that Daniel was written during the Babylonian exile, I don't believe it is. I believe that it was a propaganda piece written during the Maccabean revolt. And it's just hearkening back to Babylon to give the Jewish people under the oppression of the Greeks some hope. But but the way it's being written is that Daniel's reading Jeremiah, and he's like, wait a minute, Jeremiah said we were supposed to be out of here in 70 years, and that time is coming, and we're still here. And then he does some like reinterpretation. Oh, it's 70 times 7, and that's when you have to do like these weird interpretations. So I think Daniel is looking at Jeremiah and is just making apologetics for why Jeremiah didn't come true. And that's something that I think that we've kind of continued on, where today Jewish people, reading Daniel came to realize, oh, well, this stuff ain't happening. So this is where we have the idea today that every generation has a Mashiach. And again, this term I hate using, but it's like, think of Avatar: The Last Airbender. It's, are the Jewish people ready for the Avatar, for the Mashiach abilities to be activated? But it's like every generation has a Mashiach. And once the Jewish people are ready, it'll be activated.
Okay, perfect. I was just trying to confirm a few things, and I think you helped me kind of understand it a little bit. And I didn't have all those concepts in mind, but the concepts I was confirming, you confirmed for me. So I appreciate that.
All right. Read the Old Testament, sir. Come on.
Well, I've read the Old Testament. I think when I was reading it, I wasn't really trying to understand it. You know what I mean? I was a Christian. That's fair. Reading it. So, but now I've tried to study a little. So I got into there's a lecture on YouTube by Yale from like it's a female scholar. I can't remember her name, and then Dale Martin does some of the lectures too. And me and a few people on here started studying Genesis pretty deep, and we got to like, I think like maybe Genesis chapter 7, and then we just kind of like quit doing it, right? But
that's fair.
But maybe I should start that up again. I don't know. It's a lot of work because the texts are so different, and they're so like there's a whole thing you have to go into for each book, right? The culture, context, when it was written, the author, and a lot of the books have multiple authors in them.
Yes.
Like, Genesis has what, like 4 authors, I think? Is that the
that I'm not certain about, but yeah, possibly.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think a lot of it's interesting. I just I haven't been able to get motivated enough to study it deeply, I think.
That's fair. Hey, I think you'll be happy to know too, though, that when Jaron comes out with his next book, he and I are probably going to be bumping heads on some of his views on the Tanakh.
I don't know if I'd be happy about that, but I think it's healthy. Personally, I think it's healthy for everyone to have disagreements and be in the same community of people, because it allows us, because if we have a lot that we agree on, we can reach common ground a lot in our discussions, right? So that's why. But I know me and Jaren's kind of gotten in a few fights, and I mean, it's probably I mean, it's not like I don't think we'll ever be friends or anything, but I think it's good that you and Jaren have disagreements because you guys have a lot that you agree on, so you guys can reach common ground when you're having discussions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyways, if you have questions though, feel free to DM me. I feel like we might be getting a WTF from Thrayle here shortly.
Okay. Okay. My bad. Yeah, I'll definitely do that.
We're not quite
Also,
there
real
yet,
quick,
but everlasting.
I was just going to say real quick. Justin breaks down Daniel really good too. I think he might even have some like YouTube videos posted on Daniel. So if you, I don't remember him talking too much about like the idea of an afterlife as much as the prophecy stuff. But if you want to like kind of unpeel that, he's really good at breaking that down.
Yeah, I might. Yeah, that's a pretty good idea. I was thinking about. So I started looking at. I read John J. Collins' book on. It's called Apocalyptic Imagery, where he goes over like sort of the Jewish apocalyptic thought and kind of goes through the development stuff. There's honestly a lot I didn't understand. I tried to understand it as best as I could, but he also has one that's like a commentary on Daniel that I was thinking about getting. Because I think when it comes to like talking to Christians, that might be one of the most important books in the Old Testament if you're trying to understand what's going on with the resurrection and afterlife and stuff.
Yeah, and if you're doing a deep dive into it, make sure you read at least First Enoch as well, and because if Jude quotes Enoch quite a bit, so read Enoch as well because there's a lot of crossovers.
Oh yeah. With both First and Second Enoch, and also with like some of the other stuff in Dead Sea Scrolls, like Fourth Ezra and Second Baruch, and there's a whole bunch of texts that have. Yeah, there's a bunch of people.
So like when, and it's something that a lot of Christians like don't realize because I think it's a shame that like Enoch and a lot of other things did not necessarily make it into the New Testament, but didn't make it in as like, hey, here's some good supplementary read. Because I think there's a lot of things that get misunderstood from Christian views of Daniel because they don't read Enoch. But if they read Enoch, then they'd make a lot more sense.
Yeah, all the stuff with the Son of Man and stuff would start to make a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Anyway, Thrayle, I didn't want to take over the live. Sorry about that. I was just.
Thrayle, this is Sir's show now. Can you give him big screen?
This live felt laid back enough to come up and ask that. So I hope I wasn't out of line there.
You came up at a great time, so it worked out well.
Okay, great.
Sir, I don't think you're getting big screen. I tried.
No. You got a questioner, but that was already up when he came up.
What else you guys got going on tonight?
Well, waiting for someone with a belief in a God who can question their belief. But what's likely going to happen is I'll get a bunch of ghosts in the queue and maybe 2 or 3 really good guests.
Yeah, that sounds kind of typical.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a few people who can't actually answer questions and they're going to crash out.
I mean, I didn't want to say that was going to happen, but yeah, probably will. Likely.
Did you guys hear? I don't know if you guys care about this, but you guys know Godless Engineer is, right?
Yeah.
He's going to be debating a preterist on Coco's Live in a few days.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah. I'll be interested in watching that one. I know that I saw Carrier I watched Carrier's video where he debated Don Preston, who's a preterist, and I think Carrier did a really, really good job. And I imagine Godless Engineer is going to get a lot of ideas from Carrier.
Yeah,
it's not a very tenable position to defend.
No, yeah, I agree. But I wonder. I mean, this. I think so. I think Cole knows this position well though because he hangs out with Paris all the time, and I don't know that like if they have a whole model of interpreting the text. I'm curious to see how well Godless is going to respond to it. But I think he'll do okay. I just thought I think it's going to be an interesting debate to watch.
I don't think I've ever heard Godless in a formal debate.
I watched I watched two of his mythicism debates. I watched one where he debated Camille Gregor and Chrissy Hansen, and personally I think he did really bad in both those, but I could be biased. And then I think he did a debate on the resurrection with the Christians. Somehow that rings true to me, but I can't remember who it was that I watched.
I had somebody, trying to remember whose live it was on, but they hopped up and I guess they work with Jay Dyer.
Oh boy.
But they were like, "Hey, would you be willing to debate Jay Dyer?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm not a philosopher. I'm not like all that well read in philosophy, but like, what's in it for me?" Well, if it be on Myth Vision, and if you actually go out there, there'd probably be like
Like modern day.
$5,000 in for it to you.
I thought
If
it was
you do it,
modern day debates.
oh yeah,
not
modern day debates. Yeah, modern day debates. And if you do it, at home online, then there'd probably be like $500 to $1,000. I'm like, well, I mean, if there's $5,000 into it, I don't care if I get my teeth kicked in. I'll do it.
Do you know what argument he runs, right? Mostly.
Yeah, it's tag.
Yeah, I mean, surely you can be prepared for that.
Yeah.
Tag's a bunch of nonsense.
Right.
You should watch. Have you ever talked to Aimdeer?
No.
Oh yeah, I don't think he hasn't been on in a while, but Aimdeer did called into him once and talked to him, and Aimdeer made him look really stupid. But yeah,
Have you ever heard Slurms run tag?
Yeah, it's funny.
It's hilarious, and it's probably the best version you'll ever hear.
Yeah, Slurms runs tag better than most preceptors.
Yeah,
right.
It's scary.
But yeah, so that's the thing is, yeah, I know he's a precept, and I'm like, I get that, but I'm not like I'm read a little bit into the philosophy literature, but I'm not like well deep dove read into it. But yeah, he runs tag, so like.
Also, with the have you guys ever heard the people run Ting? It's
yes.
I've heard
funny.
Tang.
Yeah,
I've heard Mezzo run Tang.
Yeah, the transcendental argument for non-God. Right.
Right.
And it just plays the same game that they do. And every time you get cornered, you just say, when in the theist asks, what's the evidence? You just say, well, by virtue of the impossibility of the contrary. Right? And you just run the same dumb game they do, where you just basically presuppose that God doesn't exist, right? And you just say, that's the only way you can ground knowledge and all this stuff, ground these transcendentals.
Have you ever heard Dingo's argument against tag? I wish I could articulate it. Styx can articulate it a little better, but it doesn't do exactly what you're describing with Tang, just the reverse Uno card. It actually unpeels it and it disables it. It's solid. It's so over my pay grade. I could never rehash it. I can't recapitulate it the way like Styx would be better at doing that. I haven't seen Dingo in a while, but it's pretty solid. It's I don't think.
I thought the Ting thing was funny. I heard someone running Ting, right? And then they at the end of it, like the Christian was getting really frustrated. He's like, all this just sounds really stupid. And then the guy running Ting was like, yeah, that's kind of the point. That's kind of the point. This is
Yeah.
what you sound like. That's the whole point.
Yeah, it's a reductio. Yeah, I call it the toddler's argument for God, because it's literally it's nothing makes sense without this God, and I'm gonna just throw a temper tantrum if you ask a clarifying question, if you question it at all, or if you get me off my script. And that's what they always do. Everybody that runs tag always crashes out as soon as you ask a question, and it's like it's just not fun.
I'm still trying to figure out what they mean when they say the impossibility of the contrary.
What they mean is that. Oh, go ahead, Thrayle.
I was
Sorry.
just going to say it's the presupposition from really any standpoint.
Yeah.
Oh, like I know that, but they'll always be like the impossibility, and then you're like, but why explain that? And they're like, what do you mean explain it? I'm like, yeah, how is it impossible? Like I don't get it. Tell me how it's impossible.
What they try to what the game is to get you to justify the transcendentals, right? And the issue is when you start to justify them, they're going to point out issues with your justification, right? Because a lot of these transcendentals, there's not like a lot of them are just kind of presupposed. You know what I mean? Like logic is kind of language we use that we presuppose, and they're presupposing it too. There's no like just because God exists doesn't mean that's the only way that can be justified. That's the claim they're making that they're never going to provide an argument for. And the argument when they say due to the impossibility of the contrary, the only reason they have to think that is because they're trying to turn the burden of proof onto you to justify the transcendentals. But you don't have to do that. That's not your goal. Their goal is to they have to prove their claim, not the other way around.
No, if you really want to watch them lose their minds, just grant them everything. Be like, I'm going to grant you everything except that it ties to your deity. Like, tie it to your God. Because they get so used to people fighting it that when you actually grant them things, like, they never get that far in their script, so they've never even opened up that part of the book.
I watched Trust But Verify. Trust But Verify did that to Ross Soul one night, and it was beautiful. He hand walked him right into the glass door. I wish I could remember exactly how he did it, but all I remember is listening to him, and he kept like, okay, I give you that. I'll go with that. I'll grant that, all the way until it got to that point of like, now tie it together, and he couldn't do it. And that was honestly, that was right about the end of, I know Russell still kind of like, he still likes to say tag is the greatest argument or whatever, but he really doesn't run it anymore. He's like kind of shifted gears. And this was right around the time that he started to kind of like.
Did you see the message he sent to Flinzer?
No.
He told Flinzer
That's gotta be a good.
He told Flinzer he's deconstructing.
Oh yeah, I did know about that. I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know about his letter to Flinzer or message to Flinzer.
Before
But
we go too much farther, he's also a regular viewer here, and appreciate him. I see a change in someone, an ability to question their beliefs, and I have to give respect to that. I appreciate him.
Yeah, sure. I've never had a problem with Saul. I like Saul. I think he's kind of goofy and like he's wrong on a lot of stuff, but I don't think there's like he's a bad dude or anything.
Well, I know there was somebody that he debated and they kind of wrecked his worldview. And Ross Soul's wife is Mormon. And for a while there, he was thinking about converting to Mormonism, but he hopped in a live where I was debating a Mormon, and I was kind of questioning the Mormon about some of their views concerning, God once being human. And Ross Soul's in chat like, wait, that's actually what they believe. And so I think it was like a compilation of a few things that just kind of wrecked Ross Soul.
Well, wrecking Ross Soul while he's not in the room. It feels a little weird to keep keep on this subject, but
yeah, sorry.
but I can appreciate that. I like to see people actually recognizing, error in their arguments or their assumptions, and I've definitely seen that with him and many of our viewers. And if you are open to seeing error in your assumptions, well, we've got boxes up here, and we're not here to argue or debate. This isn't a place to wreck your worldview, but it is a place, well, I don't know, maybe it may get wrecked, but only through gentle questioning. If you can question your beliefs, then go ahead and request out.
Did y'all know that the Mormon Church invented their own alphabet for a while, and we're trying to get people to use it, and it's still a wingdings font to this day in some software.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, they're a weird group, those Mormons.
Yeah, and to be clear, by saying Raw Soul got wrecked, I'm not saying like I beat him or anybody beat him. I think he just began to realize some things.
Yeah,
like, oh no.
I think we all knew what you meant, and I didn't want to leave it like it was implied the wrong way, but I can see how you thought that.
Yeah.
Mormons. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Cyber.
I was going to. No. Go ahead.
Mormon. So I heard Mormons. So when they go to the temple or whatever it's called the first time, like the woman get a special name, and it's like a secret name that only they're supposed to know. And they have to tell their husband the name, but the husband doesn't have to tell them the husband's name.
Yeah. So I was married. My ex-wife was Mormon. I was married to her for like 8 years. So when they go through the temple, they believe that the temple ordinances are like exactly what they did at the temple in Israel during Second Temple era Judaism. Mm-hmm. And so essentially, now keep in mind, I've never been Mormon. I may have borrowed one of my friends' recommends who's leaving Mormonism. It may have gone a couple of times just to see some things. But what they do is so in Mormonism, and Mormonism right now is going through some huge changes right now theologically. Mormons have this thing where like they believe in like modern day revelation. So just because Joseph Smith taught something, or just because it's said in the Bible or the Book of Mormon or is once church doctrine, they believe, that God does like progressive revealing of things through modern day revelation. So they used to teach, and this is important, they used to teach that God was once human, and that he has a God. It's just a regression of gods. Mm-hmm. And that God became exalted and created us. We're his creation. And then we could become gods, and we would get exalted, and we get to create worlds. This is a theology they're going away from. They're pushing hard against it now. But in the temple, they have what are called saving ordinances. Baptism, in order to go to heaven, you have to be baptized. Mm-hmm. Which is why they also do baptisms for the dead. You have to be baptized. They also do a thing called initiatory, and you'll notice a lot of like connections here to Masonry, to Freemasonry. Initiatory is where you go, you get anointed with oil, and you're made a priest and like priestess for God. And then you go through the endowment ceremony, which is where it's essentially a retelling of Genesis, and they do some hand signals, hand and handshakes and secret things like that. They'll say it's sacred, but it's like secret. They also believe that Peter, James, and John were in the garden. That's part of
the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, that's part of the endowment. They believe that Adam is Michael, like the Archangel Michael.
Did Peter and all them get reincarnated? Is that what they think?
It's like they're spirits because they believe, and this is where the name comes in. So before you were put into your body, you were what's called an intelligence. and an intelligence has like you have your heaven name, or they'll refer as your new name. And so Peter, James, and John were helping Jesus create the world because they're not Trinitarians. They believe that God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit are three separate persons and beings, that they share. God is like a title. So if you're at a party, you would stand here and talk to God, the Father. And then if you wanted to talk to Jesus, you'd walk across the room and talk to Jesus. And then if you want to talk to the Holy Spirit, you'd go to the other room. Like they're literally three separate beings, but they all share like the essence of, they have a divine essence they share. So they're all God, like a title. And so your new name that you receive is the name that is what your spirit's name is. When you're an intelligence, it's what your spirit's name is.
The name prior to you being human, right?
Correct. And so when you get married, and whenever you go in, if you've been to the temple before, every time you go through, you're standing proxy for somebody who's dead, and you're standing in for them, and you're doing their initiatories and their endowment. And so you'll receive the new name. And then when you get married, they have this whole veil, and the husband brings his wife through the veil. And as part of that, she has to reveal her name. However, my ex-wife, we're not married no more. My ex-wife, if she gets remarried, if they get married in the temple, then yes, she would, when they're doing the sealing ceremony, she would reveal that name.
Well, what happens if you both have the name?
Like if she knows her husband's name?
No. So if she is remarried, right, and she gave you her name, and then she gives her new husband her name, you both have her name. Isn't the name supposed to be secret?
Yes, kinda. Because the idea is the husbands resurrect their wives. Again, this is a theology the Mormons might be going away from, but the idea is that during the resurrection, husbands will be at their wives' graves, and through the Melchizedek priesthood will be the ones resurrecting their wives, and they'll do so through using their name, like your freaking Dragonborn.
If you had her name, what I'm saying is, if you had her name and you two are no longer married, in theory, you could resurrect her, right? And take her from the husband, right?
Possibly.
I'm just wondering what they think about that. Like that.
Right.
Oh. There are a lot of flaws in that one.
But
if anybody has a belief like that, go ahead and request up. We are here just to question your beliefs, not to debate them, debunk them, or argue against them. So if you do have a belief, go ahead and hit one of those boxes, because I feel like, I don't know, they might be thinking we're trying to tell all the believers that they're wrong, and maybe they're right. Maybe that's
and 3 Pips, you were absolutely correct. The names are, so when you do the new names, because there'll be times when because when you're doing the thing, like there's something that's said like, because there's a lot of things that you repeat, and you'll say like, standing for and in behalf of brother or sir who is dead. And if you forget, and there's times when you have to recite the under your breath, you do it like quietly in your head, because they don't want people to realize that day all the men have the same name and all the women have the same name. Like it's something like, and 3 Pips is right. I think being sealed to them is like the requirement. But the issue that you run into there is like, when I pass away, my three youngest are probably going to end up being raised Mormon. And due to divorce paperwork, I have no say in that. But they, when I pass away, they can have me baptized, and then they can go through and have her and I sealed together, because the only church requirement for that is if we were married on earth, then our children could have us, or family could have us sealed together. And that's where the question comes in, because the church still somewhat practices polygamy. So the idea is like, what happens if a woman was, married to multiple men, maybe she divorced once, got divorced like once or twice, was widowed once or twice. Say there's a possibility of she was married to 4 men, and the children have her sealed to all those husbands. How does that work in the afterlife? That I don't know. It'd be weird. But yeah, the Mormons, though, they're going through this weird theological shift right now. In fact, they're changing a lot of their hymns right now, too. There's one primary song with Baptized where it used to say, "an earth made clean again," and they're changing that to "the earth made clean again," because they're trying to push away from this idea of exaltationism. And Mormons used to really push back against wearing crosses. Gordon B. Hinckley, a number of years ago, essentially, he was asked, why don't Mormons wear crosses? And he's like, well, the entirety of the atonement is important, but we focus on that he lives. And we kind of view crosses as idol worship. So we don't wear crosses. But Temple Square now has a statue of Jesus carrying the cross. And there's some Mormons that are really upset about that. They're like, wait, we grew up being told this was idol worship.
Interesting. Yeah, it's. I mean, it seems like religions go through changes. Like each religion goes through changes every few hundred years. So it's probably about their time to start having their first big revamp, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it sounds like Vatican II, redid a lot of their rules around Mass, and a few different things about like what language Mass was presented in, and trying to make it more accessible to the people. And there was a lot of people that were very upset about that.
Yeah, and then you had the Protestant Reformation a couple centuries before that, and then a few centuries before that, you had the Great Schism, right? Like Christianity went through a bunch of changes too, like that, where the whole thing kind of got revamped a little bit.
Well, then I remember they changed confession when, like, right before I was confirmed, to where it was like face to face, and everybody was like, "What? That's like this is not the point to be like shamed face to face by your priest." And so like confession just like died.
I wonder why they changed that. I wonder what the thought was there. Oh, what's up, Kason?
Hello, Kason. Can you let us know your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 24.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah,
And which god do you believe in?
I'm a Christian, so a Christian God.
Is there a particular denomination?
Yeah, I'm a Catholic.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No.
Why not?
That would take a while.
Does it matter to you if the Bible is true or not?
Yeah, some parts of it.
It matters if it's true, but not enough to read it?
Well, it would take a while. I have other things I need to do on a day-to-day basis. I'm sure I'll get there someday.
Do you believe the stories of the Bible are true?
Like which ones?
Sure. The global flood,
No.
Adam and Eve.
Some parts of it, but no, not for the most part.
6-day creation.
No.
Do you believe those parts of the Bible are false?
Well, they're false, but I don't think they're like attempting to tell truth, if that makes sense.
You don't think they're attempting to tell truth? You don't think those are attempts?
Yeah, like
to
I don't think that like Genesis is an attempt to describe history.
Then what is Genesis 1 an attempt to do?
Well, I think it's a story. The intended purpose behind the story that's debated upon, but just given context on how ancient Near Eastern people would typically go about giving messages, it seems as if we should be more inclined to think that they weren't speaking literally as opposed to thinking that they were, just in virtue of like how people around that time frame used to typically go about writing things.
When does the Bible become true, chronologically? Which stories would be true?
Oh, I have no clue.
Do you believe the Exodus?
Yeah, some parts of it.
Some parts. Which parts?
I'm not sure.
Why did your quest up, Kason?
I don't know, it just seems like a pretty cool life. We have a skeleton as the host. I don't know, it just seemed pretty inviting.
I see.
Jason's a good friend of mine.
So
I've seen Jason around, actually.
So I have a question concerning the Trinity, if I may.
Oh, he left.
Oh,
Oh, dang it.
Guess he didn't want to question his beliefs. I
Well,
actually follow Kason. I've seen him debate.
Nice. So the Trinity seems to be one of these things that whenever people try to explain it, like you can't explain it without falling into a heresy.
Yeah, I mostly agree with that. I think what they try to do is they try to come up with these different versions of what they mean by what it means, what God means, and they mean God is like some kind of like status, not that identificator, like not who the person's identified as. So like, think about like numbers, right? So like, if I said there's the number 3, that's like one number, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in a sense, it's also 3 because it's the third number, something like that. And God would be the number, but the 3 would be how many persons there are.
Well, the question that I always have is, so let's say there's a party that we're at. We're at the final judgment after party. You made it. You're in heaven. You made it. If you're Mormon, you're in the celestial kingdom. You made it. And I want to talk to the Father. So I'm talking to the Father. But then I want to talk to the Son. Do I stay there and continue talking to the Father, who's also the Son? Or do I walk across the room and go talk to the Son? And I'm done talking to the Son, but now I want to talk to the Holy Spirit.
Well, they would say that you could be talking. I think they would say you could be talking to 3 persons there. But if you mean how many gods are you talking to, it'd be 1.
Well, yeah, I know it's one God. But like because you run into like if the Father is identical to the God and the Son is identical to God, well, then the Father would just be identical to the Son. But they'd say no because they're separate persons. And so that's the thing where I'm like, well, how do we cash this out with them being separate persons, but in the same body or whatever? Or are they in the same body? How does that cash out?
When they say when they say that Jesus is God, they mean by essence, not by identity. So it's kind of like one analogy I heard was, and by the way, I think this is all kind of a silly way to avoid the question, just to say that on the live, talk that way about them. But so like one example I heard was like clay, right? If I took clay and made a statue and made like another statue and a third statue, right? And you asked me how many statues there are, we would say 3. But if you ask me how many clay there are, right? The essence of the statues are clay. So there's still one clay, right? But there's 3 persons. There's 3 statues.
Well, see, I had somebody trying to explain it that way once, but then another Catholic hopped up and was like, "No, that's a heresy, because it's 3 separate statues. It's still one clay, but the statues themselves are individual statues." So that turned it into the heresy.
But they're not individual clays. So, and I think that concept is the concept that's talked about. Is what's trying to be communicated. It's not the Nicene Creed. It's the one after. I can't remember which one, but Chalcedonia maybe, where they're talking about God being an essence. And I think that's kind of what's trying to be said, is that there's kind of an essence, and this is what, when you have this essence, you're God. And they're saying 3 different persons have that essence. But I think where it gets tricky is if you think God is something that can be picked out, right? Like if I can pick out God in the world and interact with it or point to it, right? And when you say something like, when I'm talking to Jesus, am I talking to God? Right? If they say yeah, and then you say the same thing about the Father and they say yeah, but then you ask, when I'm talking to Jesus, am I talking to the Father? That's where it starts to get kind of tricky. It seems to be, now they're kind of violating transitivity there.
Well, and yeah, and that's a thing that I go, because if they are separate persons, I should be able to talk to them as separate persons, not one person. And so that's where it's like, huh. But yeah, it's just one of those things that I've learned that every time they try to explain it, seems that there's always a heresy. And I think the best thing I've had is I asked somebody once, and they're like, "Look, I'm not going to try to explain it to you. There's no way to explain it without going to a heresy. All I'm going to say is it's the great divine mystery."
That's probably what an Orthodox would say. They like appealing to mystery.
Yeah, this chart I've got here, it's so wild. It's all the heresies. And I know you can't read it, the print is too small, but like I'm sitting here reading it, and it's just it goes from modalism to docetism to monophysitism to apollinarianism to Arianism, adoptionism, Nestoritarianism, tritheism. It covers all these heresies in this chart, and then in the center, the Orthodox is it's 3 persons, 1 being, 3 subjects, 1 object, 3 selves, 1 God. The hypostatic union. So this is the traditional Orthodox Catholic idea of the Trinity, and even Catholics, like they're at odds with the Orthodox over what that even means. So
yeah, I think it's really what's kind of interesting is if you read the Nicene Creed, it's almost like every line is created out of a heresy. So the entire theology seems like the Christian theology we see today comes from them arguing with heretics. If there's a heretic they don't like, that they didn't like, by they I mean like the proto-Catholics, the earlier Christians, that developed into them disagreeing with that heretic and it being part of the theology. Just like read the Nicene Creed and look at each line. Each line's like, well, this is our God. And when you think about what is that, it's combating a heresy.
Mm-hmm.
And they wasted no time in like squashing out everything that they considered a heresy.
Yeah. But I think I'm going to hop down. Appreciate everybody.
Yep, you have a good
Yeah,
night.
good night, sir.
Good night.
How long have I been muted?
Too long.
I don't know when that happened. Damn. Well, appreciate you being here, sir. Great questions. And if you can question your beliefs in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not looking to tear you down, burgle your gods, or make you look like a fool. I really just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it you believe, and why do you believe it? And maybe I might have a few more questions for you. Ugo Boss asks, are you AI? Are you?
You mean as the AI? Look at that, it's a skeleton.
Right? I think if Ugo is AI, apparently. Congratulations. Do you, as an AI, also believe in a god or gods, higher power, or something like that? Because that would be fascinating. Oh, I see. Matrix.
So speaking of skeletons, though, something that I am super excited for is that I can't remember which streaming service it's going on, but Tales from the Crypt in its entirety is getting released.
That's awesome. I would imagine it would be on an HBO or affiliate.
Yeah, it might be. I want to say Tubi. For some reason, Tubi's sticking out to me.
Wow. That's even better. People can watch it for free.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I love Tales from the Crypt so much.
So, I have a son who is scared to death of Ghostbusters, even the animated Ghostbusters, but loves Tales from the Crypt Keeper.
Well, Tales from the Crypt Keeper was awesome. It was a great show.
Yeah, I was afraid of The Wizard of Oz, but like The Nightmare Before Christmas was my favorite movie, and my parents did not understand that. Of course, Crypt Keeper more scary than Nightmare Before Christmas.
To this day, the only scary movie that I've ever thought was scary was the original Salem's Lot. And when I saw it as a kid, like it stuck with me. Like even to this day, I think about it sometimes. Like, yeah, I can imagine how that really made me feel at like 6, I think 7 years old when I saw that. And like it ruined horror movies for me because nothing has ever scared me like that since then.
I refrained from doing it, but admittedly, at one point, when the What the Fuck screen was up, I was thinking about playing one of the What the Fuck songs, just while you were going on about strange Mormon customs. It felt fitting, but I didn't want to be rude to Sir's questions.
I'm still thinking about those wingding alphabet, Mormon alphabet. Like and I'm thinking about like the original Battlestar Galactica, and they had like weird characters written on some of their spacecraft. And I'm wondering if because the original Battlestar Galactica was a Mormon production, and I know there's a lot of Mormon theology in that like original narrative. I'm really curious what these wingdings are.
I'm trying to think because there was like a lot of like other symbols, and then because I was watching a documentary about the alphabet, and then some of the symbols got incorporated into other shorthands, and it was a phonetic alphabet. So one of the benefits of it is that it would reflect the accent of the person that was writing in it. There's like not standardized spelling, but then that also creates like other issues as well. And then like there was a book that they mentioned that has like, because normally wingdings are used to like create borders and all kinds of things, and so there is a book that they showed a picture of that had the Mormon alphabet used to like create a border, but it was just like nonsense because they didn't know what it was. It was just like abstract symbols to them.
Now, in this alphabet, did Joseph Smith ever say like which tribe or anything it came from, or where he got it from?
No, it wasn't like this was just or what it's called, like the Deseret alphabet. So wait, I think it was that they were saying that it was like some alphabet, but it was like they were saying that they were knowingly like creating it out of whole cloth, like not that it was coming from somewhere, but they were like trying to like create more of a distinct like Mormon culture and like more of a footprint, and like by like distinguishing themselves with their own writing system.
No, that checks out, because like there's a few cities in Utah that are written one way, but they're intentionally mispronounced because that's how they were going to know who wasn't Mormon. So for example, there's Hurricane, Utah, but it's spelled like hurricane. So if you go there and you were to ever say, I'm trying to get to Hurricane, well, they know you're not Mormon because you're pronouncing it hurricane, not hurricane. And then they'd like shun ya or know what they can and can't say around you.
Yeah, it was the Deseret alphabet, and it was developed in Salt Lake City by Parley Parker Pratt and George D. Watt.
but everlasting. The question I have for you though is, what is the best flavor of God stoppers?
The schnozberries.
You do know what Roald Dahl used that word to refer to in his other works, right?
I am aware.
Is
Rav
it boogers?
has enlightened me.
No,
Yes. Well,
it wasn't.
it's well, I believe it's a reference to Jewish people, if I'm not mistaken. Correct? No,
I don't know.
I thought that's what Rav had told me.
Oh, that makes
But
it
it is
so much
boogers.
darker.
It is booger. Yeah.
Wait, what word?
Schnozberries.
Oh, now I gotta look up, cause yeah.
Oh, I think I know what you're referring to, Thrayle. That's not what I don't think that's.
Yeah, because he was definitely
What?
anti-Semitic.
I don't know. I don't know if it was a reference to that. What did you find everlasting?
It is a genitalia reference.
That's what I was.
Yeah,
always
I hadn't heard that one before.
under the impression of.
But that's what the Google AI said. But I recall, I could be wrong about this, but I'm sure that's what Rav had told me before. It like it's the schnoz reference, and what the actual berries would be boogers, and it's a weird, yeah, I don't know, but I had no idea about the genitalia reference.
So yeah, I was just reading some of the things. Yeah, he was extremely anti-Semitic, and his family in 2020, they're putting out a documentary, and they actually put a pretty big apology in it. But he did some Schmolocaust apologetics, saying that Hitler never would have done what he did without a reason, without a good reason.
I did not know that.
With Jewish people, with us running the media,
the same old script.
Yeah, and that the term anti-Semitic is just you're not allowed to say anything bad about us. Which is something I think everlasting. I think you've probably heard both myself and Rav. Like that's something that I do feel like not all, I wouldn't even say the majority of Jewish people, but there are some Jewish people that if you like, it's one thing to critique the Tanakh. You can critique the Hebrew scripture, just like you can critique the Quran. It's fine, not a problem. Now, if you're in the process of like critiquing, say, the Quran, but you just assert that all Muslims are P3DOs because of Muhammad's actions, well, then you might be crossing over into some Islamophobia, if you do that. But if you're just critiquing the text and the book and an individual, that's not Islamophobic. That's not anti-Semitic if you're doing it towards the Jewish people or towards a Jewish person. But if you're like just throwing out that all Jewish people must do this, then that's when lines get crossed.
I'll be honest, when the Aisha thing comes up, I just I cringe. I'm like, oh my God. I'm so exhausted from it. I really want to hear Kat and Tav run the why does Allah hate happy people? I'm very curious about that because I've tried researching a little bit of that on my own in the Quran, and I could see how you could probably, concoct that or whatever. I could see how you could probably pull that from the Quran.
Pull what?
But I'm curious the idea that why does in the Quran seems to indicate that Allah is very displeased with happy people.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm curious to hear more about that position, making that argument from the Quran, or at least pointing that out.
I just want to know why Allah doesn't know how to do math.
Oh, look who's here.
Look who's here. I have been driving down the coast almost the whole time the show's been on, and so my service has been in and out, but I just got out of that and done, and right in time for you to say that you wanted to hear more about God hating happy people.
Yes.
Well, real quick, my phone's about to die, so I'm going to hop down. But Kat, you'll be happy to know that I now accept that Thrayle is a brain in a bat, and I'm a brain in a vat. The vat just happens to be a body with a skeleton and cerebral fluids.
I thought you were going to say something else. And I had my finger hovering, just waiting for you to say it. But you're not.
What, you lost the game?
Where'd he go? Okay. Okay. Everlasting. So I actually did this 2 nights ago. Thrayle?
Maybe.
If I ran it by myself?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And it didn't go well. He got upset.
It always
about the. Yeah, but he got upset for a different reason. He said, "Well, I'll let you go on."
Hi. First of all, hi Blake. Hi Bats. Hi Everlasting. Hi Thrayle. How are we tonight?
Hi Kat.
Hello. Hi Kat.
Dandy.
Are you okay, Thrayle?
Oh yeah, no, it's been a journey of nearly no believers. Mm-hmm.
I've caught little snippets of and kind of gathered something like that. But look, 140k likes and 103 people and 103 shares. That's amazing. Good job.
Yeah.
Good job, guys. Yeah. You're doing great.
Thank you, Kat. Finally, somebody said so. I was yelling at Thrayle in the comments, and he wouldn't pay attention. Finally, somebody.
Yeah,
Did
no, those
anybody
numbers are
ruin the
amazing. I think that's those are all really high. So great, fucking awesome.
Hell yeah.
And I'm usually telling you you're not doing good enough, but yeah, that was fucking awesome tonight. Cyber, you're one of my favorite people too. You and all your weird hats and. Okay, so Everlasting. They always get mad. It's funny to me how mad they always get, but it is for different reasons. Not always necessarily the same thing, right? So the God hates happy people thing. If you look at Surah 2876, I'm not going to forget that now. It says, I do love it. It says that, I don't know what, like, it's going to depend on what English translation you're reading, exactly what the wording is, right? But it says that God hates, usually it says, like, I think it would probably in English say prideful more often than happy. But the Arabic word literally means happiness or happy. It also can mean pridefulness. It's kind of like a fucking bullshit semantic thing, but it's really funny how angry it makes them.
Okay, and you said Surah 2876?
Yep.
Is the word in question would be exultant? Exultant?
Oh, is that what it says in the translation that you're looking at? Read it. Can you read it for me?
Yeah. Yeah, it says, indeed, Quran was from the people of Moses, but he tyrannized them, and we gave him of treasures whose keys would burden a band of strong men. Thereupon his people said to him, do not exult. Indeed, Allah does not like the exultant.
Yes, that would be the one. So prideful, exultant. But like the Arabic word is the Arabic word for happy. It just contextually can also mean something like boastful or prideful. But it is literally translated, it would be like happy.
There's one translation that says, do not be glad with ungratefulness to Allah's favors.
There you go. Yeah, something. And so the fun thing about this is they say it doesn't say that, and then you tell them where it says that. And then they say, no, they're talking about like pridefulness or boastfulness. And then you say, yeah, but what does the word literally mean? Like, what does it mean? Like, this guy literally said it himself. He was like, yeah, okay, it means happy, but also it means, I was like, you just said it. And like I said, it kind of is a cheap shot and like a semantic thing, but it's really fun.
What do you think is achieved by that line of questioning?
Nothing. Not much. That's why I don't ever ask it until it's already been made clear that it's like we're not going anywhere.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
It's something else to talk about instead of Aisha.
Oh my god, I like it so much better. I think they get angrier. They get so angry about that, like so much angrier than Aisha. But yeah, no, it's like at the end of the questioning, or when I know the questioning is not going anywhere, and like it's gonna end soon, like it's just fun. I just like it. It's so much better than Aisha.
Well, before you disparage too much about the what happened to Aisha and everything, Aisha's the main reason I left Islam.
No, I'm not disparaging what happened to Aisha. I'm disparaging the way people use it.
It's one of the biggest atrocities Muhammad ever committed.
Right, and
that's not the way people use it.
Right.
They use it as Everlasting was mentioning before, as a way to kind of paint every Muslim as guilty of that.
Well, I'm gonna say one thing, the Islamic God is no more a pedophile than the Jewish one, or the Muslim one, or the any of them. They all seem to have a pattern of hurting people that are lesser than vulnerable. Yeah.
And like as much as I think it's important to push back against those that are making apologetics for it. It's still the reason I said it cringes me out is because listening to people make apologetics for it is nauseating when it's like we know what they're going to say and it's just like, oh boy, here we go again. Is it really possible that humanity is this? Like there are people who really think like this.
Well, and that's the other thing that I don't like about the Aisha thing is they have a bazillion apologetics for it, and we all know what they're gonna say, and it's just like it's no more productive than why does God hate happy people? Honestly, why does God hate happy people might be more productive just because it throws them off and they're not expecting it.
What would you say is the most, or has been the most productive question you've seen in a...
With a Muslim?
Yeah.
I think it really depends on the person. You remember that one night when it was just you and me and you were getting the poem ready and this guy came up and he was a Muslim and I was questioning him because you were getting the poem ready and we were both like so floored by how productive and polite and respectful it was. Do you remember that? I think like that sticks out to me as like a really like memorable conversation, but I don't remember any specific questions because he answered all of them that I asked him, like really honestly, As far as like actually getting, not that I've seen, not that I know, not that I remember, but he definitely was questioning his beliefs.
Oh, they came back the other night. It was the.
Was it Strong?
No.
Okay, never mind.
Okay.
I'm combining two
she
people.
remembers Strong, yeah.
No, I remember
That's
Strong.
different.
Yeah, that's different. Different guy. This was like months ago that this happened. But I think that I don't know. I wish I knew what would be a productive thing to ask them like every time, or at least most of the time. Because I would love to have a productive conversation, but I think that they're not often questioning their beliefs or capable of, and I don't think it's necessarily always their fault.
What do you think is the most productive question with a Christian?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think why is always really productive. Like, why God? Why this God? What compels you? I think that might be productive with most people who have a theology. But I also think that, like, if I'm talking like something specific to the Christian theology, I probably, I'm trying to think of what. It really depends on if they're gonna honestly answer the questions or not, but usually questions about the omnis I think are really interesting and productive if they're being honest and answering, I think we get somewhere with that. I think God being good. I think a lot of them who are like honestly questioning their beliefs are really concerned with the problem of evil a lot of the time and have a lot of questions about that. For me, I think the productive questions lie less in theology specific questions and more in like person specific questions, because I think beliefs are like very deeply emotional.
So it's more about the ones that get to the root or shake that foundation.
I think making people reflect on like really like take a step back and look at why they believe it is probably the most important thing. Like if you can get them to stop doing their rinse and repeat apologetic answers and like really make them like stop for a second and think about, but why do I believe this? I think that's the most productive thing.
In my experience, the question that Cyber had for when we first joined the panel, the woman you were speaking to, and he asked the question about prayer, about the power of prayer. I've had that same question. Like, I can see the shift in their confidence in the discourse up until the question of the power of prayer gets brought up, and really like breaking that down, what that would entail, and they have a limited amount of apologetics for it, but at the end of the day, it's a pretty cut and dry conversation. Especially if they're adhering to, the Gospels as the gospel truth, and Jesus saying, "Anything you ask in my name," so on and so forth. So, I think that's a pretty powerful question.
I think you're right. I think that reminded me, an OG cat favorite. Does the God have to exist for it to be meaningful? Great question. I love that one.
What do you think is the most effective question for you?
Like that I ask, or for me to be asked?
For you to be asked.
Ooh. Just in general? Or like about... I think that I probably have I probably lean more towards asking other people questions that I also think are effective for me to be asked. So I think probably why questions are good for me, and help me critically think the most and work through things the most, is really having to examine why I make the assumptions or have the inclinations towards or away from things that I do. I think that I've always kind of been a why person, like knowing why, or knowing like the process by which things like work or happen. So I think, anything that is a why question is probably very effective for me.
Why?
Because it forces me to engage with whatever the thing is, and also try to reason it out myself without like having the answer given to me. That was a good follow-up to that, though.
Mm-hmm. It had to be.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
Everlasting, did you have a question?
No, I was just gonna add. I'm kind of the opposite. I tend to gravitate more towards the how questions. Like, I want to understand the mechanics of something in some way.
Can a failure to understand the mechanics of something uproot your belief in that thing's existence?
If it's something I don't understand and I want to learn about, then I'll want to like hyper focus on that thing, and anything that's left unanswered from there, I'm fine with being unanswered and being an I don't know. I guess I'm not looking for when I say the why, I'm seeing that as like the unknown, for a lot of questions that I think is it leaves curiosity open, instead of answering why things are as they are. It allows us to keep exploring, because we'll never really understand everything in any absolute sense. But the more we can understand the little things along the way, and leave room for exploration and learning and discovering more from there, I think is just more. It's a more attractive, it's a more appealing journey.
How do you know?
And I'm not sure why.
How do you know when you reach a real I don't know, and not just an easy escape hatch?
Yeah, it takes work. I guess that's where you just have to be honest with yourself and know when you're being lazy. I guess we can put things aside, shelve things in our our psyche somewhere that might be an easy way out, an easy escape.
Is it a maybe not, maybe a less than genuine, I don't know, necessarily laziness every time?
It can be those one of those biases that we
Be a
all
bias. It
are
could
guilty of.
be a security blanket, a way of dealing with
Right.
something that you don't want to know or try not to know.
Yeah,
Avoidance.
certainly. The most the most experience that I've ever had growing as a person has been from being uncomfortable and just being uncomfortable and learning how to sit with that and how to process it and what it all means at the end of it. And those are those times where I may have shelved something and ignored it for for whatever reason, just for apathy, apathetic reasons maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But then eventually had to deal with.
Do you think it would have been better if you had dealt with it when it first came up instead of shelving it?
Most likely, yeah. I couldn't imagine learning and growing and not making mistakes based upon not dealing with whatever those things may have been along the way. It's inevitable. It would have been at least a step ahead of the game to have learned lessons sooner in life.
Yeah, I think avoidance is never good. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
You are very muffled.
Oh, sorry. I think I had my finger over the microphone. I just saw this, the most adorable kitty cat.
Congratulations.
Got distracted, sorry. That's why my finger was over the microphone, because I saw a cute cat.
How dare you?
Shake, that is one of my favorite cat questions, too.
I borrowed it earlier while you weren't here.
Did you? Good, I'm glad.
I did. And I
think
also
it
borrowed
really-
Bat's favorite question too.
Oh, the truth, the comfort or truth?
Yep.
That's a good one, too.
Okay.
I think asking them if it has to exist or be true to be meaningful really forces them to engage with the idea that, like, that maybe it, like the hypothetical that it doesn't exist, right? So they have to think about if it doesn't exist and if it still means something.
I had a question for you when it came up, Thrayle, if that's okay.
Sure. Yeah.
What, because you've had faith before. I don't know about everybody else on the panel, but like, you had faith before, right, with Baha'i and so forth.
I don't know that I had faith in it.
Well, have you had faith before?
I don't remember ever having. I remember trying to.
Has anyone up here ever had faith before? Besides me?
I have not.
Yes, I did.
So then, Blake,
Shakespeare thinks trying is faith. I don't know if it is. But maybe. But I'm open to
And
the
I think
question. I bet Blake might be able to help.
I think faith is when you give up trying. Whether it's because you either succeeded or you've decided that that's what it is. It's but when it's the failure to you continue to ask questions, and maybe that's why maybe that's why, I don't know. But I wanted to ask if what it was that caused you to lose faith. But if you're still trying to find it, maybe it's a question better for Blake.
Yeah, I'm open to questions.
So, what caused you to lose your faith, Blake?
It was a combination of things, because the more it's like I can like feel my memories of this process getting fuzzier as I continue to talk about it. But for me, because I grew up in like folk Catholicism, so I do remember having like very strong faith in that pretty early on. But once the issue of like marriage equality started coming up, and I started to like learn as I started to go through catechism and learn like more like the nitty gritty of the church and theology, I started to be like, no, like that's not really, it doesn't really jive with how I see the world. But I still held on to the more the other like folk aspects that had been incorporated into that. Like, I still heavily believed in like ancestral spirits and maybe not directly being able to communicate with them, but by like paying them reverence and doing those things, it was almost like I could like sway things in my favor maybe a little bit in like whatever way they could help me. Um, but I started to also suffer from religious psychosis a little bit, and I was going through like really big issues with depression and was getting like depressive psychosis, where I was getting so depressed that I was starting to have like other like complex mental health issues because of it. And so through therapy, I realized that like I was doing a sort of escapism and like trying to like instead of find a way to deal with the world as it actually exists, I was like driving myself to a mental place where I could believe things were as I wanted them to be. And I saw how, like, through therapy and through medication, because like part of the depression is that I have an immune disorder, so my body just doesn't make like certain neurotransmitters like it's supposed to, because I don't like absorb all the nutrients I need. So once I got on medication and was going through therapy and was not eating the foods that my immune system like reacts to anymore, I really had to then reflect on like what aspects of the practices that I was doing was like harmful to my mental health. And like through that process, I ended up going to school for biomedical engineering and doing a lot of my study on like seeing what kind of aspects of religion that I found really beneficial, like the like meditative properties of like ritual and things like that could be incorporated um, into things. And through further like scientifically exploring things like religious trance states and things like that, I further and then like got into AI coding, and then really into like the mathematics of like how the brain processes different things, that it really just like layer by layer kind of stripped that away for me and has led me to a much more materialist view of the world, while still having like immense cultural appreciation for some of the aspects that religion does give you, like the ability to like create community and develop self-soothing techniques and all of those various things that are very beneficial. But all that to say is that like I'm not sure like the slow weathering away of like me wanting there to be some sort of like magic in the world, and like driving myself a little crazy looking for it, and then like me trying to kind of like rebuild my mental health and get an appreciation for the world without that magic, and then like almost like all of my other kind of aspects of faith kind of like went away with that.
And you were Catholic, right, Blake?
Yeah, I grew up in like Catholic Latino folk Catholicism, so it was Catholicism, but there are also aspects of like indigenous West African cultures like incorporated into it, and so there was a lot of like ancestor reverence. We were like talking about um, like voodoo and like the vive and the different like spirits there, and then like most like intoxicants were referred to as like spirits and stuff like that, and so there was a little bit of like um, juju or like magic like woven into the way that we talked about a lot of things. Like I remember going to the pool with my cousins, and they like took off their shirts and they were wearing talismans that were like supposed to protect them against danger and fire, and but there was a cross on it, so it was Christian. Like, and so it was like this like pretty Catholic, but with a lot of the kind of like more woo stuff in there as well. Like we always had a voodoo doll in the house, and like we always had aspects of various parts of those other bits of our ancestry that got like woven in, and we were always like telling stories about that, and like how the voodoo doll was originally just to so that your local like village physician could keep track of your ailments. So if you had like migraines and stomach issues, using my own issues, then your local practitioner would have a pin in your doll, in your head, and in your stomach. And then as it kind of like culture grew out, it kind of like the best way I can describe it is if you watch Parks and Recreation, where the indigenous chief is like scares all of the white people with um, by telling them that there's a curse because they're like being disrespectful about the local tribe, and they all just like start freaking out. Like that's the best thing I can compare it to. It's like leaning into freaking um, the the hot Francois, or like um, the like upper class white people out, and like leaning into that a little bit. But then also the way that like voodoo practices work is it's very open to interpretation and not rigid. So it's very cyclical, whereas like once that becomes part of the culture, it is completely valid to then like incorporate things like that into the practice themselves. So it becomes like a circular thing, but it's the story of the voodoo doll is one of my favorite things because it is so like um, originally more you would be worried if somebody was like making a wax statue of you. That's when you got to be worried. If you see a granny carving a wax coffin and a wax sculpture, you need to be asking for forgiveness.
Noted.
wonder if there's anybody watching who can question their beliefs in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that.
Or a granny carving a wax coffin.
Or like a mermaid, or a Winnie the Pooh, or a Martian fire yeti, something.
I really hope someone comes up, but I think for a while now, I'm going to be done questioning for a while now.
Well, I appreciate you, Bats.
I'm gonna hitch a ride with Bats. It's time for me to sleep. Good night, friends.
Good night, my friend.
Appreciate you, Everlasting. Hope you have a good night. And Bats, I hope the same for you. Big W's for Everlasting and Bats. And, of course, you too can get big W's, well, if you can question your beliefs. So go ahead.
Good night, Bats.
Yeah.
Sorry, trying to not interrupt you.
How dare you? No.
That was the worst Thrayle segue I might have ever heard. No, I think there's been one worse, but
You don't think people want big W's?
I think that people do want big W's. I think it just didn't flow very well.
I don't know why people want W's all of a sudden. Why don't people ever want, like, Q's? What's wrong with Q?
Well, you can ask him for that. You just
Well,
have to
I
ask him. People, put Q's in the chat.
I want Q's because Q's are questions, and I love questions. And you, too, can love questions if you just give it a chance.
Oh, I was going to say, our audience might be too contrary. They might start putting every other letter of the alphabet in the chat.
Yeah. There is a theme of contrarianism.
And thank you, Shay. Good to see you, bud. It's been a while.
I love me some Shih Tzu. Hi, Shih Tzu. I had to explain to somebody what Shake the Were-Catholic meant earlier.
I don't think I know what that means.
Shake was a Catholic too. Did you know that, Blake?
Yes, I did know that. Me and Shake have connected on a lot of cultural and religious stuff.
Perfect.
And
Well,
they
sometimes
actually own a basket that I have woven for them.
Oh, that's awesome. Sometimes when Shake is feeling real froggy, he will come up and be a Catholic again. You Shake the Were-Catholic.
Oh my god, I don't think I've experienced this, or I just don't remember this.
It's interesting. He really plays up a lot of the Catholicism, like the stereotypes of Catholicism. It's fun. It's a good time.
I want to hear it so bad.
It's like funny and like unsettling to hear him do, because like knowing him, and then hearing those things, you're like, whoa.
Yeah, I'm just trying to hear it in Shake's voice, and
oh, he does like a little voice too. Like
it makes me uncomfy.
He does like a little voice.
Like a little draw, like he draws it out, like that. One of those precept debaters sounds kind of like that.
Yeah, it's not quite Shake. It's like Uncanny Valley Shake, like.
You know what my least favorite? Well, never mind. I'm just not gonna start dogging on different vocal takes from religious leaders.
He said, "I'm going for pretentious." Well, you achieve it.
It does work. It does come across that way. Yeah. I remember one time actually getting just a little bit frustrated with him over it, over the We're Catholic bit.
Oh, dude, the We're Catholic bit can be frustrating. Mm-hmm.
But he did it well, and yeah.
Well, that's why it's frustrating, because he does it too well.
That is the sign of a good actor. You have trouble separating them from their character.
Oh yeah, I'm actually like not a huge fan of Shake the We're Catholic because it is frustrating to me. But it is something that is fun to experience like once or twice. But if you are not a We're Catholic, if you're a real Catholic or any other denomination, actually, because we've engaged with a lot of Catholicism today, which we will still engage with Catholicism, but before here we engaged with quite a bit of Catholicism all day. So yeah, if you have a belief in Catholicism or anything else, that is God related or God adjacent even, we got questions. And if you've been questioned, or if you can successfully question, if you haven't already been questioned, you can ask us a couple questions. It's a really, really a unique opportunity. I think since you've had this prompt up most of the time, we've had some really good questioning.
I think we really have.
Yeah, I think we should do this a little bit longer. It's been really good.
I may designate a time or something to kind of flip it every night.
Yeah, that's it's just been so enjoyable the last few days since you've been doing it. Every time I've come in here, we've done something fun and good and real engaging questioning.
Yep, it's been really good.
Mm-hmm. You guys made me cry again.
There he is. I was waiting for this to happen. Good morning, Soze. We're making sure we make special accommodations so that Soze can enjoy the live respectfully. There you go. No worries.
Oof.
Every day you see him for the live. Unless his first comment is respectful, and then maybe we'll give him a few more, but no. He says it's his favorite live, but literally every comment he leaves is disrespectful, so.
Has he ever been up here?
I think once.
Put up or shut up, my friend. Come on.
I don't think it went well.
Fair enough.
But, yeah.
Oh, dang it, I did remember. Sorry.
Go ahead, Blake.
Yeah, I was gonna say I did remember one impetus event for bats, but never mind. Moments pay up.
Blake, what might convince you to believe in the God that you once did?
Well, as my belief moved from God to they're just being kind of like more to the world that we know, or there still being some type of like afterlife or like ancestral plane, or just like kind of more like a consciousness always continues on or something like that. If there was some way of like confirming that, I think that would convince me, but I know about like the spiritualism era now, where like Houdini really wanted there to be an afterlife so that he could get in contact with people from his past that were lost. He then like got told some information about one of his relatives that like he knew like wouldn't be correct. So then he like kind of made it his mission to debunk a lot of them. And so looking into that and being in the world of biomedical, like the biomedical sciences, I think that there would have to be like an immense amount of data that would have to come out and be like, oh, we found an alternate dimension and we can see it because like the neutrinos are getting deflected by it a little bit, and we can like see images from it or like something crazy like that. I think at this point it would take something like immense amount of scientific data to convince me that I wasn't just having mental health problems again. I needed to up the rate at which I was visiting my therapist again.
Do you still want there to be woo?
There are definitely days when there are definitely days because I was like really sick as a kid. Like I was, because I have celiac disease, and so my autoimmune system like will attack different parts of my body. But it took me like I think like 18. It was like 18 years to get diagnosed and to figure out what was going on. So I was having all of these like different issues, and I was like not going to public school for a long period of time, and then I got like spinal meningitis, which is where your spinal cord is swelling, and then so I was like partially paralyzed and in a wheelchair for a little while from that. And it was around that time that I started having hallucinations, probably because my central nervous system was swelling. And I did start to like see ghosts and stuff that were
What question are you answering?
Answering what like do I still want to like, or is there some things that I want to believe in still? Did I miss the question a little bit?
A little bit, I think.
Or do I want there still to be woo?
You want there to be woo. Is there is there a desire for woo to exist in any kind?
Yeah, so what I was getting at is that like around that time I started to have hallucinations of like ghosts and stuff. And at that time, because I was very lonely because all of that stuff was happening, and I was kind of like wanting to connect with something, it was very comforting. And like at first, until it started to like get in the way of me being able to like make appropriate decisions about my life, it was very comforting. And like sometimes I miss those like those kinds of interactions where like I felt a presence around. So like I think that yeah, sometimes I do like wish there was woo in my life. And so yeah, yeah.
I bought this sticker earlier for Hazel, but I bought like 4 of them because I thought there were a couple other people that would like them too. And where'd it go? There it is. It says honor the woo within. Honor the woo woo within.
Yeah, sorry, I'm doing the guest thing where I tell my entire life story before I actually answer the question that you're asking.
You did a little bit do that, yeah. But if you want one, I will send you one because I think that is a very Blake thing too.
I would be honored.
I saw it and I was like, oh, Hazel needs one of those. And then I was like, there are a couple other people that need one of those, and I just don't know that I've necessarily identified who they are yet. But
Then says Shake.
Honor Woods. Yes, Shake. Hello, good morning, the other skeleton.
The other skeleton, that's what I've been reduced to.
I just said it because I heard you say something last night about the other skeleton.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I know. I've actually been here for a while. I remember falling asleep to What the Fuck is Energy, and then I don't know what happened after that, but now I'm here.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Yeah, I do remember that. I do remember it being not this time. I remember it being a different time.
It was a different time.
Yeah.
Hours prior to this time.
At least. At the least. How is everybody this morning?
Well,
Ready to question some beliefs.
Mika asked a good question in the chat, and I will read it out loud now. It says, she added me specifically, but she said, have you ever heard of a believable God? No, because I don't. I think that answer has to be no, because I've never believed any of them, right? So, like, I don't think I can classify any of them as believable. It's very subjective, but I don't think so, no.
I think one of the qualifications to be a god is
Unbelievable?
Unbelievable, because of the miracles and the things that they have done. Extraordinary strength, miracles, healing, all that. So I don't know. Just the having a god, which one sounds more believable? Probably the one that sounds the most normal.
Yeah, the one that's closest to, like, a human?
Yeah.
That might be it, yeah. Might be the thing. I think the most believable god I know is Pele. But that's because I experience Pele live and in person, right? Yeah.
I think the most relatable god that I've seen is Hades from the Hercules Disney movie, but we're not talking about Disney movies.
I mean, I think they could have done better than James Woods, but he's all right.
I think it's just it's just the classic voice. I know the guy's kind of wonky, but you know, Hollywood.
Good night, Witty.
Oh, night, Witty.
Good night, Witty.
I thought you'd be more relatable to Phil. Okay, all right. Now I'm catching strays for no damn reason.
You know what? I heard Ben say that once, and he wasn't catching strays. But I think there's like a pattern that is starting to be established.
It's fine. My kid said the same thing, so.
What about catching strays, or?
No, that I'm Phil.
Oh.
We just happened to watch that the other day, too.
Did you?
So we've had a lot of Catholics tonight. Is that what happened?
No, I don't know if there's been a lot of Catholics necessarily tonight. We've just, throughout the day, engaged with a lot of Catholicism in general.
As one of my friends says, he's a Christian. He says that the closest thing to actual Satanism is Catholicism.
Oh my goodness.
That's a fascinating take.
And I was kind of blown back by that. I was like, really? And he said, yeah. And he proceeded to make multiple points about how it works, and I was like, okay, I can see from your perspective, but I'm not 100% convinced.
See, this is, I said this to a guest one time, like, the thing about philosophical, like, I want to say arguments, but, like, you know, we're going to say arguments because I can't, words don't work right now, but, like, the thing about philosophical arguments is you can make a, like, pretty logically sound philosophical argument for almost anything, right? And then we just have to discern the truth value in them, or the value, the, like, utility value, or the whatever, and see how worthwhile it is to actually, like, make or engage with that idea.
Yeah, I'd agree. You can make a sound argument for almost anything. I do like hearing people's attempt at a sound argument for those wild takes.
No, they're interesting sometimes. I think it's really interesting, and as somebody who, like, does enjoy making making points to support wild takes, it's a really good way to do a thought experiment. Like, they're really good thought experiments, you know?
Yeah.
I just don't know how much value they always have outside of being a really good thought experiment. But I'm always open to being, I could be wrong. Just my opinion that you didn't ask for.
It's okay, I gave a biography you didn't ask for.
No, cat attitudes in the comments.
He was on the screen a little while ago. I saw him flying around in there.
Morgan jinxed attitude. There he is.
Oh my goodness!
There's a little dragon, buddy.
I almost bought a ring earlier with a dragon on it. Just thanks for saying that he was a little dragon. Because I keep saying that, and Thrayle keeps telling me no, but I don't think that's
pretty sure.
I'm gonna buy him a little outfit like the one that I put on the imaging in the Discord, and then I'm
You
gonna
have a little dragon outfit.
yeah.
I think
I'm sure
his
there's a dog
both
size
of
dragon.
his names imply that he's a bat in at least 2 different languages.
He has 2 names.
Well, I mean, Vesper T. Batitude.
What languages?
Sorry, what?
Vespertine?
I mean, Batitude, English, clearly.
Yeah. What's the other one?
Latin.
What does the T stand for?
That was my question.
Tilio, the rest of the Latin word for bat. Vespertilio.
Thrayle, how much effort did you put into naming this bat?
So what happens after I've used up my one song? If I sing the Vesper Dio song, do I get kicked? Is that what happens?
I don't know. We could find out.
Like how he's trying to evaluate the consequences of his actions versus like how much he wants to do the action.
There's a balance. Balances need to be achieved.
Well, I just found out that earlier today when I used this everybody gets one, that I no longer get the Spider-Man everybody gets one, and that was really upsetting. So now I'm being more careful with my actions.
One of these days, one of those songs that I jam real hard to is going to be playing, and I'm going to be off mute and forget about it, and y'all are gonna Thrayle knows. And like it's not going to be intentional. Like I really try. Like I've like been really good about making sure I'm on mute anytime of those like jams are playing. But like it's gonna be an accident one time, like the toad hopping across my foot, and I'm gonna get roasted in the chat.
There's worse things.
There's
What do you listen? Are you listening to like Mean Mr. People Eater?
No, like one of these days, like the Cat in a Vat song, or the Question of the Keeper and the Cat in the Vat, or what's the one, the anime one that you made, Hurricle?
Skeleton Q&A Showtime.
Yeah, that one, or the one about being right. Like I really jam hard to all of those.
I was at Dollar General with my elderly parents, and I started singing one of the songs, and they're like, "What are you singing?" And I was like, "I don't even know where to begin to explain what is happening right now."
I can't even explain to you where I know this song from.
So it was so funny. This morning I woke up and I was up for a while before I even looked at Discord. But like from the moment I woke up, I had the Question of the Keeper and the Cat in the Vat song like stuck in my head. And then I went in Discord and I popped into the voice chat, and Thrayle was asleep and Morgan was in there, and it was just like the three of us in there for quite a while. And I was like, oh, look at that. And then we listened to the song.
And if you want to join the Discord, you can click the link in Thrayle or Batcolyte's bio, and there's some other links that you can find in there as well.
Batcolyte t-shirts and coffee mugs, and I don't know if there's anything new besides that on there because I haven't looked, because don't be like me. But stuff like that, and it's really cool.
Also, Batitude, send me your measurements and I will crochet you a dragon costume. I know a scale stitch.
That would be so cool.
Yeah, that'll work. That'll probably be cuter than me buying one from a pet store. Because I think that would insult Batitude because it's from a pet store, and Batitude clearly isn't a pet.
And he's
What kind of dragon do you want to be, Batitude? Or what kind of dragon are you, Batitude? What kind of dragon are you?
I wonder why everyone's so keen on imposing this identity of dragon onto Batitude.
I think because Tab said it and it was funny, and then it, you said it would go to his head, and we all thought that would be funny.
I think a overly egotistical Batitude is what this world needs.
It's like an ideal situation, honestly.
I can't think of it being a lose. I can only see it being a win. Don't do the dad disappointed head no shake. That just triggers me.
Don't tell us you're disappointed. We know you're mad.
Don't look at me like I just dropped the wrench and brought you the wrong millimeter.
Okay, no, dude, that skeleton like gives me some looks sometimes that like I like really am not a fan of. I'm telling you, it's wild. Hi, Batitude. Hi, sweet baby dragon.
And so if Batitude was a dragon, just pretend. What kind of dragon would it be?
Hypotheticals for you.
What is a dragon?
What is a what?
It is a winged creature that is it's definitely a thing with wings for sure.
Well, actually, if we're going to be technical, dragons have 4 legs and wings. Wyverns have wings and 2 back legs, which Batitude would probably be. But Wyvern is a class of dragon, but specifically a Wyvern.
There is actually also a lizard in southern India called a Draco lizard that has wings. Draco volans. It actually adapted some of its ribcage into gliding appendages on its sides.
Came back to the rainforest and it's really humid.
And if you've adapted some of your ribcage to gliding appendages, that's really, that's kind of morbid, but cool. But if you can question your belief in a god or gods higher power or anything like that, then go ahead and request request gliding appendages or not.
Yeah, because the show hosted by a skeleton isn't morbid at all.
Why would that be morbid?
Right. What do you mean?
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, they still have the bones. They're just cooler now. They're just like wing bones now. And foldable. They can fold them away.
A skeleton
This is one
implies
of
that the flesh has decomposed off because so that's why it's morbid.
Well, you don't see it. I mean, clearly, Thrayle and I are both clean.
Well, I mean, how do you know there's not some transparent?
Did you bleach your bones to get them that white?
No, that's what Hollywood does. We don't do that.
Oh, okay.
No.
But we know what cleans the flesh off the bones, don't we?
Dragons.
Don't do it. It's gonna start a thing. It'll be a whole thing for like 3 hours if you do it.
But they're okay, how about this? If you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, and you want to, go ahead and hit one of those boxes and throw a 1 in the chat so we know that you're not just somebody randomly hitting request on every live you scroll into.
You know what though? Last time it happened, and we made the decision to just not. It went away pretty quickly. You remember that? Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised that more people haven't. Oh, that's noisy. I'm surprised more people haven't taken up the question the questioner offer.
Yeah, can ask for any or all of us, all the questions. What do you think your most productive question is, or effective?
I think why is a really big one, but I'm not sure if it's the most productive. It might be.
I think it goes to case by case to each individual question, no matter which live I'm on. It just kind of depends on the situation.
What do you think the most productive question for you to answer is, Thrayle? what helps you engage in the ideas the best?
The ones I haven't thought of or asked myself before.
Well, that's a challenge if I've ever heard one.
It's one of my favorite things to hear in a conversation up here is, I haven't thought of that before. I've never considered that question.
It's one of mine too.
I find it refreshing, kind of.
It's like a light bulb comes on sometimes, you know? Like, they just stop and say, I never thought of that before. And it's like, yeah, the gears are turning. Love that. What is okay, I need to work on the words one more. What do you think the most like productive belief to question is? Like, where do you find the most success maybe in like critical thinking and questioning?
I don't know that there is one.
Is there a least productive? Like the least amount of critical thinking or
I don't like the idea of singling one out, but there's one that comes to mind. There is a denomination of Christianity that I do not know if I have ever spoken to a true representative of, because so many use it for a position in an argument rather than, as far as I know, in actual practice, but I don't know.
ooh. It's one of the OG ones, right?
Yep.
But not Catholicism.
Yeah, the other one.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think I knew the one you were talking about. I'd probably agree with that.
I don't know that I've ever actually really gotten to engage with that ever because they're just kind of debatey Phil bros usually, right? Yeah. They don't last very long here. Mika says, do you question in order to get answers to the question or to learn how the people think?
Yes. And
No.
yes, and
Yes, and no.
no, well, I don't know. Maybe no. Yes, and no, and
So I would say yes and no and to make them think about the way they think.
yes, and
I don't have another thing for that. I just thought that there was a little bit more than what was there. And I think the last that part that is that end part is an important part of it. It's astounding to me how many people have never really sat down and thought about like what they believe and why they believe it, and like how like much they actually understand it, or like understand why they're like holding to it.
Anomaly or break in the pattern? Is that the same thing?
I think those are synonymous, yes.
Is it? But is it really?
I don't know. But it sounds synonymous. I mean, it seems to track to me.
You weren't looking then. It's gone already.
Oh, no, I didn't see it. I was looking, so I don't know. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, no. I saw it. Oh, I did. I think that I didn't see it at all. You might have been the only one that could see it.
I don't know. Now I just sound crazy. If you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. We are here just to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then we might have a few questions for you. Unless, of course, you're afraid of the questions. Are you afraid of questions?
Sometimes.
Okay. There goes one.
Sometimes the best like moments come from questions that you're afraid to answer.
Did anybody ruin the experiment for you, or did you hear it when I asked it to Morgan?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Does not know.
Okay. Good. Thank you, everybody, for not spoiling it.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Even though I keep administering this in front of 100 people. I'm like, keep it secret.
Well, they did.
Well, good for y'all. Good teamwork.
And I'm probably going to be annoyed at how much easier he words it this time.
I'm getting better at it, okay? We're learning, we're living, we're learning, we're improving. It's not about getting it right. It's
Learn it the
about...
hard way.
Would she say run it the hard way?
Yeah, I mean, go for it. Let's go.
No, I was just confusing about it because I was like stumbling over my words and stuff, and then tried to add extra flair to make it more cool book.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, so you have 4 cards in front of you. Each card has a number on one side and a color on the other side. Which card or cards must be turned over to test the idea that if a card shows an even number on one face, then the opposite face is blue? And the cards that you have in front of you are 3, 8, blue, and red. And each card is either going to have blue or red on one side and number on the other side from that color.
Oh no. No. Mm-mm. Nope. My brain can't process these kinds of things.
She needs a visualization.
Yeah, I can't do it like verbally.
Yeah. Do you have anything you can write it down with?
Yeah, actually, hold on. Give me like 2 seconds. I have a notebook and a marker or something right here. Hold on.
Okay.
Claire asks, does it matter how many cards there are?
There are 4 cards on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you're welcome to ask any like clarifying questions or anything.
Yeah, I think it might help to clarify. You don't know the rule of coloring on the cards, and the point is that you have you want to test one idea of a rule. How do you do that? And Blake's question is getting at your... Well, I don't want to give it away.
Shh, you're ruining it. Okay, not that one, Mika. You can't ask that one.
Okay, so it's 4 cards.
Mm-hmm.
And it's...
One of them is, what was it, like a 3 and an 8?
Yeah, one's a 3, one's an 8. The next card you can see is blue, and then the next one is red. Each card has a number on one side and a color on the other side. Which card or cards must be turned over to test the idea that if a card shows an even number on one face, then its opposite face is blue.
3, 8. So you'd have to turn over like the 8 and the red, or the 8 and the red?
Hold that thought, and now do part 2.
Mm-hmm.
You worded it way better. I'm mad at you. I'm just kidding.
Okay, so version 2 of the question. There's still 4 cards on the table. Each card has an age on one side and a drink on the other. The first one is 16, the second one is 25. The next card has a soda on it, and the next card has a beer on it. Each card has an age. Oh, wait, sorry, I already read that part. Which card must be turned over to test the idea that if you are drinking alcohol, then you are over 18? Well, you have, so I may not explain that well. The
way worse.
So you have 4 cards on the table in front of you. They're telling you people's age and their what they're drinking. So you have the first two cards are showing you the ages 16 and 25, and the next two are drink side up, so you don't know the ages, and it's a soda and a beer on the next card.
Mm-hmm.
So each card has what the person is drinking on one side and their age on the other. So in front of you, you have 16, 25, a soda card, and a beer card. Which cards must you turn over to check that everyone that is drinking alcohol is over 18?
Just the beer.
This is interesting. You got the first one correct, which is extremely, extremely rare. And you got the second one incorrect, which is the one that most people get like immediately. And you got the first one like immediately as soon as you like had a pen and paper. So the first one you're right. It's the 8 card and the red card to confirm that rule. And you're in like the 4% of people that get that right. Most people even if they have like the ability to write it down, continue to have the same like logical struggle as like hearing it verbally. And then the second one is the second one you have to turn over the 16 to see what the 16-year-old is drinking to make sure they're not drinking alcohol. And then you have to turn over the alcohol card to see if they are over 18.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually not surprised that Kat got it in the reverse like that.
I'm not either, actually.
No, the social one went right by you, and the
like abstract one.
Abstract was just like, yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was in the wording. I think I would have gotten them both right if you did.
Of course you do. It's really easy to say that after the fact.
I know. We'll never know because it just seems plain to me when he read it this time. When he read it, I knew
One day you'll learn to forgive me, Thrayle.
No, I do. But we do have a guest joining us, I think. They're meant to join us. I don't know. Oops, that wasn't a button I meant to press. Pencross, do you... well, first, I guess if you're meant to join us, you'll have to unmute, and I'll need your age for TikTok TOS. Pen going once. Pen going twice. And look at that. Pen fell down. If you've got a belief in something godlike or something like that, we've got boxes for you. And I'm pretty sure we've all got some questions. If you can question that belief, of course. And if you've questioned before, if you've been up here and we've questioned your beliefs, and you can question it, well, this is your opportunity to turn the tables and question the questioner. Or I guess, questioners.
Wait, so what were we getting at here?
So, what you just participated in is called the Lawson Selection Task. And what some of the things that have been listening, and what it shows is that a large number of people struggle to reason things out that are strictly abstract and logical. Like it's not, and it's definitely not like intuitive. But when you put the same logic problem within a social setting, and then your ability to just like intuit the rule or like what you need to do is much more innate. And like the problem with the first one when it's abstract is what people usually fail to do is to turn over the red card. And well, there's there's a lot of ways to fail it, but what they usually fail to do is to test against the rule. And so it shows that people, another conclusion that has been drawn from it, and then like another study that's been extrapolated from this, is that people have a tendency to keep testing if something follows a rule, but they are less likely to test like against the rule, like testing if the rule is broken by something. They'll like keep testing that something
Right,
confirms
right.
the rule. Yeah.
I am, yeah, completely unsurprised that the abstract one was like that easy for me and the social one was like not that easy for me. Like if that does track completely for me.
Yeah, the follow.
I can engage really well in abstract concepts, but like, yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, the follow-up study that they developed to this was having like two physical boxes in front of people, and they like simplified it more, and it one box has white objects and one box has black objects, and you're trying to see if the rule that all triangles are white is true. And there's a like someone administering the study in the room with you, and you ask the participant to like tell you to handle the objects, and asked you to do whatever they need to do to test to see if the rule is confirmed. So people like keep asking you on average to like keep taking out white objects, and there's only white triangles in the box. So they just keep getting objects that confirm the rule. And so they just keep testing that confirmation. But the box of black objects is also full of black triangles. And so it takes them a while, and you can actually get a spread of how many white triangles people take out of the box before they think to see what is in the black box. And to be clear, I failed this when I took it. I didn't do the physical one. I just did the card question, but I failed it.
The whole thing, or did you get the second one right and not the first?
I got the second one right. I didn't get the first one right. I got like one of the cards right, but I didn't get the color. I didn't get the red right.
That's funny because it was like that was so like just like yeah, it's you flip over the 8 and you flip over the red, obviously, in my brain, and the other one wasn't that obvious for me.
Yeah, you're also not really supposed to like give people time to write it down, but it was where like on a live in front of people. And I didn't give that courtesy to Thrayle, but I did give it to you and Morgan.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, Nathaniel. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Watching that skeleton talk is true. I'm 43.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in God, but I don't necessarily trust his motivations. And I'm able to show definitive, absolute, irrefutable contradictions in any Christian related text. I spent a lifetime looking for contradictions because I figured, if God is infallible, he's not going to allow something fallible to represent him on earth. So in order to find the true God, all I had to do was look for the religion that had a perfectly constructed book.
Are
And
you
in my
saying
efforts,
that there is a book, or
no, there's not. Now I did come across something called the Omega Code. It's often referred to as the Omega Code, the Bible Code. I discovered it on accident, completely on my own, and didn't even know about it.
Okay, we could probably go there in a moment. But you were saying just a moment ago that you have a belief in a God, but it's not. So then it's not the God of the Bible, the Quran. It's not any of the gods of the.
I don't know if it is or not. My grandfather was a Jehovah's Witness, and I find they have the most accurately translated text into English that you could get from Hebrew and Aramaic. But what they believe about, what they've translated is incorrect.
New World Translation.
Yeah. It is the most accurate you can get in English. However,
how did you determine that it was accurate?
Well, so I studied a little bit of Hebrew and Aramaic, and I also looked at
which part of the Bible is Aramaic.
Yeah, and I also looked at how the
which part of the Bible is Aramaic?
Some of the original books, some of the first books were originally wrote in Aramaic.
Which first books?
Genesis, for example.
Genesis was written in Aramaic.
There's a version of it that exists in Aramaic that's actually older than all the other versions that we found.
Where did you hear that?
Years ago in some studies.
Have you had a chance to see this oldest version of Genesis that appears in Aramaic, according to you?
I have not seen that version myself, no, but I do know it exists through some scientific study.
When you say you know it exists, what is it that verifies to you that there is an oldest version of Genesis that is in Aramaic?
Well, I could give you some cross-referencing material since I don't know the specific answer to that, but I will say, for example, the story of Noah. If you look in Sumerian texts, the story of Noah is exactly paralleled in every detail, including the dimensions of the boat, but it's wrote in Sumerian.
Fascinating. Every detail, huh?
Every detail. In fact, if you translate the names, that are mentioned in the Sumerian texts, if you translate those names into Hebrew, it's actually the names of the Hebrew characters.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So you're telling me if I were to translate Utnapishtim and Noah, they would translate the same?
Yes. Gilgamesh.
Where is it that you learned that?
If you look at mainly Zechariah Sitchin's books is where I learned that.
Zechariah Sitchin's. Are you sure that?
Unfortunately, a lot of his translations to Sumerian are incorrect.
I see. So then, could he possibly be mistaken?
He could be. But the fact that look it up. It mentions in the story, the Epic of Gilgamesh. It talks about the dimensions, and if you research the dimensions in the Christian texts, the dimensions that are given for the Ark, they're exactly the same.
Before we get into the things that you, I guess, don't believe, are you saying that believe there is this biblical God, but that the Bible is somehow inaccurate, or is there some other God that you believe exists?
Yes. I do believe there's a God because, I mean, you can look at the solar system. It's like a grandfather clock. God? I would say an omnipotent, omniscient, sentient force. That's how I would describe it.
What makes you think that there is an omnipotent, omniscient, sentient force?
Too many little things in my life that have taken place that go far beyond explanation. And
when you say
again,
little things, are you talking about things that go in favor for your particular wants, desires, or just general?
No, that's why I have beef against God, because I don't think he's in it for my best interest.
for your best interest.
Why would he be?
I mean, I don't think he loves me. I don't think he's trying to keep me safe. I don't think he wants the best for me. My life has shown me otherwise.
All those things are true about me too. Do you have beef with me?
No, I mean, I didn't create you.
Did you create God?
No, but if he created me, my interests, my well-being should be a concern for him.
Why do you think that?
Create God.
I think it should be an obligation, a responsibility of a creator to, if you have land, who would you be if you did not make your land better? As a good steward of the land, what right do you have to possess land if you don't take care of the land, for example?
Doesn't seem analogous at all.
I feel like if you own something or you create something, you should be responsible for it, is what I'm saying.
Are all parents responsible for their children?
Yes, they are.
I would beg to differ greatly.
I mean, they might choose not to be, but they still are in the eyes of the law, and they still are in the eyes of society.
Always? Does that ever end? Does the responsibility ever end?
Oh,
You're 43. Are your
no, I
parents
don't think so.
responsible for you?
I think to a degree.
You're 43. Are your parents responsible for you?
They're responsible for who I've become. So in a way, yeah.
Entirely?
Yes, entirely. They are absolutely entirely responsible for who I've become.
Interesting.
Yeah. Now, if they
so you don't have any personal
things,
accountability, no personal.
Oh, I mean, I do believe there's personal accountability too. I think it goes hand in hand. I don't think one negates the other.
How can you have any personal responsibility if they have 100%? What percentage is left for you?
I didn't say they had 100%. I said they are responsible. I didn't say to what degree.
Does anybody else?
You literally said 100% responsible.
Yeah, I'm done. I have no more questions for a dishonest interlocutor.
I would say 50%. 50% me, 50% them. 50% of my actions, my responsibility of who I am and the things I choose to do is based on my upbringing. And my upbringing is completely and utterly at the mercy of who raised me.
I'm sorry, I don't have any more questions for you. I don't think this is an honest conversation.
Can I, just like, one more maybe?
Yeah, go for it.
Do you think that, you can choose to, like, be accountable for all of the things? Like, you don't have to, like, put 50% of the responsibility for who you are on your parents?
Can I choose to be responsible for 100% of who I am? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I don't think that's fair, honestly. I think I can choose to be responsible for the decisions that I make now in the moment, but the influence of those decisions isn't completely my responsibility. I mean, I am the result of how I was raised.
It's not completely your fault, but it is completely your responsibility with how you deal with it. Things are oftentimes not our fault, but always our responsibility to deal with in the way that we do. And I don't have any more questions, Thrayle.
I like how you said that. They're not always our responsibility, but they're not always our fault, but they're our responsibility.
Yep. That is exactly
I've never heard it put like that before. That sounds Huh. Well, let me share something with you guys.
And if anybody's got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to actually question your beliefs, go ahead and request up. We're not looking for a debate or an argument. No one's here to prove you wrong. We are here, though, to see if you can honestly question your belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that.
Take that one and think on it for me.
What was that?
I was just, if he is in here, take that one and think on it some.
Absolutely.
He said he was 43 years old. And still, I had a question, but it wasn't important. But that was just, I'm blown away.
Thank you for letting me land that plane real quick, Thrayle.
Absolutely.
It's like this is something I figured out when I was like 21 or 22 years old. Like, that's not my fault, but it is my responsibility thing. And like, the fact that there are like people 20 years older than that still haven't figured that out is wild to me.
Yeah, the words he said, Claire just repeated. It's not fair.
Yeah, you're damn right it's not, but it doesn't mean it isn't like what it is. Things don't have to be fair for them to be true. We don't need your contradictions. Like, we have plenty of our own.
There's two skeletons on panel. We don't need any more contradictions.
You'll not find a more contrarian group of people.
I was going to ask him a few questions about contradictions, but I found that it was not going to be a fruitful conversation.
So, like, that was interesting to me. So I can come up here and tell you all these irrefutable contradictions in the Bible. Okay. So can we.
I'm just confused. He just asked what this room was about. Nathaniel, you said that you can read. If you look above the skeleton's head, I think you could figure it out.
And like, this is not I'm gonna drop a bunch of my superior knowledge on you room. This is like I'm going to engage in a like critical thinking exercise kind of thing. You know, it's not about who knows the most things. Yeah, Aaron, get out of here. It's not about being a know-it-all.
Yeah, Aaron. God. Well, Nathaniel, next time you join a live, make sure you read the prompts, not just see things and just assume.
Yeah, let's debate about religion, you guys. Oof.
You might even say it'd be a good idea to question instead of making assumptions. I'm not sure how far those are really going to get you.
I literally cannot think of anything we'd like to do less than like debate religions with people.
But Cat, my made-up god is bigger and louder than your made-up god.
Well, your epistemology is not grounded in reality, so I don't give a fuck about your made-up god, actually.
My dad can beat up your dad.
Your denial of my made-up god is weaker than Heretical's made-up dad.
Made-up dad is so savage. Oh my god.
That's actually terrible because he's past tense.
Well, just like you two are, so I don't think it's that terrible. If you're skeletons, you can make jokes like that.
Yeah, I look just like him actually.
That was a little terrible. My made-up dad would definitely get beat up by your made-up dad, so it's fine.
I think Thrayle's made up dad would definitely out question Cat's made up dad.
Thraille's made-up dad made up some paella the other day that looked banging.
Oh fuck, that sounds so good.
Yeah, it was really good paella. Real Spanish chorizo. It's amazing.
No, I'm jealous as fuck. That's one of my favorite.
Sorry, I mean to drop like the paella lore, but it did look really good. We're talking about your dad, like.
I do think we better get back on topic before the AI starts having us discuss people's dads.
Did that guy leave? Oh no, there he is. The Omega Code. This sounds like the Urantia book 2.0.
Why are you asking people in the comments to be kind though when you came up here and were talking over everybody and just absolutely disrespectful? If you showed kindness to everybody else, they will at least attempt to show it back.
If you don't know what it is, don't look.
Oh, the U-book. Yeah.
Yeah, I said that about the U-book, and he said the what? No, don't. Okay, don't look into it then. Just don't.
Are you saying, Kat, that some things are better left unquestioned?
Now, in all fairness, I haven't read the book, but one time I went on a Tinder date with somebody who had, and it was terrible.
And do you blame the book, or could it have just been the date?
I think that the book is terrible, and the people who read the book and are compelled by it are also terrible. It's like a terrible litmus test.
I can't say I've had any really positive experiences with believers of the Urantia book, but
oh god,
I don't.
Too relatable.
There are certain things in it that definitely would call a believer into question.
Sometimes the permaculturist is really cute until you find out they're an anti-vaxxer. And, like, conversations are just annoying.
This room is comprised of attitudes. Enjoy your lonely lives. No, we're comprised of people who think critically about things. That's what this is. I'm really sorry if you believe nonsense because you can't, like, engage with critical thought.
maybe you can engage with critical thought. Maybe you have a belief in a god or gods, some higher power, I don't know, something like that. And maybe you're even curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief. If you are, then go ahead and hit one of those boxes and join us up here. We're not, here to argue or debate or debunk. We really are just curious if you can question. Oops. I made an echo. Aaron, you just told him how.
Aaron, I'm Oh, look, Monster's here. Hi, Monster.
Good morning, Monster. Good to see
I
you.
have been thinking about our conversation since we had it, and later that night I did come back and let Thrayle question me on the thing I said that I knew he would find questionable, and that was productive. That's the first time I've ever acknowledged you. I've talked to you in chat plenty. I just saw you float in right now. I did really enjoy that conversation, though.
It was a good conversation.
We ended up somewhere I did not expect from where we started, but the journey was great.
And look at how it inspired you to question your own Mothman.
I did question my own Mothman. I feel like there's still a little bit more there to get into, but I just don't know what, and so some other time we should do that again, probably, because I'm sure you have some other questions.
I think I know what, but yeah.
Mhm. I did this really creative thing with a tie today that I'm like just really enjoying in my hair. And I just want to like brag on myself to everybody because I think it was so clever and creative. And also, ties as headbands? Yes.
Interesting.
They stay better than regular headbands. I don't know why, but this is working way better than any headband ever has.
I think, well, I don't think that's quite a belief I'm interested in questioning. I do wonder if there's anybody out there with a belief in a god or gods, higher power or anything like that, who might be open to questioning that belief. Or else we'd have to question ties as headbands.
I've been questioning it all day, and I'm finding it pretty solid.
Yeah, I might have some. I mean, like, have you really run rigorous testing, or has it just been regular use?
I mean, I've had like a fairly like active out and about moving around day. Like I'm not, it hasn't been like a like lazy day, you know what I mean? I mean, I didn't run a marathon today or anything, but you know what the real test is if my bangs stay back all day. Because like I usually use a headband to keep my bangs out of my face when I don't want them there. And they did, which is what I'm really impressed with.
Why won't the believers save us?
They think my fucking headband tie idea is great, and I'm really enjoying hearing the finer points.
Yeah, it sounds a lot healthier for your hair than a normal headband.
No headaches, no like, yeah.
Kat, have you ever used horticultural vinegar before?
No, I didn't know that was a thing.
Me either, but I'm about to learn about it, so I'll report back to you.
What are you using it for?
It's an exfoliant herbicide that is like pretty benign to the ecosystem. So it's like 6 times concentrate of normal culinary vinegar. And when applied to leaves, it can like destroy leaves, but leaves roots intact.
Mm-hmm. Use it in conjunction with your ground up skeleton, and you'll have amazing plants. Who said that? Did somebody say that?
This is for a gravel path area, but I do need to trim back the dead wood from my rose bushes.
I don't know why the eyes just turned red. Nobody said anything about grinding up bones and feeding them to Blake's roses.
I'm calling the bone police.
We got double the skeletons here for the roses. No.
You're talking about grinding up two of your friends here and just feeding them to somebody else's roses. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's just what I tell Thrayle when he's being really obnoxious.
But it's for the children.
It's for the no.
You're pretty obnoxious too, so I think that's a yeah, it still applies.
No more songs about your Wi-Fi or cookies or anything.
Oh,
None of it.
none of it.
I take it all back.
No, you don't. That's okay.
Monster, we're destroying leaves of invasive plants
Don't tell
in
Lobot.
a ecologically friendly way through acetic acid, which is just a byproduct of. Now I'm blocking yeast.
Oh, he's teacup. I was gonna say something nice to him, but he's gone. This is what they fucking do. Here's that, and he pops right back, huh? Do we have a wake up song or something?
A wake up song. I had a few songs queued up. I don't know that they're wake up songs, but they were. There were a few songs ready.
I'm a little tired, and everybody else probably is too. I think we need to wake up. It's like about that time, right?
We do have a guest request, but
Well, we can do that too.
that might be a little more. I don't know. I don't know the word. Avatar, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 34. I'm from Sri Lanka, and English is not my native language. And I'm new to life, so hope you enlighten me to this.
So I just needed your age, but I can appreciate that you're new to lives. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Not is spirituality considered higher power?
What do you mean by spirituality?
Spirituality in the sense that searching for a meaning in life, purpose of life, that something like that.
Is that what spirituality means to you? A search for purpose?
Yes. Because everyone is suffering, so...
what do you mean by purpose?
This existence, why it's there. It burns me. It's like the question always has burned me from my childhood.
What does purpose mean?
Purpose in the sense, maybe an end into my search. That's my purpose, maybe.
So you search for purpose, and the meaning of purpose is the end of your search.
Yes. It's like I'm looking for fulfillment.
Do you ever feel like an Ouroboros, like you're a snake eating its own tail?
No. Yeah.
Interesting. I wonder
yes.
if an Ouroboros feels like one. Does anybody else have a question for Avatar?
Purpose at all?
Yes, without that, I'll go insane. that search has helped me together through suffering.
It just seems.
Yeah, it is very stressful, but I have found that without purpose and facing this life, it's very dangerous for me because without that search, without that anchor, I'll be out of my mind, actually. It's like choosing the lesser poison, you know. I hope I am, you know, in the path that leads to an end, but maybe helps me. So, like in my country, Buddhism is
Avatar.
dominant. So,
Is purpose necessary?
personally, yes, but I'm searching if for my insanity. I mean, my sanity. Sorry, for my sanity. That's why I'm looking for purpose in a personal sense.
What does purpose have to do with your sanity?
Keeps me anchored. It's like a crutch for me. Like I don't know.
A crutch.
Can I say that? Yeah. What do you call that? Walking assistance thing. Sorry for my English.
No, your English is wonderful.
Thank you.
Do you think you need a crutch?
Yes.
Why?
I'm trying to like walk myself being like walk myself or trying to walk to running. That means in this life I'm trying to move forward, face problems without going insane. So
Right. Do you need a crutch to move?
Yes.
Why do you need a crutch to move? Can you not move without it?
No, I'll be catatonic. I've experienced that in my life. I'll go like into a hole and don't come out, you know.
Why?
I don't like this society. I don't like the humans. I don't like this existence for say. But now I have an open mind, you know. Like
So
open
because you
minded.
don't like it, then you would not engage with it if you did not have some hope for purpose.
Yes.
Is your hope for purpose your purpose?
Yeah.
Is that sufficient purpose for you?
Yes. Yes, I think so.
Do you believe in an afterlife, Avatar?
How can I say? I don't believe in the sense like I'm looking for clues, but when I look like searching for news and such, I've found out that there are cases in that. So it's like I'm playing a scientist here for that particular question. You know, I'm researching it. I can't tell you like, yeah, the reincarnation like this because I don't have the necessary evidence.
I see. So you don't have a belief in a reincarnation, but you are seeking some evidence of something like that if it exists.
Yes.
What evidence do you think would compel you to believe in an afterlife?
You know this deja vu feeling and your memory recall in the sense that yeah, I remember yesterday I was here or something like that. I need some sort of something like that to convince me. I've heard that you can search for this by going to deep meditation That's what I'm currently doing, and it's like not easy, but I'm doing it. Because if they say that there is a way, yeah, I'm going to search for it. Because as you said, as I said, that's my purpose for now. You were going to end this live, right? I think you're tired, maybe.
I'm sorry, what makes you think I'm going to end the live?
You just before I joined, you said that wake up music or something like that. Right?
I didn't say anything about ending the live. Before you joined,
What?
we were going to play some music.
Oh yeah.
Does anybody else have a question for Avatar?
Looking for an escape hatch. Yeah.
Is anybody else awake on the panel? I guess not.
I'm awake.
I'm awake.
Cat has fallen in her vat.
No, I just answered my question earlier.
Yep, no questions right now.
Avatar, I appreciate you coming up. I don't have any more questions for you at the moment, but I do
Thank you
hope
for
that you
having me,
keep
man.
asking questions. Yeah.
Yes, I will repeatedly join you in the coming days.
Appreciate you. I really do. Thank you, Avatar. And we can get some W's in chat. Avatar, I think, can question. It seems like that's all he's doing. He's on a perpetual quest, questioning his. If a purpose, seeking purpose, is purpose enough. But, yeah, unrelated to Avatar's, I think, better second time around, because I do remember his first. Unrelated to that, I had this song queued up.
You said, have you read about onions? How they kinda make you cry, you clean. I was sipping on a lukewarm latte, thinking, how did we get here from my dreams? You said, is water really wet though? Or just bragging cause it lives in the sea? I'm nodding like I'm taking good notes, but baby, honestly, what the fuck are we talking about? We were fine, then we fell in a rabbit hole. From traffic and rent to the meaning of soup and the shape of a soul. What the fuck are we talking about? How did small talk turn into a TED Talk now? I'm lost in your mouth and the words pouring out, but I kinda like it somehow. You said, why is the sky turning reddish? Is it tired of pretending it's blue? Then you blamed it on secret planets and a horoscope written for two. You went off on the perks of garlic, then the ethics of tipping in bars. I just traced every move of your fingers like they're mapping the stars. What the fuck are we talking about? We were fine, then we fell in a rabbit hole. From laundry and shoes to the fate of the moon and the secrets of snow. What the fuck are we talking about? How did small talk turn into a TED Talk now? I'm lost in your mouth and the words pouring out, and I never want you to slow down. So spin me down another side road. Ask me if cereal's a kind of soup. Tell me why you think that time folds. I'll follow a red loop. What the fuck are we talking about? We were fine, then we fell in a rabbit hole. From how was your day to do we even see the same kind of gold? What the fuck are we talking about? I don't care if we ever crawl back out. If getting this lost in your beautiful thoughts is what this love's about. Sweet little baby snuck in a gown, doused with water, blessed by faith. If I do the math, was it more than a bath? If I couldn't consent to being saved. 7 years old, sitting pretty in a pew, hands clasped in prayer, perfectly serene, dressed in all white like a beautiful bride, not questioning what any of it means. Sit, stand, kneel, repeat, call, response, now take a seat. Structure, order by design, don't ask for a reason, just say the rhyme. Fall in line, no need to wonder, no need to ask. If you look closer, you might shatter the stained glass. If they didn't witness, they can't say it's not so. A neat little answer tied up in a bow. Sit, stand, kneel, repeat. Don't ask questions, just believe. Impressionable preteen with a quiet voice picks the name of a saint to wear. Confirmation, no confirmation. Guess it's now my cross to bear. High school girl in a uniform, old enough to start to doubt. Mandatory mass, religion class, and confirmed kids get the school discount. Now you sit, but not for long. Rise again and sing the songs. Peace and blessings to you all. Just say the response. Don't question the call. Fall in line. No need to wonder. No need to ask. If you look closer, you might shatter the stained glass. If they didn't witness, they can't say it's not so. A neat little answer tied up in a bow. Sit, stand, kneel, repeat. Don't ask questions, just believe. I stopped listening, started watching. Fate started to feel like a broken spell. No longer mesmerized by words I'd memorized, but still kind of fearful of going to hell. Was faith ever real or just automatic? Robotic responses repeated by rote. Strip down the scripture, question the cues, and all the to dare to question every gap. If the truth matters, you should shatter the stained glass. If the cathedral collapses when Can you question your beliefs? Can you question your beliefs?
I stay up all night to question my beliefs. Something I decided when I was asleep. Where have I been guided? How far have I gone? What was decided? Where did I go wrong? My hidden assumptions, I'll ponder them deep and stay up all night to question my beliefs. Examine my choices, replay my path. I made those decisions somewhere in the past. I'm wandering blindly, hiding from dread, reminded by stories somebody read. Where have I been guided? How far have I gone? What was decided? Where did I go wrong? My hidden assumptions, I'll ponder them deep and stay up all night to question my beliefs. Comfort of purpose, the prison of faith, longing for connection before it's too late. Anything greater than the base and mundane, something to give meaning to all of my pain. But where have I been guided? How far have I gone? What was decided? Where did I go wrong? My hidden assumptions, I'll ponder them deep and stay up all night to question my beliefs. My hidden assumptions, I'll ponder them deep and stay up all night to question my beliefs.
And big W's in the chat for Jimmy B.
Hell yeah.
And I don't know who wrote. Oh, Mustard wrote one of them.
Hell yeah.
And I don't know about the other one.
Some like bony dude.
Okay, we got a couple of those, so you're gonna have to specify a little bit more.
The other one.
Not you, the other one. That one over there. That's sitting next to Blake.
Yeah.
And under the board. Mm-hmm. Good job, Heretical.
What did I get a good job for?
What the fuck are we talking about?
What the
Doesn't
fuck?
matter what you got a good job for. I told you good job. That's.
It does 100% matter what I get a good job for. There's people who get good jobs for bad things. Not that it's.
I do like the original. What the fuck are we talking about? But the jazzy one's nice too.
Both are good. Both are good.
Yeah. But
Gay community.
Hell yeah.
Speaking of community, I did make a W community song, just so everybody's aware. It's in the Discord in Thrayle or the Batcolyte's bio.
And like, here's the thing, you guys. Like, I'm not trying to say I have favorites, but I really like Heretical songs. They're all so good. Morgan. Don't be like that. No, it's not because he's on the panel. No, it's because he, like, have you... Can you push the button? Can you push both our buttons?
I can make a song about pushing buttons.
I don't think they work at the same time, but I can.
Good, like Morgan's and then mine. Oh, this one, yeah.
And then there's always.
Master of the story. In a grip, whole world's in a glory.
Yeah, like, come on.
What do you mean favorites?
The tables have now turned on you.
What's a favorite?
It's like whether or not you
Blueberries.
like matches or lighters better, you know? Morgan is fucking on one this morning. You know what question really fucked me up is what is choice?
Yeah, that question really fucked up our last determinist too.
Who was the last determinist?
I don't remember his name, but he was up here just to question that.
That one, it fucked me up. It did fuck me up pretty good. But not because, like, the concept of choice fucked me up, because, like, defining it was really difficult and I wasn't expecting that.
It took me a while to realize this, but I do believe Kat complimented me on my songs, and I do greatly appreciate that. Though it's honestly, without the community and without Thrayle and the Batcolyte, I wouldn't be making those songs.
I heard a pupper.
Yeah, it's Lava Girl. I mean, that's my dog. Sorry.
Definitely not me. Definitely not me.
I do need to make sure I thank Ketchup, Tricerbear, and Cat the Witch for helping with the goal. Appreciate all of you so much. You guys are amazing. And if there is anybody with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I really am just here to see, well, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Where is it? There was one. I tried to make a button and it didn't work, so in lieu of that, we get to listen to the whole song.
In the cloistered halls of night, she walks under covered flame, silver ruler at her side, every marking knows a name, eyes of blue that haunt its shade, like the sky before it breaks, hair like gathered raven wings, drinking all the light it takes. Sister Noctis, come and measure every breath, each fragile thread, killer in the darkness, treasure of the living and the dead. Stealth and silence passing through me like a shadow cutting glass. Sister Noctis, holy fury, let the final judgment pass. Their feet whisper over stone, candles bow as she draws near. Hooded saints avert their gaze, even statues taste of fear. She is bound, she is blade, she is paid, and she is bleed, marks the inches to the vein, where the soul might try to flee. Sister Noctis, come and measure every breath, each fragile thread, killer in the darkness, treasure of the living and the dead. Stealth and silence passing through me like a shadow cutting glass. Sister Noctis, holy fury, let the final judgment pass. Who counts the hearts you've quieted? Who will weigh the words unsaid? You just draw
darkest treasure, the living and the dead. Stealth and silence passing through me like a shadow cutting glass. System of this blue-eyed midnight, be my first and final
Okay, well, I tried to play it for her. She came in the room, but I think we missed her by like a moment. I think I loaded it up just as she scrolled off. But that's all right. But if you've got a belief in, gods or godlike things, and you're curious enough to question that, then we got boxes up here for you, and questions. Nobody's here to debate or argue. We're not looking to burgle your gods or destroy your beliefs. We really just want to know if you can question whatever it is you believe in, then, what is it that you believe in and why? And, more questions after that, probably, if you can. Cat's vat is a teacup.
Sometimes I need some tea. Okay, I'm getting some tea.
I probably could have timed that music break better, because, I'm gonna have to step away in a moment.
Yeah, I got it. Go do your thing.
I stealthily do. Well, not just yet, but, like I stealthily do every morning. But I do need to, I guess, encourage some kind of, I don't know, questioning, or believer with questions, or
believer questions, believer willing to answer questions, honest believer, dishonest believer, probably not a dishonest believer though, actually. Anybody who is willing to answer questions, or if you have already been questioned, you are more than welcome to come ask us questions. Or if you haven't been questioned but you still want to ask us questions, then you can let us question you, and then you can ask us questions. Lots of options here tonight. This is not one side. We got options, y'all. Request up, something like that. Or if you're not a believer and you just want to listen to believers be questioned, then I would recommend you like the live, share the live, do the gift goals, repost, add to your story, share with your friends, share with your enemies, share with your mother-in-law, or your ex-boyfriend, or that person that you worked with that had those weird, that used to say that weird shit all the time, and like you weren't really sure. Maybe they have that belief, and you can finally find out about what it is. Your most obnoxious Christian live hosts, or whatever. I don't know. I'm just trying to throw some ideas out there. People in here. I think I had a dream that I was talking to somebody like IRL about this, and then they came and got questioned. Like some stranger. Share to your bishop. Oh, that'd be interesting, Brad. That's a great idea. That'd be interesting. So yeah. Request up. Be questioned. It's fun. It's good for you. You'll be better on the other side, even though you don't think that that's true. It is. Probably true. Oh my god, did it work? No, it didn't work. Did you mean to request or no? Yeah, if it's uncomfortable, then it's working and you're doing it right. And that's a good thing. Oh yeah, no, you totally, yeah, no, absolutely. I just said I didn't know that. I didn't think. There's a lot of times that people who are here all the time pop up in the requests and they usually don't mean to. Hi, Claire.
Hi there.
And can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, sure. I'm 51 now.
And I don't remember. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I definitely do have a belief, yeah. I have been up here before, but it's a long time ago, so I'm not surprised you guys don't remember me. Personally, my own belief is I believe in nature. I'm neo-pagan, so my goddess that I honour would be the Morrigan. So when you ask me if I worship a god, not the Abrahamic at all, it's more of that type. Yeah.
Yeah. You said neo-pagan.
Neo, N-E-O.
Right. So like what is the distinction between neo-pagan and a pagan?
Oh, honestly, for most of my life I would just have said pagan. But on the latter part of my life I started getting quite a lot of, I think maybe I'm going to say aggression towards the words that I use, that I'm a pagan, that I practice witchcraft. And it was linked back to what the pagans did in Roman times, which I thought was quite incredulous. Because I'm following a Celtic tradition in my own beliefs. So I felt a need then to put the neo in there solely to say I'm coming from a different aspect. And, I'm happy to talk about it, but it's nothing to do with what you think it is, kind of thing.
That kind of softens it a little bit.
Yeah.
So you said you practice witchcraft.
Yeah.
You work with the Morrigan. What kind of, so what do you mean by witchcraft? In what way do you practice witchcraft?
I'm a 50-year-old woman who spent a lot of my life, I was raised Roman Catholic. So I got to about 18 and I, all that time, questioned all of it. I've got a very questioning mind that's constantly thinking, okay, prove that. Okay, let's prove that. prove that for me, you know, that I've got one of those minds, and I didn't feel comfortable with what I was sitting in that faith. So with great disdain to my family, I chose not to. And then that sent me on the path where I found this religion, which fit much better for the person that I am. And that led me into neo-paganism, witchcraft, the Celtic tradition more than anything else, because it rang true with a lot of my own personal feelings, my own personal experiences. I would even go so far as to say. I think maybe I'm rambling. You asked me a question there, darling. What is it I do? Is that what you want to know?
Yeah, I was asking you, like, in what way you practice witchcraft. Like, what do you mean by that?
Okay, so I looked at the elements. Earth, air, fire, water, spirit. I wear a pentacle. It's got 5 points in a circle. It's called a pentacle. I believe in nature. Simply what we see in front of us. I know that people think spell, and a lot of people think that's got to be bad. I would equate a spell with a ritual that I would maybe use, and all that I'm using there would be herbs. And honestly, what I'm trying to do there, my intentions are always in a good light. So what I'm trying to do there is cause a bit of healing for someone. It's cause a bit of healing for my own self. You know, it's never about, I want to destroy anyone. You know, there's no badness. Well, where I'll always say there's black and there's white, yeah. But my path of witchcraft, I don't want to delve into anything that I don't believe is truly right.
So, do you believe that when you do the spells, that there is anything supernatural happening, or do you believe that there's like benefit from the ritual, or the mindset, or what?
Honestly, I think there's benefit more from the ritual. And my honest answer here would have to be that you're going through a process, you're connecting with someone on a pure, something I should say, on a pure level, and trying to achieve something I think with a pure mind is possible to do.
What is a pure mind?
Where nothing dark is clouded, is in a good steading, is for a good reason, kind of thing. I don't know if I'm explaining it the way you want it, darling.
You're doing fine. I'm just deciding.
Yeah, I've had a very different life too, though, you know, in the sense of extraordinary things happening in it, you know, that made me think, okay, there's got to be more to this in the natural world. So a lot of things have led me to this path. But I need to say it's been me that.
I'm for things outside of like what we can measure or see, or like, is there? I know you said spirit a few minutes ago. Like, what is a spirit? Is spirit like a real tangible
We
thing?
are that. We the people are that. We bring that. We are the spirit.
Is it something that is like inside of us and also like exists without us, or like without our physical presence, or?
I think it's who we are more than what we are.
Does it continue after your body doesn't continue anymore?
I would like to think so, because I think my body doesn't really matter that much. I think it's a meat suit more than it's a fancy costume, yeah.
Sorry, I dropped you.
I've got a bruise.
So what part of you, like how would you continue without the body?
That would be just what I would term to be the soul, I suppose. And I suppose that tips back into what I used to believe too. Let me put it as a... Okay. I want to say energy. I want to say it, Thrayle, I do. But I do want to say energy. I believe we all have that in us. I think the plants have it. I think everything has it. Yeah.
Well, I think that maybe everything does have it, but what is it that everything has?
It's just a force more than it's a quantifiable thing. I think, it's one of those things that's really hard to put words to. But I believe it. I feel something else is there, and I don't think I'm unstable.
What do you mean feel something else? Like what does feel something else?
There's got to be more to this than the reality we're hit with. Yeah. I think there's got to be something else going on. Personally, that's my belief. Anyway.
But why would you think there has to be more to reality than what we can understand or perceive?
Okay. Reasons for it. I had dreams from I was a little girl. I had dreams that came true. I didn't know why that was happening. I used to tell my mum, my dad, I've had this really terrible dream. And then 2 days later it would be in the newspaper. I've had that since I was so young. I could tell you the weirdest things in succession, and I don't want to do that because you're just probably going to think, nutcase, darling. You're going to think I'm a nutcase. And I'm really not. I'm just a person who has experienced a life that I made my own choices in, and it has worked for me in this new belief system that I have.
I won't think you're a nutcase. We probably don't need to hear all the stories, but I also won't think you're a nutcase. I have experienced many things myself. But I wonder why maybe unexplainable experiences equal higher power being or something outside of what we can see and measure and test in reality.
I can't find any other way in my head to reason that away, and I like to be able to do that. I like to be able to find a reason, or that's why that happened.
What if the reason is just that we don't know why that happened, or we don't know yet why that happened?
That doesn't make sense in a logical world, does it? That a 9-year-old child would dream of such atrocity. No, it doesn't make a sense to me. Sorry, darling.
I'm sorry, I got lost in.
Don't worry. I don't mind silences. I do not mind silences.
I was listening to you, and I got off on a rabbit hole in my head, and then I was like, I'm supposed to be talking right now, and I'm off down this
oh,
my own head. Whew.
It's been lovely speaking to you, though.
It's been lovely speaking to you. I wonder, if you have considered any other possible explanations for the things that you find unexplainable that have happened in your life.
Okay, yeah, I think I did. Like in the sense of, is there another term for that? Could that be happening because of another reason? I did try because it just made me so different. It really did. Made me feel so other than other people. I didn't want to be that way at all.
No,
But I understand it now that I'm 51. I know why it's been going on.
Why
I
is that?
understand myself so much better now because of that, you know. I wouldn't wish it away.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I just said I wouldn't wish it away the way I am now.
You said you understand why it's been going on. Can you tell me, like, what you understand about why it's been going on?
Again, it's going into things that have happened to me in my life. Okay, I'll tell you this, what happened yesterday, and it's up to you if you believe me, okay? Like, I have been having a little bit of a hard time in my life at the moment, just because of things that are going on. So I'm in washing dishes in my house, and I hear my cat, my lovely cat, going crazy in the living room, and I think, she's normally really, really good. So I walk in, and I thought, what the actual is going on here? Because a big crow that I thought was on the outside of the window wasn't. It was on the inside of the window, looking out the window, and the cat was on the floor like, oh, it's Christmas. And I was like, oh no. And I've got a big affiliation for that kind of bird. Really ravens, but I would never hurt them, any kind of bird. So my biggest problem was getting the cat out. And then I just opened up the window and the bird knew to jump onto the floor and fly away, and it was fine. But like, what is the likelihood of a crow coming in a window that is just opened at the top, just clipped and opened at the top, you know? They're smart birds, and I'll only stay one up. It was odd.
They're fairly intelligent birds.
But would it come into a house where a cat's sitting on a windowsill? I don't understand that.
It might if it didn't know the cat was there.
Okay, all right. Okay. I do love the bird, so, but it was just a big, like, shock, I suppose.
What did it mean?
Well, the Morrigan comes with a lot of myths and legends, doesn't it, towards for crows and things like that. I saved a cow. I also saved a cow that was choking. It had plastic coming out of its mouth. And I started pulling the plastic, and it just kept coming. I thought, if it's a plastic bag, it'll end soon, but it didn't end. It kept coming. And I didn't know what was going on, but the cow was letting me do it. And it was like a big tarpaulin that it had just kept chewing and got tangled in its stomach. And I think if I hadn't been pulled out, it probably would have caused it a lot of problems. Again, that tips my head back to thinking about legends and myths that I've heard from stories and what I hold dear. Yeah, there's been a few things occurred, a lot of dreams, and a lot of practices in between. Yeah, I'm now the age I am.
I'm curious, Claire.
Sure.
If for some reason you came to find that all of these things, all of them were somehow coincidence, just things you had assigned value to, and that there had been thousands of coincidences that you didn't notice, that you didn't assign value to, would that change anything about the way you live your life or practice?
I don't think it would greatly, to be honest with you. I don't need those things. Ultimately, I don't need those things for me to be a good, honest, respectable, happy person. Yeah. So, no, wouldn't rock my world greatly. Would I be a little bit sad that I had spent so much time there, yeah. Yeah, honestly, truthfully.
Why would you be sad?
Because when I walked away from the Abrahamic, I walked away from it thinking I'm using a logical brain. So I wouldn't like to think that I walked straight, more or less straight back into something that I should have been using that logical brain more. Yeah. But I've never ever found a reason within it to think, no, that can't possibly be within the strange things that are happening, because they're happening.
Are they really as strange as you think they are?
Well, does that happen to everyone else in their regular days? Do people have dreams like that on a regular basis?
As far as dreams go, I don't know. Possibly. But do birds end up in people's houses? Yes. And bats. And,
we've had a dead bat. Yeah. Yeah. For me, it was a little bit different, I suppose, because in Scotland you don't really get that, I suppose, too. But it felt a bit like, oh gosh. But it all ended well. But yeah, I think that I believe what I believe to keep myself in a good steading, and if it all disappeared and I had been wrong, it wouldn't change me greatly.
What do you think would change?
Oh, I think there might possibly be a lot more cynicism creeps in, if I'm really honest. I think there might be a lot more, oh, is it really just that? Because I am quite a kind person, a good person. I want to help people before I ever hurt them. I think that's quite rare. And I don't say that for anybody to say, oh, that's really good, that's really great. It's just who I am.
I wonder, I'm gonna bet he's just got busy bones at the moment, but I'm wondering if Heretical has any questions, considering some of the similarities.
I do have some questions. I hear a lot of similarities between, you said you worked with the Morrigan, or used to?
Yeah, I still do.
You still do. What's a daily practice look like with the Morrigan for you?
Well, I have a statue in my house. It's an omnipresent kind of thing. I have a house set up. I've got a statue in the living room. I have an altar in my bedroom, and I will simply just light a candle with a picture on it, and set some good intentions on a daily basis, using those things. Yeah.
What is the Morrigan for you more of a ancestral reason, or is it something that actually called to you?
More a calling And when I then looked into it, I then found it was an ancestral, actually, yeah.
And so a little bit of both.
Now that I know that, but didn't know that to start, kind of thing.
How did you discover this deity?
How did I just, from the legends and the myths, reading about the stories, reading about all of the different kinds, you know, and nothing really grabbed me totally like that.
And then I think you touched on it a little bit. I was going back and forth. You do practice witchcraft with the Morgan. How is that? I guess, lack of a better term, how does that look? I'm trying to gain some information here. I'm sorry.
How can I explain it best for you to understand? I suppose compare it to any other altar in any other church, chapel, whatever you want to call it. The picture I have up is the goddess, the Morrigan. I have elements on the altar that are just simply a bowl of salt, a bowl of still water. I have air, so I have incense. I have a candle for fire, and I have spirit, and I actually have feathers for spirit. Like spirits kind of just that I've picked up on the ground kind of thing. So that's my altar at all times, and I'm just lighting candles every day and setting intentions, the same as you might say, or anyone else wanting to understand a holy man might do in a holy place. Yeah?
Does the Morgan?
No.
Okay. So do you have a relationship with this deity?
A connection more than a relationship, I think I would say, yeah. Yeah, a strong connection.
The strong connection. Is there anything else that has a similar or strong connection that you work with or that you just have in life?
With regard to, I'm not sure I totally know what you mean there.
And so you have a connection with the deity. Do you have a connection with anything else?
Any other deities, do you mean?
No, I wouldn't say deities, just a strong connection with anything else.
Have a lot of love in my life, if that counts. You know? I don't think I understand the question.
I'm trying to phrase it better. The connection that you have with your deity, is it similar or different than other connections in your life, or is that a special type of connection?
It's a totally different connection altogether than, I mean, I've got a beautiful daughter. It's totally different to her. It's totally different to my beautiful cat who I love. It's totally different to anything else in my life.
Well, the reason I ask is because there's a lot of pagans that I can come across and I talk to that they have similar relationships with their deities as friends or family members or things like that. So that's why I asked that question.
Okay, yeah.
Then you mentioned witchcraft. Do you do spells?
Yeah. I do, yeah. Yeah. Also known as rituals, I do, yeah.
Spells, rituals. It's similar in wording there.
Yeah.
Why though the Morrigan? And because you are Scottish?
I am a proud Scot.
Amazing. I love the culture. I love the land. But there's so many other deities in that Northern European area that you could have chosen. So why the Morrigan?
Again, because of the legends and myths that I read coincided with things that I had experienced. It appealed to me more because it almost felt like that was the place for me to be. Yeah.
Does it matter to you if the Morrigan accepts or allows or pays attention to your rituals?
I think I would know by now if she didn't like me. Please excuse me laughing. I'm sorry.
No, I'm a Norse pagan myself, so I understand.
Gotcha.
I understand your verbiage when you say things. So
I understand better now.
so yeah, but there's so many other deities you could have venerated.
Yeah, I
So
know.
it's just that lore aspect that you just read about her. Have you read anything else about?
No,
any
I've
other
read
deities?
many, and I do believe in duality. So, for a male aspect, I would look to Cernunnos or Pan even, yeah, because of that, and using the duality, the balance within what some will term the spell. And I know that when you're saying that you're Norse pagan, there's so many different ones, and they're all different, aren't they? There's so many different belief systems within them all.
There's a few. There's definitely a few. There's definitely I'm actually riding the line of what the fuck I actually am anymore.
Oh, bless.
Having existential crisis, but it'll be fine.
It will. It will. But again, thank you for being kind to me. You were kind last time too, Thrayle. So I appreciate you.
Absolutely, Claire. Thank you for answering the questions and being so open to questioning.
And thank you for coming up, Claire. Appreciate you.
No, I'm grateful. I'm grateful for the wee talk. But I will jump down now because I've got places to be today. You looked lonely for a while, so that's why I jumped up.
Well, I appreciate you.
So please take care, and I'll speak to you soon.
Take care. You too. Bye-bye, Claire. And I hope you keep asking questions. As always. W's in the chat for Claire.
Yeah, definitely W's. But I was kind of getting into it a little bit. I like the Morrigan as a deity, but I don't know as much about her as I would probably like. But there were some more questions I definitely want for next time. I'll put them in my little noggin and hold on to those.
What is it about the Morrigan that you like?
I think she definitely has a empowerment for the female form, that there's a lot of women that I see go to the Morrigan and they feel that empowerment, and that's what whether deity is existing or not, that empowerment and that strength that she gives to these people and these women, I do think that's a good thing, whether existing or not. I do love and appreciate my own little personal Morgan down there in the comments, though.
Oh, that one. Well, I mean, are they? I mean, there are difference?
It's like a potato and a tomato. It sounds similar.
They rhyme.
Sure as fuck do.
That's a good point, Morgan. Is there a difference? I don't know.
Well, I think the one difference is that there's one Morgan in the comments, and the other one I don't think has a TikTok account, unless they do. I'd question it though. Morgan, I have no clue what you're talking about.
She has to do it. She said, "Don't make me do it." That means
she finna do it.
Even if we didn't do anything, we could sit here in silence.
Like we're about to.
Making her do it. Yeah, like this. Oh, hang on. I mean, we're not really making you do anything, but okay, that might have been pressure. Like that?
No, I think it was more disappointment in it.
Was it like a...
Yeah, but try exhaling with the mouth open. I think that gives it a little. Yeah, that's it.
Hell yeah, Glam Scum. We're at 205,000 taps. That's amazing. Thank you guys for tapping the screen that many times. And, well, the many more that I hope that you keep tapping. Because, of course, that'll get us out to the FYP if maybe somebody who is curious enough or courageous enough to actually question their beliefs. Much like our previous guest, Claire, but who knows? Maybe you can't question. You just think you can. There is one way to find out.
Did you see the shares at the bottom? It's 117 shares.
Mm-hmm. I did. That's fucking amazing too. Hell yeah. Best audience on TikTok.
Cat's yelling in the comments.
I see that. Nobody's bullying Morgan. We just, she said, "Don't make me do it." And so we just said,
Said nothing.
it's not bullying. We're just seeing what it is you said don't make me do.
I do agree with that. What the fuck is up with that? There's no believers that are brave enough or foolish enough to come up and question?
Foolish. Is that what it takes?
I mean, I've seen that have to be taken. It's certainly not a requirement, but I've definitely seen it more times than one.
I don't know if if requesting up is the foolish part, or if it's doing so with the intention of doing, well, literally anything but questioning your belief. That might be foolish. But I'm not here to make anybody look like a fool, or to argue with them, or prove them wrong. I really am just here to see if you can question your belief in, God or gods or anything like that. But I really should take this moment to thank Cat the Witch. Thank you so much for helping with the goal. Really appreciate you. And thank you all for tapping the screen that 200, now 207, hell yeah, 207,000 times. I wonder how many more taps we'll get before I guess eventually tire of waiting for a believer with the courage to actually question their beliefs. I've been running that little question at the top that I know some of you can't see it, but there's a question way up there. It says, what the fuck is God? And I've had really no takers on that. So perhaps I should be changing that question to something, I don't know, a little more on point.
I do see it's about that time of morning for a certain guest to always pop up.
Well, I did see him scroll through. I don't know if he's gonna pop up. It's probably, yeah, you said it, and then it happened, and now it's almost like you get to reap the consequences.
Good morning, my friends. Good morning to you all. It's a pleasure to be here. Not only a pleasure, it's an honor to be here. And I would like to say, please don't change the question. I want to keep that question up. And I not only want to keep the question up, I want to answer the question.
Can you answer the question?
Of course I can. If you would stop interrupting, I would be done by now. Look, God, my friends, is a personal being. He is someone who knows. He is someone who loves. He is someone who interacts with everyone. He is also the creator of everything. The universe, life, time itself. Every time you look at a clock, that is God. How is he different from you and I? Well, don't answer that question. I'll answer that question. It was a rhetorical question.
Right, I didn't ask the question. The question I did ask was, what is God?
I'm trying to get there. Please.
You said he was a
You might be the most impatient person I've ever met in my entire life.
Fascinating. Have you met yourself?
God is all powerful.
It feels like a
God,
kind of a dodge on the question if you've missed yourself. Like, I met yourself. I mean, have you met yourself, Uncle Rory? Have you taken the time to introduce yourself to yourself?
Of course I've met myself.
Really?
When I was a boy. This is a true story.
What was your first impression of yourself when you met yourself?
You know, I'm glad you asked me that.
Mm-hmm.
I am glad you asked me that. The answer is simple, my friend. The answer is simple. The first time
Just to clarify, so when you met yourself for the first time, your impression was simple. So you gave yourself the impression
I
that
could
you were
see.
simple.
I looked in the mirror. I had just graduated high school, and I looked in the mirror, and I could see the adoration in my own eyes. I could see a hint of jealousy, and yet it was
Uncle
me.
Rory, do you ever find yourself making bartenders uncomfortable?
Funny you say that. I was a bartender for a number of years.
Yeah, but the ones you've met, do you make them uncomfortable?
I don't. I was the bartender. Okay.
So you're the one making people uncomfortable at the bar?
I didn't say that. You said
So
that.
you were a bartender, so what happened? Why are you not a bartender anymore?
I went to medical school. I ended up going to medical school.
Did you make the people at the bar uncomfortable when you spoke to them?
I
Cardiothoracic.
thought you were a biomedical engineer. Was that your pre-med track? What'd you specialize in?
First of all, I'm glad you're paying attention. I did get a master's degree in biomedical engineering with a focus in data science at Johns Hopkins University. That is true. And when I stepped onto the campus of Johns Hopkins, I was stepping amongst a group of blue-blooded elites. And
Do you think the people at the bar wanted to do that?
Yes. Probably not as much as Kat did.
I figured it was her.
She thinks he did a Hopkins right off the panel. But if you've got a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. There's a box up here with your name on it. Well, it will when you're in it. See, mine has my name, and Blake's has his name, and Hereticals has his. If you request up, there'll be one with your name. I mean, yeah, I stand by that. Oh, Cat can rest well now, having removed Uncle Rory. Sleep well, Cat. Terry Durgon says when I went to Johns Hopkins University and met Uncle Rory, he hadn't met himself yet. I liked the question you asked, Durgon. I was going to ask it if he had stayed much longer, if when he met himself, was he there?
That would have been a good one. That's the thing, Glam Scum. I think Uncle Rory is everybody's uncle. Whether you want him to be or not.
Adam, I've definitely done that. Longer than you'd think, but
a lot longer.
Yeah, no, it goes on. And when he hits a point where he can't, continue, he usually finds some excuse to duck out very quickly. Good morning, Durgon. How are you?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm really going through it right now. The week has been extremely rough. But that's neither here or there, I guess. I wanted to ask Radical a question. And I couldn't do it from the comments. It was just going to be too much.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said that Uncle Rory is your uncle, whether you like it or not. And I like that. At what stages in your life, where would you be with this Uncle Rory? And I'm talking metaphorically. It's because I think at different points in your life, you want him to be your uncle, and other points you don't. And I don't know, some things change within us of how we feel about people. You get what I'm asking or no?
I think I understand it. You're asking, just to make sure I do understand it correctly, that you're asking at what point in my life would I actually benefit and actually appreciate an Uncle Rory, and that at what times in my life would I really just not want to fucking have Uncle Rory even anywhere near me?
Yeah, but there's another little piece to that is maybe outside of the self, is when do you feel like you would have been important to Uncle Rory also?
I think that's one of the things about Uncle Rory that I do believe a lot of people mistake. I do think Uncle Rory does come up here and joins the panel and is in the comments. I do think he has good faith, and that's one of the reasons why Thrayle even entertains the idea of him coming back up as often as he does. And I don't believe Thrayle would allow him back up if he knew or had an inkling that Uncle Rory doesn't have goodwill and good faith. I think Uncle Rory wants to try. I don't think Uncle Rory gets to land that plane very well, because it's definitely a lot of times around the world kind of trip, not a point A to point B.
Yeah.
But I overall, I do not think Uncle Rory's a bad person. I think he's just got a lot to say, and I do think there's a few times in my life that just to hear somebody talk to you the way that Uncle Rory can, and the way I have heard him talk to people, I think there could definitely be a benefit to somebody.
Yeah, and I think sometimes it's kind of important for us to be able to realize that sometimes we're important to people too, you know?
I agree with that. I think a lot of people don't realize the importance of their existence to other people.
Yeah. Yeah. Thrayle, can you blast me out of here? Thank you.
I got a way to do that. And
How the fuck did Durgon just make Uncle Rory so deep? That was skill.
Well, I hope Duragon's still here, just to hear me say that I don't know you very well, but I do appreciate you every time I see you on panel. And I hope you do know that, at least to the community, you are important. And we all appreciate you.
hell yeah.
I'm feeling I'm not going to control the live, it's not my live, but I'm feeling a music break.
A music break. I think I know a song or two. Is there even music playing right now?
I don't hear anything.
No.
No, I hear it.
I don't hear it at all.
No, I hear nothing. My ears deceive me.
Okay. Well, since all the music just stopped on its own, we don't have to wait to work a segue in. And we'll just say, keep tapping that screen, share the live. And if you do have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. I've got time for at least one, if not 2 more guests before we, read bad poetry and call it a day.
That's what I meant to do today. I have some more background music for you, since apparently I can make 30-minute long songs.
Are you brave enough to wonder while the coffee gets cold? Are you brave enough to question every story you've been told? Do you believe in something bigger, something sparkly, something true, something out beyond the ceiling that's been keeping tabs on you? Question it, give it a poke. Is it solid? Is it wiggly? Is it all just smoke? Question it, don't be scared to try. The bravest thing your brain can do is ask the big old why. Can you question your beliefs, kid? Give them just a little squeeze. Do they rattle? Do they giggle? And do they wobble at the knees? Do you believe in God or something, something higher, warm and wide, something bigger than your lunchbox, something patient deep inside? Question it, give it a poke. Is it solid? Is it wiggly? Is it all just smoke? Question it, don't be scared to try. The bravest thing your brain can do is ask the big old why. Request on upward, holler hard into the sky. Even holy things don't mind, dear, if you're brave enough to try. Question it, give it a poke. Is it solid? Is it wiggly? Is it all just smoke? Question it, don't be scared to try. The bravest thing your brain can do is ask the big old why. The big old why.
Light a candle to an echo. Say a name I almost trust. Close my eyes like it's a doorway. Step through air and breathe the dust. Perhaps a torch in a placement of belief. Or a melting candle in a field of dry wheat. Sure enough to argue, humble enough to doubt. Question what I'm leaning on. Is it promise? Is it pattern? Is it fear of being gone? Some days I'm sure there's something listening. Some days it's a painted wall. Still I keep throwing up my wishes like they might catch if they fall. Sure enough to argue, humble enough to doubt. Questionable, I let that God fly on and out. Fly on and out. If faith is just a folded paper bird, can it fly if I unfold the word? If I pull the thread, will I disappear? I finally feel the weight of being here, being here. Sure enough to argue, humble enough to doubt. Questionable, I let that God fly on and out. Fly on and out. Fly on and out.
Step right up, I got doubt for sale. Holy water in a paper pail. Priest says, son, don't poke that sky. Say, why then, why then, why? Gold leaf book with a missing map. Every answer ends in hush that chat. If you got so big and bold, why is he scared of what I'm told? I got questions, questions, jangling keys, rattling the lock on my own beliefs. If there's a throne in the clouds above me, he can take a joke, or he ain't that mighty. I'm not damned, I'm just finally walking out the thought prison with my questions, questions, clanging like carnival rides set free. Angel on the fly says one true show. Devil in the fine print says you go. Collection plates got more teeth than grace. Bites my wallet, calls it faith. The boss upstairs runs every play. Why's the blame fall down this way? If he made my crooked mind, did he plan these doubts I find? I got questions, questions, jangling keys, rattling the lock on my own beliefs. If there's a throne in the clouds above me, he can take a joke, or he ain't that mighty. I'm not lost, I'm just gladly walking out the thought prison with mine. Questions, questions, clanging like carnival rides set free. Oh yeah. So here's my prayer to whom it may or may not concern. If you're there, you'll love this mess. If you're not, I'll love it less. I got questions, questions, jangling keys, rattling the lock on my old beliefs. If there's a God who ever really knew me, he'd laugh along or he'd just unglue me. I'm not scared, I'm just finally breaking out the thought prison with my questions, questions, questions are the only thing that ever set me free.
hello, Adam. I don't think we meant to invite you up, but welcome to the panel.
Hello.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
30 plus.
I didn't quite catch that.
30 plus.
I see. Again, I think the invite that you were sent was a mistake, but are you up for participating in the live? Did you want to question your belief?
I do, and I just came up because of the invite, but I'm not in a good surrounding to talk right now.
It
You
sounds
might
like it. I
hear
appreciate you,
background.
Adam. Yeah, no, I appreciate you. We'll go ahead and set you down, but another time, if you're up for it, go ahead and request up, and we'd be interested in exploring your beliefs. So, appreciate you. Oh, there we go. I think that's where we meant to be anyways. But if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or I don't know, really anything like that, and you think you're capable, or really just, if you're curious enough to try to question your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. We're not looking for a debate or argument. We're not looking to burgle your gods or topple your faith. But we do want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, we might have a few questions for you. Oh, I guess I should mention also, yeah, if you've been up here before and you've questioned your beliefs, if you can question your beliefs, well then, this is your opportunity to turn the tables and, question the questioner, if that is something that you are interested in at all.
Hell yeah, Taco Day. Fuck yeah.
Oh, I thought for a moment there, but I guess not. What is Vafthrudnir? Who is Vafthrudnir? Am I pronouncing Vafthrudnir right? These are important questions, I think. The Riddle Weaver. had just a little too much volume in the backing. But if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, we got boxes and questions. And really that's all we got. We don't have arguments or proof or anything that, stack up against whatever it is you're here to question. What we do have are questions, though. And if you can question your beliefs, well, then I think you might actually like some of these questions, or they might get you to stop and think about something that perhaps you've never thought about before.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was like, I knew the name. I was smashing my head against the wall. It's the one that gets into the battle of wits with Odin. They go back and forth for pretty much lore for lore. It's one of my favorite ones, actually.
Who wins the battle of wits?
Odin.
What a Mary Sue.
Cool.
Other than the whole eye thing, does Odin get humbled?
I think the only time Odin gets humbled is when he is finally unalived by Fenrir. The Havamal quotes when he's talking about how many women he gets. There's been a few times he's been denied. I think that's a little humbling, but eventually he pushes the issue.
Yeah, he doesn't take the humbling or learn anything from it.
Then my friend of mine made a Mjolnir for my boy Hobbit, and on the back of it's one of the Havamal quotes. It's "Do not praise the day before the night," or maybe I might have even got that reversed. I'm not exactly sure.
Good morning, Branch. How are you?
Good morning, good morning, good morning. 32 TOS, I'm good. You?
Doing pretty good. Kind of looking like we might be closer to the end than I thought, but I don't know. It's going to depend on if anybody with a belief decides they can believably question that belief. But we are at 237,000 likes, which is really amazing, and 123 shares, which I think is pretty cool. How are you today, Raj?
I'm stuck on a belief and I have a question.
Okay, let's hear it.
Maybe God is as a field, represented as a field. I mean, human form, funny, orb, even more funny, but field makes a little more sense. I don't know.
What is a field?
I guess just a boundaried space, maybe. But I don't know. It counters unfurling because you're implying more space to unfurl, which is good. I like, but bubble. I think even reality maybe is boundaried, like, but rounded. I don't know. Sandwiched, maybe. I don't know.
I know I have questions, but I'm not sure if they're going to make sense.
I guess we leave that up to the butterflies. I'm down.
Is a sandwich a butterfly?
What is it? I could sit and talk with them for hours.
Sandwiches or butterflies?
No, all the flowers who had extraordinary powers.
It's always an interesting time when Braj comes up.
Always. Every single time. W's for Braj.
Have Braj and Uncle Rory met?
I don't think they have.
That would be a conversation.
It would be. I think Bobby's with us.
I see a black loading screen. I don't see anything else. Nope.
Yeah. No black loading screen anymore. If you're in the queue and you meant to be, and you can question your beliefs, go ahead and throw one in the chat. But otherwise, if you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you are open to questioning that belief, then go ahead and request that. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't a pocket request. Awesome.
Oh, here we go.
Hello, Shadow Goddess.
Hello.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
26.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do, yes. I'm an eclectic pagan.
Eclectic pagan. Are there any particular gods that you follow?
Mostly the Greek pantheon.
And do you believe believe that these gods actually exist in some way?
The best way I can explain it is I believe there were personifications of events, but later on there were certain humans that existed that embodied these personifications and became deified.
And became deified.
Mm-hmm.
And do you think that these people were in any way gods or are in any way godlike now?
Can you elaborate on what you mean by godlike?
That's actually a great question, but it's going to depend more so on what it is that you think of a god as, since you have a pantheon of them. What is a god?
For me, God is just a title. And I believe that what we do class as gods or goddesses is just our ancestors.
Are you saying that that Zeus is my great 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 grandfather?
Zeus the person, yes. Possibly.
So you think there was a historical person who was named Zeus?
Yes.
What is it that causes you to believe that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Why is it that you believe that there was a historical Zeus?
Because we have to get these names from somewhere, and if these were just personifications of events, then where did we get the names from? There must have been a person that embodied these events. Named that from where we get the names from. Mm-hmm.
Do you know what the name Zeus means?
I don't.
Could the gods' names have separate meanings? Meaning more of Zeus as a name, but could it mean something else?
It's possible, but I'm not sure.
Would you say you don't know?
Yes, that's exactly what I'd say. I don't know.
W. Got it. Checkmate atheists.
That's not quite how it works.
No, I know. I'm sorry. I led that one. I'm sorry.
We will get the W. I don't know there, I guess, but a little bit. Do you think that these deified gods are just remembered as deities now, or are they existing in a way that somehow interacts and responds by name?
I don't think they can interact with us or our world. But I do believe that they reside in a underworld kind of place.
What does that mean? Underworld.
So we would be within the living. I think they're with the dead. Sorry, the unalived.
And so, would you call them spirits instead of deities at that point?
Spirits with a title.
What's a spirit?
Something that still exists beyond life.
You said you're eclectic. What other pantheons do you use or worship?
Egyptian, Mesopotamian.
Why those?
To be perfectly honest, because those are the ones that I've studied. Those are the ones that I've learned. And those are the ones that sit right with me.
So would you be open to study, Japanese or Norse and then would you, if they sat right with you, would you remove the ones that you have set right now and then interchange them?
It depended what I learned, whether I removed or just added.
Do you think that changing faiths and rearranging them to make them fit the way you like them, is that a form of appropriating a culture or?
I think if I was to mix the practices and the beliefs, it would be, but because I don't believe it is.
So you follow the traditions down, you do not mix them, you just use both of them.
Correct.
Why?
Did you hear his why?
I didn't.
I did ask why, but I know Shadow sometimes takes a minute to respond. She likes to think.
How dare she?
I know. I need snaps. I need immediate. This is taking too long.
Are you asking why I don't mix the practices?
Yeah, why do you not? There's many eclectic pagans that I've come across that are more than willing to put Zeus and Odin idols right next to each other on the same altar. So that, in my eyes, would be mixing practices. Why don't you mix the practices?
Because I would find that disrespectful to the respecting cultures. They have it set out for a reason.
Why would it be disrespectful?
Well, for Zeus, with him being a Greek god, the Greek gods can be quite jealous. So mixing those is a disrespect to Zeus.
Do you venerate these deities?
I venerate Gaia, Hades, and Eris.
Why those three?
Because Gaia's the earth. Gaia is basically Mother Nature. Eris is chaos, and Hades is the ruler of the underworld who is very misunderstood. I guess you could say they resonated with me a lot.
I'll sit back for a second, Thrayle, if you've got questions.
Does it matter to you if your beliefs are true or not?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Does it matter to you if your beliefs are true or not?
To a certain extent, yes. The lesson to be learned from the beliefs, I think, should be true. I think if I found out that they wasn't true, I'm not so sure I'd believe as strongly as I do. But as for laws, that wouldn't bother me so much.
So that's a good question. Zakir has a good question. Which lessons?
I think in every pantheon, every story of every god, there is a lesson to be learned, a life lesson. Whether that's to not be greedy, or whether that's about karma, or whether it's just to be a nice, good person.
Do you know the story of the binding of Loki?
I don't.
Well, then my question stands there. I would ask you to look up the binding of Loki and then tell me what the lesson is from there.
Okay.
Are you doing that right now? Is that what you were? Okay. While she does that, thank you guys for the 247,000 likes. We're nearly to 250, which is really amazing. Appreciate all those. And also 126 shares. That's pretty awesome. If we wanted to see that number go up, all we have to do is go hit that bent little arrow down there and add to your story, repost, or share the live. Would you like to elaborate at all, Reticle?
Yeah, I can help out here. The binding of Loki is pretty much the long story short. He does go in and have a problem with a lot of the other gods and talks a lot of shit. But then he's chased down, hunted like a dog, grabbed. His children are unalived. One was actually fed to the other while he was binded to a rock by the entrails of his other son. Is there a lesson to be learned there?
I think there's lessons on both sides to be learned there. I think punishing someone like that is too much. And I think that's where it shows that there is a line when punishment ends and torture begins. And I think that the lesson for Loki was to not go against the gods. Don't betray them like that, and don't try and unalive one of their own.
Well, he didn't try to unalive anybody. He succeeded in unaliving the butler of Ager, but it was seen as secondary to when he insulted the gods and called them out on their problems and their own issues, their adulteries, their lies, their cheating, their deceitfulness. And so when he was telling the truth, he was essentially punished. So telling the truth and exposing the truth for what it was makes you get punished.
So the lesson there would be, well, he still did something wrong because he still unalived him. He still conspired to unalive him. So he still did something wrong, and for that he should be punished. But I think the way he was punished was too far.
He was punished for the unaliving of the servant, but the unaliving of the servant was the punishment was him being thrown out of the hall and no longer allowed at the party. As many times as Floki has talked about that in his videos, I thought you knew more about it.
No, I've only just started learning those. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Nobody's mad at you for that. But so he was punished for unaliving the servant, and then he was punished for telling the truth afterwards. So there's two punishments. One is clearly much more severe than the other one. And so that's what I would still ask: does the punishment fit the crime, and what the lesson would be?
I would say the second punishment, just for telling the truth, no, it doesn't fit the crime. I don't believe he committed a crime there. If anything, he made right what he did wrong. Because he did tell the truth.
I think I'm rage baiting Kira more and more in the comments. I know the massive part of the story you're talking about, but these are my questions that I'm asking. Damn it. But I don't think I have anything for right now, Thrayle.
Why the Hellenic pantheon?
That's the one I learned first, and the deity I did learn about first really resonated with me.
Which deity was that?
Eris.
So Eris resonated with you. Chaos and discord.
Yep.
What does that mean for chaos to resonate?
I guess because she is a chaos deity, she's very misunderstood. She gets the blame a lot for the bad things that happen. And like her, most of my life hasn't had structure or order.
So you empathize with being blamed and having a lack of structure.
Yeah.
Is Eris unfairly blamed?
In some stories, yeah.
Is there an example of a story of Eris where she is unfairly blamed for something that goes wrong?
There was a wedding on Mount Olympus that she was not invited to due to her chaotic nature, and she showed up anyways. And she threw the golden apple, and from there sparked a whole war, which was destroyed with that.
I'm actually familiar with the wedding story, which is part of why I asked. She was not invited because she's chaotic, and her crashing of the wedding involved her being chaotic and sowing discord at the wedding as a sort of revenge for not being invited. How is that an example of her being blamed for something she didn't do?
Because she gets blamed for starting the Trojan War, and that was never her intentions. She just wanted the gods to realise that leaving her out isn't fair.
I have to ask, and I'm not sure if you'll know what I mean, but do you have anything against hot dog buns?
No?
Are you familiar with the Principia Discordia?
That's the Roman deity, right?
Say that again.
That's the Roman counterpart deity, right?
Discordia. Yeah, that would be the other name. But the book actually refers to her as Eris.
I would say I'm not familiar with the Roman version of her story, no.
It's not a Roman version of the story at all. The book that I'm referencing is a modern, sort of absurdist religion built around the idea that she is the only God, and that everything is chaos. And it doesn't take itself seriously at all, which is why I asked about hot dog buns.
Oh, well, no, I'm not a fan of that.
I don't know why I'm not supposed to refer to the book, Kira.
I told her I allowed it, so it's fine.
Oh, I see. Does the book say you're not supposed to? I think it also says you're not supposed to believe things you read. It might say you're not supposed to refer to it. I know you're not supposed to gather more than one discordian in one place. Not sure what happens, but probably catch each other with hot dog buns. Mm-hmm. But I was curious if you were familiar with it, and thought if you hadn't heard of it, you might find it amusing.
I've heard of it, but I'm not familiar with it.
Does it matter to you that the deity that you venerate and work with is treated in such a flippant and absurdist way?
I think it's disrespectful towards the culture, but each to their own.
How would it be disrespectful to the culture? I am curious.
Because it's not taking it serious when the people of that culture do take it serious, and they make mockery jokes out of it.
Is Eris the kind of god that takes themselves seriously?
I think it would depend on the situation. I think sometimes she does, sometimes she doesn't.
If she is truly a goddess of chaos, then does reason matter to her at all?
I don't know.
There it is.
Good answer. That was a real one.
Yeah, not the prompted one that I got.
Great answer, goddess. I would wonder and encourage you to maybe look into how seriously Eris took herself, aside from, of course, the modern retelling that I mentioned. But is she really a goddess who cares that people respect her in their veneration, or is there some playfulness to the idea of
Okay, I will do that.
I don't know the answer. I'm simply putting that out there for you to explore. I appreciate you. I really do, God. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for letting me come on.
Absolutely. And you're welcome to come back anytime you want to explore your beliefs. I do feel like if we keep pushing, we might press too hard. But maybe Heretical has a gentle question to finish out.
No, I did want to say, good job, Kat. Did really good.
Thanks, Heretical.
Hell yeah. W is for Shadow Goddess. And if you think you can question your beliefs in any way, as well as Shadow Goddess did, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. No one's trying to take that God from you. We really are just curious if your questioning is even something you can do.
That's two guests that I've specifically softly bullied to come up here. But I don't have to softly bully. Yeah, I don't have to softly bully anybody to come up here. You should just come up on your own after you read the prompt correctly and slowly.
I wonder if it's getting, well, to be about that time. It's been an hour since I said we'd go at least an hour more. I thought about going, before I started the live, thought about going all the way to 11 or noon. I have to stay up. I have things to do this afternoon. Could stay live. Could keep going. Could have more great conversations like the one we just had with Shadow Goddess, questioning beliefs.
I think there's at least one more out there.
I got room for it. I believe it's possible. But I am questioning if I can believe that it will happen. I don't know if I do. I don't think I do. Just that it could. Could you question your beliefs in a god or gods, higher power or something like that? Could you request up if you can? I wonder if the questions going through my head sometimes are too telling of the causes for those thoughts. I'm glad that one probably was really vague. Interesting, real truth. That is interesting.
That is
Cause that.
That's a relation to cat.
Is it?
It is. He would definitely give you good conversations and lots of questions and pretty good answers, I'd say.
Are you soft bullying people into?
I wouldn't do that.
You said you. I could have sworn you just said you weren't going to do that.
No, I wouldn't do that. Here comes the real bully.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Saw that
I think you're making it up.
I could be.
Are you?
Someone had to separate you two.
Separate? What was it? Oh, there was a gap. That was kind of a separation.
I think she was more relating to the fact that when you and I are on panel alone, it can get a thing.
Very heated, yeah. Very, very loud. We start yelling. The disagreement was really starting to brew over.
Absolutely irate.
Is very true.
I actually was just thinking, like, how easy it might be to find a disagreement with heretical.
It's not hard.
Blueberries or strawberries?
Strawberries.
Blueberries.
Strawberries aren't berries, Morgan.
Okay. I still choose strawberries over blueberries. Do you want more blueberries or not?
No, I do want more blueberries.
Exactly, so quit whining.
You can have the strawberries, that's fine.
Exactly.
Manual or automatic?
I was never taught to drive manual.
Manual.
And I was supposed to be taught to drive manual, but my stepdad totaled the car instead.
A skill issue.
Yeah, no, really, it was.
Star Trek or Star Wars?
Star Trek. Easy.
Star Wars. Easier.
Hype train.
Space wizards.
Nerds.
Star Jesus.
Star Jesus.
I don't got anything to say about that.
Paper or plastic?
Paper
Neither,
for
I'll
the
just carry it.
Paper for the environment or reusable from Aldi.
Neither, I'll just carry it. If I can't carry it out of the store, I don't need it.
Yeah, but I have 4 hobbits. I can't carry all that.
Sounds like a skill issue.
Actually, it's not.
Oh, so you can't take all of your groceries in one go?
No, I can't. I can't.
Interesting.
I can. I just have an army to do so I don't actually have to.
Yes? What are you doing? Do you have another hitch? Good. You know what we could have, though? A believer in a god, God's higher power, or something else like that can question their beliefs, or at least try to in good faith. Yeah. You should tap. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4 boxes right underneath me in Reticle. You can tap one of those, or you can go down to where you type out your comments, and there's pink and blue person. You can tap on that instead. They'll guide you right up here to your seat where you can be asked some questions, and maybe, just maybe, you might get to question the questioner. Yeah, buddy, it's still there.
Did you say those people down at the bottom were pink and blue?
A very generalized description of those colors, yes.
Are you sure about that?
No.
Neither am I.
I know. What's it like to see the world in dark vision?
I don't know any other way.
How do you have a basis of comparison to say that those are not pink and blue?
Did you ask me if I had one, or do I have one?
Do you?
No.
So then how can you say they are not?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Checkmate.
Checkmate color blindness. No. We didn't do that.
No, we didn't do that. Allegedly, it's gotten worse, but I don't know if it truly has, because I don't remember.
Again, with the basis of comparison question.
Yeah, when I was younger, it was just like purples and blues I would have problems with. But then now that I'm older, I'm like, oh, look at that yellow car. And then my kids are like, that's definitely like brown. And I'm like, oh, well, fuck.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Could you just have the wrong names for colors? Did you maybe just...
Not only can I not see colors, I'm also stupid. No, there's a fun game we play called Can Dad Guess This Color? And it's usually they haven't lost yet. I think the funniest thing on this live, though, is when everyone's like, oh, Thrayle's eyes are red. That means he's mad. I'm like, they're red? Since when?
Why does red mean anger?
I'm not sure, but that's not red.
is it then?
Yep. It literally, quite literally, depends on the angle of which your head is looking.
This one?
That's like an orange.
This one?
That looks almost white.
Do my eyes just look smaller? You not see the part around the white there?
No. They did get dimmer.
Yeah, they do.
I noticed the dimness versus the actual color.
Yeah.
Another bright. Oh, fucking stop it.
Stop what?
It's fucking with me.
Why?
He said why?
Washing out the camera, it's so bright now. You've got a belief in a... Oh, hang on. Loud eyes. If you've got a belief... I couldn't talk over them. If you've got a
Your
belief
surprised look. I'm sorry, I can't.
It looks like you've got like a mask on. It's kind of nifty.
It looks like you're wearing glasses.
It looks like glasses. It's like those thick librarian glasses. But see, that's even worse because when you do that, I see like 5 different colors when you do that. Yeah, there's blue. You fucking...
Which color is it now?
Had a freak heretical out, just keep flashing the fucking eyes. And the color now, it's like a very light green.
Was that a pun?
It could have been.
Light green.
I do think that I agree with Kira in the comments that whenever there's a what the fuck, it needs to go full blast.
I think the best I can do is one of these. That's probably the best I can do. It's like the most attention grabbing.
Yeah, then just start shaking your head violently around.
It reminds me of that meme of the guy who does like the 4 or 5 quick blinks. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
doesn't have to be the end.
Surely there's got to be some kind of someone who you know who probably should be up here questioning beliefs. Or perhaps there's been a burning question that you want to ask Thrayle or me, or maybe even Heretical.
No.
Probably not Heretical. Heretical's just going to say no, as evidenced.
Heretical.
No.
Do you have any attachment to hot dog buns?
Yes.
What attachment is that?
Typically my hand.
Are hot dog buns important to you?
When eating hot dogs, yes.
Are there not other options?
No.
Why not?
I don't see a use for them, other than that.
Have you ever considered a tortilla?
I have used a tortilla.
For a hot dog?
Yes.
For a chili dog?
No, I think that'd be messy.
Use a larger tortilla.
Fair.
Aaron says, or a smaller hot dog. I mean, that's, yeah. It's up to you.
I think the ratio would be off at that point, if it's a smaller dog. But I could get a bigger tortilla and just add another hot dog.
That is true. You might even be able to add more than one in a tortilla. It's almost like it's more versatile. Do you think it's possible that a tortilla could not only replace but possibly outperform a hot dog bun?
I think that definitely could be a thing, but I do believe that some of the appeal of the hot dog bun is that you get to see all the things on top of the hot dog.
Well, I mean, in that case, you would use a smaller tortilla, like a straight taco.
Well, like a what's the hard shell?
I mean, you could do that too. Taco shell. Is there any benefit that you can see that a tortilla could not could not perform or even outperform?
Nope, I'm convinced.
Interesting. That'd be your questioning beliefs.
No, I held that belief, to be honest. Questionable. I didn't even know I had it, but I'm convinced. So is my dog.
And if you do find yourself missing hot dog buns, have you ever tried to King's Hawaiian rolls side by side. Cut
That-
them open and put the hot dog in there.
Yeah, I think they actually make Hawaiian roll hot dog buns.
Yeah, well, I mean, sure you could do that, but before they did that, that was the way.
This is the way.
This is the way.
Star Wars W.
Resistance is futile.
Something. Your father. Something.
I just wonder if King's Hawaiian rolls are Principia Discordia compliant. I mean, like if what was written on a page mattered.
I feel like in that scenario, you're cutting the hot dog in half and not the rolls. Does that make sense?
Why?
Because then hot dog cake.
Hot dog cake.
Hot dog cake.
Uh-huh. You're thinking about it, aren't you?
Reluctantly, and
So many things. Where would you like me to start?
no, yeah, bad. Yeah, that's done.
I have no attachment to hot dog buns.
Obviously, it's that you're putting hot dogs in fucking cake.
You're so boring if you think that's the only thing you can do with cake or hot dogs. I mean, for all of you that have questions, you're welcome to request up.
I do have a tortilla thing. I don't know what to call it. If y'all would like to hear it.
Is it a question?
No.
What are we hearing?
I have a thing.
I think we'll stay on this background until you're done describing painting.
That's appropriate. So tortilla, banana, chocolate syrup, and peanut butter.
Basic.
That's what I used to do, and then I would fry it. You can call it basic, but my kids loved it.
I'm sure they do. There's chocolate in it.
And a banana.
Nah, they don't care about the banana. They care about the chocolate. And you know I'm right.
No. So no.
Ever had a toasted peanut butter and jelly?
Yes.
I need to make more coffee.
I think there's a probably, yeah.
I think it's that time.
More than likely.
That's really awesome, Kira. I assume you're thawing the food out before you, unless they like ice treats. I wouldn't assume so if they're, not able to regulate their own body temperature. Yeah, definitely that time. But thank you guys so much for being up here, for, bringing great questions. And of course, getting dropped in the middle of, the next thing that you say. I probably shouldn't have said that if I wanted you to say anything else.
Fine, I'll give it to you. Thank you for having me. You've been...
Hell yeah. Actually, don't know if I've ever done that to Morgan. W's for Morgan. Appreciate you, as always. And I'm just not going to get it out of heretical, so, yeah. Big W's for the mods, absolutely. Thank you guys for being amazing. Thank you, of course, for making this the most comfortable space for the best audience on TikTok. And of course, thank you to the rest of you for being the best audience on TikTok, for showing up, for tapping the screen, for sharing the live, sending those heart me's, of course. All of the engaging things that you do, but mostly thank you for just being here. And of course, thank you to the sleepers too. We appreciate you. If you want to join the community, see what we get up to behind the scenes between the lives, you can always check out the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will show you the way to the Discord. That's that first link in there. You just want to make sure that when you get there, you read the rules. Otherwise, it might seem a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App and want to show your support that way, it is always appreciated. And I really do thank everyone who helps that way. It does make all the difference. So thank you so much. And of course, there's always that new link there on the link tree. It's that second one down. You'll know when you see it. There's all kinds of stuff there. Well, there's at least a few things there and more on the way, of course, as it unfurls. And if you want to just skip the link tree and see what I'm talking about, you can always just go check out Batcolyte.com and you should find everything there. But yeah, I think unless there's something I'm forgetting, yeah, there's really only one thing left. You say you know, then show me how. Not what you learned, but why it's now still something you would stand behind if stripped of echo, crowd, and time. Was it examined line by line, or just repeated till it shines? Did you arrive, or just inherit a finished thought and call it merit? Because it's easy. It's dangerous to trust what always agrees with you, to feel the weight of something said and Never check what holds the thread. So stop. Right where the answer forms. Don't dress it up in practiced norms. Don't let it rush to take a place as something certain, something safe. Let it sit, unclaimed, unknown, like it's not yours, like it's on loan. Turn it once, then turn it again. Ask where it breaks. Ask where it bends. Ask what it hides, what it assumes, what quiet doubt it still consumes. And when it speaks, don't let that end the work of asking. Start again. Because a truth that's truly sound won't need soft ground to stand around. It won't depend on how it feels or crumble when it's forced to yield. It doesn't rush. It doesn't plead. It doesn't care for what you need. It simply holds. Or it does not. And most of what you think you've got was never held, never tried, just never turned, never pried from the place it learned to stay. Untouched, unquestioned, in the way of anything that might reveal what's actually there, actually real. So question it. And question more. Not once, not twice. Don't keep the score. Let every answer earn its place or fall apart under your gaze. Because the cost of being wrong is small compared to going long believing something just because it never faced what thinking does. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.